went from $900,000 in debt to up $2 million. We started moving into private jets and air cargo. We were traffickers. We did credit fraud. We did credit cards and traveler's check. I'm the #1 trending thing in Thailand. Kingpin turned tech mogul, arrested for attempted murder, kidnap, extortion. They offered me, as the top dude, the first chance to rap. At the street level of dope dealing is highly competitive. At the high tier, nothing stops the money train. If one person has a problem, everybody has a problem. I was born in LA. My mom was an immigrant from Lithuania. Her mother, my grandmother, was a Holocaust survivor.
Okay.
And they came over. She got over here in her teenage years through a few different refugee programs with my grandmother. And my dad was from Cleveland, Ohio. His family were immigrants from Russia, though, but they'd been here for a few generations.
All right.
So my dad, was a few years older than my mom. He'd just gotten out of the military. And he met my mom, who was, finishing up high school. And I was my mother's 21st birthday present.
Nice.
So they met. They hit it off. It lasted for then I had a little brother about a year and a half later, Brian, the best. And then... about 7 years in, they went their own way. My mom was much more serious, She had 2 jobs. She had this and that. My dad's head was more in the sky. He's very smart. He gets great ideas. But at that point in his life, he wasn't able to push through on them. And
right.
My mom was very pragmatic in the sense hey, there's 2 kids here. I got my mom here. We need to have something, stable. And my dad's parents were very supportive of me, though. My grandparents, they loved me to death. And a lot of people, over the years have tried to look back and say that, oh, maybe I had parental trauma that pushed me in this direction. I don't. I missed my dad. I remember waiting for him to come visit after he left. But, I love my dad. While sure there might be some hidden trauma somewhere, I don't remember huge, big fights or anybody doing anything horrible to me. I love my parents. They did the best they could together. And, and they both, my mom really did what she thought she needed to do because it was in our best interests. And my dad wasn't around for a little while. And then he was, and he was doing things to his capability too. Looking back on it, I really believe that. I don't believe there was some nefarious parent out there trying to me up for the rest of my life.
Right.
But I also think parents don't have all the answers sometimes. And when you're a problem child, like I was from the very beginning, problem with authority, don't go around the block on your bike. Just ride up and down the street. I didn't even ride up and down the street once. I took the first left and went around the block.
Right.
Right? My mom even said, she's when you were younger, it was easier because I could tell you the opposite, right? And that worked but when you got older, you figured that out and you would just do the opposite of what I wanted, regardless what I said.
Right.
And that kind of went on all through school. I was at Hillel Hebrew Academy in LA. I went to Gardner Street Elementary School in Hollywood first. Then the busing thing started, and my family sent me. I didn't really understand what that was at the time. My family sent me to Hebrew Academy.
Colby doesn't understand what that is either, by the way.
So busing is forced integration of schools. So they move kids around into different areas to make sure that they integrate.
That was going to be my guess.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, they sent me there.
I like to poke holes at Colby.
Yeah. Well, he's a youngster.
Yeah.
What's he for if not that? So anyway, they sent me there, and I was there on scholarship. There's all kinds of Jews, but we were the broke.
Right.
And so I'm there on scholarship. I'm there through 6th grade, one problem after another. And then 6th grade, about a week before the end of the school year, I got into a fight with this kid, David Fish. By the way, I'm going to talk shit right now, but they're a great family, and I got nothing but good things to say about them. But this kid was the rich kid. He used to with my little brother. He was, but he was kind of goofy. And So I beat the shit out of him, flushed his head down the toilet. The glasses go down the toilet. And then I'm so pumped up when I get back to my class, right? Like, there was this teacher, Miss Mazor, like, and she had these big tits, you know? And,
right.
And so I'm in 6th grade, and people have been talking about her tits, and I'm up at the board, and I'm still like all adrenaline rush. I literally just turned around and grabbed her tits. The whole class is going crazy, you know. I mean, so needless to say, I got thrown out of school. That was the day I got thrown out. But those two things happened about 10 minutes apart. And then I was off to public school.
I was gonna say that makes me think of that movie. Did you ever see? Was it 3 O'clock High or 2 o'clock? You know, where he fights the bully.
I don't remember.
Oh,
well,
God.
David Fish wasn't a bully. If anything, I would say I wasn't a bully either. I wasn't getting into fights there, right? But I would say if anybody was going to say somebody was the bully, it was me, because he's not the most coordinated guy. You know, he's the last pick when you pick teams in any sports. Right. But here I am, a financial aid kid, and I just beat up the biggest donors kid. Right. I mean, that's not going to go well. And then 10 minutes later, I'm back in class, and I grabbed a teacher's tits. So that was the end of my career at Hillel Hebrew Academy. And
where'd you go from there?
I went to John Burroughs Junior High in Los Angeles, and then I went to Orville Wright Junior High, and then I got thrown out of a bunch of schools, and I ended up in
for no reason at all.
Well, I was the kid who came to school for nutrition,
right,
and lunch. Like I got a scooter when I was 16, one of those Honda Elites with the pop-up headlight, right? And the only time I saw school was to sell joints and cigarettes.
Okay.
And, I literally would come for nutrition. I'd park, and I'd have to jump over the fence because the school was already closed for me to get. So I was smuggling stuff into school, I guess you could say. Right. By 10th grade. And that was me, the skateboard, the problem child, the whole thing, right? And I wasn't impressed with teachers. I saw hypocrisy right away, and the minute I saw any kind of hypocrisy or inconsistency, I used that as a validation or a justification to completely ignore anything that anybody was ever talking about. That went on for years and years of my life, still to this day. Whenever I'm watching anything, I'm kind of looking for that. My wife's like, you're always finding the negative. I'm like, it's the bullshit that I'm looking for. Everything else, who cares, right? And that's kind of been how I've gone about my life, and how now looking back, I realize that I justified a lot of the behaviors that I no longer engage in. Well, these people are full of shit. Like, they're the ones trying to tell you what to do, and they're full of shit. Why do I have to follow any rules? And that's kind of, so it was, well, I wouldn't say that you could have seen that I would become, a large drug trafficker at that time. You could have easily said, this is going to be problems.
He's going to have an issue. There's going to be issues. But you graduated. Did you ever get in trouble in high school, or did you graduate high school?
Yeah, I got in trouble in high school. I had no high school credits, and my parents sent me to a boarding school in Northern California called Cascade School. Now, these kinds of schools have gotten a little bit of...
Bro, your poor mom, she's struck. She's working 2 fucking jobs. Oh, you're getting kicked out, Yeah,
by high school, she's remarried to my stepdad, David George, so she's off the 2-job
That's even
thing.
worse. I got the new husband who's got to take on this responsibility. Like, that poor guy.
That guy, I got to tell you, me and him did not get along at all. He's one of these stories, right? Like, salt of the earth. Like, now today, I got nothing but respect for him. Right. But then here, I'm looking for every shortcut, and this guy is one of these stories. Fought in the Israeli War of Independence when he's a teenager. Comes over here afterward as a teenager, has $15 in his pocket, and works at a gas station and lives in the back until he has enough money to buy it. And he ends up dying the largest oceanfront property owner in Venice Beach, right? Like, I mean, incredible success story, the American dream, all that, super, politically conscious, everything, like just salt of the earth. But this dude worked hard.
Yeah, yeah.
And that was not anything that I was interested in whatsoever. Like, what do you mean work? Why? And that kind of carried on, for a little while too, right? Like, why? It's easy, but when you're 16, 17, 18, money seems easy because you're going to your grandparents, you're going to your cousins, you're going to your aunts, you're going to a few friends. It's not the same as when you're 18 or 20 or 21 and you're kind of out on your own and you actually have to pay bills at a certain time.
Right.
Not worry about having $100 if you want to go out to dinner. It's a different set of responsibilities and circumstances, right? But still, I was not interested in anything that meant hard work. Nothing. Absolutely zero. And this guy was all about it, and now, like, when I talk to kids, it's kind of the message I give them. Hard work is actually the shortcut.
Yeah.
Right. But I didn't know that at the time. I'm the kid who goes to class, hasn't studied at all, and I can still get a B on a final exam just from osmosis of what I heard in class while I'm doodling shit or writing notes to the girl next to me. And then, so I had no thought ever that I'm ever going to have to work hard. Life's just going to be super easy for me in every aspect. And but as time goes by, and you live your life and you have experiences and stuff like that, you realize, wow, this guy is just a role model for what a man is supposed to be. Here's a guy who handles all his responsibilities, never makes an excuse, he always finds a way to keep his word, doesn't take the easy way out even when there is one, to say, oops, sorry, couldn't do it this time. Like, all those little things that he tried to instill in me and my brother, which he did a much better job with my brother at that age. Bart, those are the things that really matter, right? Like, and I learned these things in more crude ways. Like, in prison, I learned, like, people with the workout. There's some people that look for any excuse. Oh, I can't work out today because whatever, yard recall, or this, that. But then there's other guys there. They're a much smaller group that find a way to get it done. Yeah. No matter what. To me, that translates out into the rest of the world. So many of the things that I saw in prison or observed in prison translate out into the real world. And that was just one example of it, and it's, I found that to be very interesting.
Yeah. I was going to say, my wife and I still wake up at like 4 o'clock in the morning. We make our bed. It still looks like you're in that routine, and it's just,
Yeah, I wake up super early, but you know what? When I went in, I was 31, and since then, I've never slept more than 2 hours. Like, even if I don't have to get up to go to the bathroom, I wake up and I'll go right back to sleep. But last year I started cold plunging, and that all changed. I'm getting 5-6 hour blocks of sleep. I don't want to talk about cold plunge because everybody who cold plunges thinks that they're like God with the 10 Commandments and they need to hand that to the next person. But it has been life-changing for me.
So when you graduate high school, what do you do after high school? Do you go to college?
Yeah, I go to boarding school, Cascade School. It's gotten a little notoriety, these types of schools, lately, because Paris Hilton's been bringing attention to them because she's did the Provo Canyon, same kind of schools as she was talking about. Basically, there's rich kids and court orders, and just basically where the parents, couldn't do anything. So I get there in 11th grade, no high school credits. I do 4 years of high school in 2 years, finish honor roll, dean's list, get accepted to Berkeley, and get a academic ride to USC. So here I am.
That sounds like a good ticket to success.
Yeah, and then 1260 SAT score, never studied for it, never took a class. I know the scoring's different now, but back then 1600 was the max.
Right.
1260 SAT score, the whole thing, but really it wasn't intellectually stressful for me to do 4 years of high school in 2 years. Like, didn't even think about honor roll or dean's list. I just saw my name up there when it came up. Like, it was like, hey, I just got to do this because that's what you got to do here, right? And it's one of those schools that's in the wilderness, and they basically said, hey, there's miles and miles of wilderness. There's no fence here. If any of you guys can make it out, you have all the survival skills you need. Yeah, right. So I never tried, but a couple of people tried and they failed. And, it's a bunch of crazy shit there. You have rap sessions every 3 weeks, and you're screaming and yelling at other kids, and kids are lying and making up stories about parental abuse because that's the in clique, right? Like, oh, the more abuse and trauma you've suffered, the more attention and pat on the back you get.
Right.
The concept was all right. The implementation was bad. They didn't realize the whole idea of group counseling works. It's not like works for some people. It's not a bad concept, but in practice, it was very like they didn't realize some of the kids were getting worse, not better. And what I learned there is that I learned if you said the right thing at the right time and the right tone of voice, you could get anything you wanted, and that led me on. I just went lying crazy after that. It was like, wow, this is like a new toy. It's like almost like a credit card, right? Like, what? Just, on crack. Anyway, I get to USC, and I spend half a year there, and then I leave. And I really...
Why did you leave?
I just wasn't for you? I was, rush week comes, and everybody's going crazy about the getting into the Greek houses, and I'm selling weed already, right? So I'm selling weed. I'm going into the sorority houses at 2 a.m, which you're not allowed to do because they're calling me for drugs.
Right.
So I already have access that the Greeks are promising me. So why would I do that? And I never really got into class. I was making good money there, just selling eighths of weed. Like, it doesn't even seem like a crime at the time. You're just like, hey, I'm just providing a service.
Right.
Just justification. The smarter you are, the easier it is to manipulate yourself into justifying your behavior, right? At least that's my opinion.
Right.
And then after 6 months, I left. What was interesting is that I didn't realize, for all my intelligence at the time, I didn't realize that my business was tidally locked to the clientele at USC. So if I'm not there, what am I doing? So I ended up sleeping in the Beverly Center parking lot for 3 nights underneath the ramp between the 4th and the 5th floor. And I have this bag, I burnt out a few friends and a few couches along the way before I get here. I was pretty proud. I didn't want, I wasn't going to go home with my head between my, legs. I wasn't going to go kiss anybody's ass. I call this, like, you see this behavior a lot in people where pride, it makes you do, like, not just dumb things, but things that are counterintuitive, like, that are just not good for you, right? It just puts you in a bad position, and where you cut off people that would help you for no reason other than
your pride. You don't want to do it. You don't want to be embarrassed.
And it can really put me underneath the ramp between the 4th and 5th floor of the Beverly Center parking lot. And I was stashing a bag there and this and that, and on 4th day, this girl Kelly Lynch, who was a nail technician there, decided to take me home to her house in Valencia with her. And I met, through her, now I'm hanging out with her and meeting friends of hers, and I met a gentleman by the name of John Kennedy. Great guy. I'm still friends with him to this day. He was the older dude. He had the whole, thing, big, tall, and, living in Hollywood, hot chicks, money, all the stuff, right? So I immediately migrate to this guy, right? Like, he looks like he's got shit going on. I like that. What's he got going on over here? And so I'm kind of just hanging out with him, and then I remember him telling me some shit about traveler's checks, that they used to counterfeit traveler's checks, and they used to have a stamp, and they used to have this and that. At the same time, my friend Damon Kidwell, he's a graphic designer. He put himself through school at Cal Arts. We went to that boarding school together. That's where we became friends.
Right.
Cascade. So Damon Kidwell calls and he's like, "Oh man, this crazy machine just came in, the Canon color laser copier, So a bunch of us go down there. Kinko's in Santa Monica, a couple blocks from the beach, smoke a joint, go see Damon. Damon's showing us all this stuff you could do with it. Then he heads over to his little section where he's got his computer. I take a bill out of my pocket, put it on the machine and copy it. I look at the copy as it comes out. I call, I talk to Johnny that night when I get home. I'm like, hey, He's like, oh, the stamp, this, that. I'm like, dude, we don't need a stamp. He's like, oh, the ink, it's going to get stuck. I was like, no, we'll do the back first. And so when you're printing the front, the back has a very small amount of ink. And when you're printing the front, the back won't get stuck to the drum. And he's like, really? You think so? I was like, yeah. Next morning, I'm at Wells Fargo in Santa Monica with an eraser mate pen. Remember those? Mm-hmm. And I'm buying traveler's checks. That afternoon, I'm at the place where you buy the Kelly paper. They were over there, I think, on Olympic over by the Bundy area. I go in there, there's every kind of paper, so I got these traveler's checks out in one hand. I'm testing all these papers, 20-pound paper, 25-pound paper, 40-pound paper. Then finally I sell on the 20-pound paper. So I get the paper and I get these clear plastic Mylar thing, that they use for presentations that they write on for the projector. So I buy a bunch of those. I get a ruler. I line up the checks on the clear paper, 1, 2, 3, right? Copy the backside first, flip them over 100, same paper, flip it over, and then copy the front side. And X-Acto knife, and boom, we were rich. $30,000 for every 100 pages you make. Obviously, this then rapidly expanded into $500 checks,
right.
$1,000 checks, and you're going to like Good Guys or Circuit City at that time to buy a TV, and you use a traveler's check. Guess what they put on the receipt?
Cash. So you bring it back to another one.
You bring it back to another one. So, but not only that, like let's say you got $1,000 traveler's check or $2,000 traveler's check, and you spend $1,200. They're giving you $800 in cash right there on the spot in change.
Nice.
And now you've got the cash receipt to go return the show. Obviously, you end up with clothes, TV. I mean, just everything you can imagine. We got this house up Nichols Canyon and in the Hollywood Hills. Everything's going great.
I was going to say, how long does that last until the businesses around there start to figure it out and go, wait a second?
Well, bro, longer than you'd think. And It wasn't from the businesses that we got in trouble. It was from informants. And actually, I did get arrested at IKEA. We'd been to IKEA the day before, and I was there casing out another IKEA. And I told the guy I was with, this dude, Chris, I was like, do not use any checks here. Right? Like we're just casing this out because they had like 30 checkout lanes. So when you hit an IKEA, right, you got to know exactly what you want. You got to have it laid out because you want to get through 4 or 5 checkout lanes yourself, right? Like with full load carts, and then you have the stuff that you pick up from behind. You get a receipt, this and that, and we got the U-Haul trucks out there, and we'd go to IKEA and pull 3 U-Haul trucks worth of shit out of there, right? And you're getting change every time you spend. So you're leaving IKEA with like 10 grand in cash in your pocket, and $100 grand worth of furniture, brand new. Right. I mean, and so we were like staking it out. I was like, don't use any checks. And sure enough, the uses a check and there's an undercover cop because they'd been alerted to what had happened before. And that was the first one. Anyway, down to county jail. That was a eye-opening experience. And that was the first real actually the first real bust happened in 7th grade at Culver Junior High. I left Hillel Hebrew Academy 6th grade, and this kid stole my Pac-Man hat, which I got from my AYSO soccer team. And Pac-Man had just come out, him and his 2 friends, and threw me in the trash can and everything. Anyway, I grabbed one of my dad's guns, and I got my hat back the next day. So that was my first brought a gun to school. Probably not a good thing, but I did get my hat back, and I thought that was important at the time. And so that was a success by that metric, anyway. And I end up in, Culver City Police Department, and my dad and grandmother and everybody, they make some kind of deal where it's not gonna, I'm not gonna get official arrest if I go to UCLA's Neuropsychiatric Institute. And so that was pretty interesting.
So then you get arrested then later at IKEA.
Yeah, and this is years and years later.
Now you're printed and everything.
Yeah, now I'm printed and everything. I'm off to the county, 9,500, war zone.
Right.
And I have no experience. Like, I'm doing stupid shit, but it's not like I grew up on the street. I didn't grow up, like, I got no experience with the county jail or youth authority. I had none of, and man, if you don't know what the is going on, you walk into LA County the first time, it's a war zone. I was smart enough to not talk.
Right.
Right. Like, I think, I don't know if I want to, if we're being honest, was I smart or scared? I don't know, but whatever combination of that it was, I just kept my mouth shut. And it's kind of funny because, like I was telling you last night, that's the same advice when people ask me, hey, yeah, my kid's going to prison. I'm going to prison. What do I need to do? And I always tell people, I'm going to tell you exactly what you need to do, but you're not going to be able to do it.
Right.
And they go, well, what is it? And I'm like, just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah.
You don't need to know what time lunch is. If you know lunch is in an hour and a half, is it going to come any faster? No. You don't need to know what day laundry is because you don't need to know. When it's there, you'll see everybody carrying their laundry bags to the laundry or putting their bags in a cart. You don't need to know what time anything is because if you're not asking those questions, then nobody has a read on you. But if you are asking those questions, then everybody knows you've never been here before.
Right.
Well, that puts you in path of least resistance category, because criminal mentality is about path of least resistance, at least as people believe they've identified it, right? Like, so if you've never been there before, it's much more likely that you can get taxed, you can get, run over, right? So especially, in a penitentiary situation or a medium situation, a low in a camp, you could probably get by with very little. Right. In foreknowledge or planning. But, you're going in to do a bid or probably in the state. It's worse. I've never been in a state prison other than the county, but I'm sure it's the same kind of thing. You identify yourself as a fish who has no knowledge. That means, okay, you've never been to prison before. You're probably not.
You're putting yourself in that victim cat. Like,
yeah, you're definitely you're definitely in the set of slides that are going to go under the microscope. Right? Like, they're definitely going to investigate this, and you're a potential mark at that point. And really, all you got to do is shut the up. Everything everything that happens in prison, you don't need to have foreknowledge of it as far as scheduled activities. The door's going to open. Everybody's going to head to the cafeteria. That's when it's time to eat.
Right.
Right? Same thing. They bring the cart. Everybody's throwing a laundry bag in the cart. Hey, it's probably time to do your laundry.
So what happens? You get arrested. You're in the jail. Do you get out? Do you bond out? Like,
at first, no. They held me without bail. Because there's 12 different states that these checks have been passed in now. The feds are interested in a
you've been busy
case. Yeah. So, because then I started selling them. Really what happened is when I found out later, when I got the discoveries, I started selling the checks for like 20 cents on the dollar. Right. Because it was just easier, right? But that was a huge mistake because these dudes are getting busted and kind of ratting. So they had background already. Yeah. Even that this IKEA thing happened, it was because of all those people who were being informants that got caught with these things, that they had the actual case and were actually on it, right? So, anyway, LA County, when you go to court, right, it's not like you come back to your cell. At that time, you had to process all the way through 9,500 through the fishbowl again, the 9,000 floor. So then you had, everybody says 9,500, but it could have been 9,000, 9,100, 9,200. They just mean the 9,000 floor. That's the fishbowl. So you got to process through all that again every time you leave, right? So they call me for court one day, and I'm like, what the I don't have court. This is I finally, got in a cell. Like, back in LA County in that time, you'd have a 3 or 4 man cell, and there's a phone in the cell, and like you have your own little sense of like a cocoon, a little bit of safety, right? You feel a little bit. Doors are closed. You got a phone right next to you. It just you feel a little better than just out in the mainline traffic when you haven't been there before. So I get to court, and Chris's lawyer, John Rance, who's a great guy out of Orange County, he's like, hey, well, I was like, bro, I don't have court. What the am I doing? And he's like, listen, just shut the up and don't say anything. And we walk out to court, and it's not the normal prosecutor. You could tell it's a kid, right? Like, who's green behind the ears. And I get bail. I'm out on bail that afternoon. And turns out the regular prosecutor was out.
Right. And he convinced this young kid that doesn't know any better.
This young kid, he told him, hey, like, I'm doing you a favor, right? Like, here, we'll set bail high on this one, right? Because, I mean.
Where the original prosecutor was like, no bail.
No bail,
No high bail, no bail.
So he told this dude, hey, no problem, we're going to get bail. Like, he, Jedi mind tricked him, basically. Yeah. Hey, we're going to get bail, but I'm going to do you a favor. Let it be 100. We'll have a high bail for you, so it looks like you got to win. And the dude's like, okay, great. Right? So anyway, we're out. I go see the lawyer, and he tells me, he's like, listen, I can't advise you this, but if you weren't here, my job would be a lot easier.
Right.
I was like, okay. I go to student union at UCLA. I buy your rail pass, 3 months, first class pass, so I could take any train anywhere in Europe. Dude, I'm gone. I'm in Europe with a backpack, having a great time, running through Europe. It's summer and this and that and everything. And, then money runs out, obviously. Then the tension between me and mom starts, right? And all the friends that had promised me, hey, they're going to send me this, or we're going to do this, or we're going to do that. None of them came through with anything. Maybe a couple $100 here and there, but, we're going to do this jeans business. Back then the 501 used was like really big money. And anyway, taxes in Greece were huge. So, I had it worked out. If you send me 30 pairs of jeans a month, the profit that I can make on that just by keeping the tax money myself,
right,
is huge. Right. And so, but you know how it is. People make commitments. Sometimes we make commitments and we don't understand how much somebody else is relying on those.
Right.
And many times people come up short, and anyway, that's just what happened. And so then, anyway, at the same time, mom's sending me a little bit of money here and there. I'm kind of surviving in Greece. And then the lawyer calls and he says, okay, I got a deal for you. It's a year. The 12 other states have agreed to what's called a PPT. They'll agree to sentence you to whatever California sentences you to. That, and we're going to plead you guilty to a couple extra charges, uttering and possessing of fraudulent securities, which will create a double jeopardy issue for the feds. But, you have to get through the border. You have to show up to court. You can't get arrested.
But aren't they looking for you?
Yeah. So I fly into Vancouver and, make it across the border, and I get to court. And sure. And so now the regular prosecutor has told this kid, you, this is your case now. You made this mess. Da, da, da. So now my lawyer's gone back to him and said, hey, I'll get him back for you.
Right.
And we'll plead him guilty to a couple extra charges so it looks good for you.
Right.
Right. And I'll get him back. So let's just do a deal and and this kid prosecutor's like, oh, you're going to get him anything. Yeah. Like this is the biggest mess in his life. What he didn't realize is that the extra charges that he got on me were the charges that the feds were going to use.
Right. So now they can't indict you.
Yeah. So now I'm out of the 12. I get the year in the county jail. And on day 65, I hit the lottery. What's the lottery in LA County Jail? Because of overcrowding and everything back then, is they'd start reading off a bunch of booking numbers in the middle of the night at midnight. Could be 10, could be 100, could be 300. And that's the lottery. If your name is one of those people, you're getting out. So back then you were doing 4 months and 20 days on a year. I did 65 days total because I hit the lottery, got the county parole, and I was out. And then I was on informal probation. I don't even remember meeting a probation officer. I don't remember filling out a form. Didn't do anything back then. No drug testing, no nothing. And
how old were you?
Then I was early 20s. I would have to say mid-20s.
Okay.
Mid-20s. This happened after, I had a bigger moment, a personal moment, where we used to go to the Rainbow every Sunday night.
What's that?
It's on Sunset. It's like a Rainbow Bar and Grill. It's like part of that whole rock and roll thing. So they have a little outside area. We used to smoke weed out there on Sundays, and we'd be there all the time. And there was this guy, Mario, who owned it. Great guy, former marshal out of Chicago. with that whole Anthony Pellicano crew, right? From back in the day when they were all coming out of Chicago. They were all U.S. Marshals before he became a famous PI. So anyway, I didn't know Anthony at the time that I met Mario, obviously. Obviously, I met him later and put that all together. But so my friends go inside to use the bathroom. At that point in time in my life, like I mentioned to you, I went lying crazy. As smart as I thought I was, I had this huge level of insecurity, just massive. So I was telling the stupidest lies about the stupidest shit. And anyway, I see Mario. Anyway, I wasn't the kind of kid or man at that point who all your friends could leave the table and I'm going to sit there by myself. So I got up and I, following them in, and Mario's there, and I kind of slap him on the back, and I said something about one of the girls that we were with, and Mario turns to me and he looks at me and he goes, I never liked you. You're no good. You're a liar. Your friends laugh at the lies that you tell behind your back. Da 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 da. I'm like totally taken back. This is a guy like I kind of look up to. I think I'm cool. I just put my hand on his back. Like this is up for me on multiple levels, not to mention the fact that he hit bullseye dead bang, right? Like, so you got all that going, and there's this pause, right? And then he looks at me and he says, but your friends still like you. Imagine what you could be if they could trust you. Dude, this me up for like the next 3 months. I couldn't think of anything else. Anything. Like, I didn't change anything, mind you, but it was something like that just weighed super heavy on me. One, because it was 100% true. And two, it was really kind of the first time that I had an insight into myself. Right. That wasn't generated by somebody else or wasn't somebody telling me something. Like I had my own clear insight. And it wasn't really, I guess clear is not one, but I figured out kind of a hack for myself. And I understood, wait, I got to stop this. I also understood that sometimes I was lying when I wasn't even thinking about it. And I realized that if the one thing I hated more than being irrelevant was being humiliated. So after 3 months, I call this girl Nancy, and I say, "Hey, Nancy." She's like, "Hey." She's like, "How you doing?" I was like, "Fine. Remember when I saw you at the club last week?" She's like, "Yeah." I was like, "I just want you to know that I lied to the two guys I was with and told them I banged you." Oh my God. Humiliation. Right. It took 2 years. But that's how I broke that habit, is I would force myself into humiliation because I hated that more. Right. Right. Like I still hadn't come to grips with the fact that I had an insecurity problem. I still hadn't come to grips with the thing, but it was, it was an insight. It wasn't a full insight, but it was the first time. And later on in my life, because of that, I was able to have deeper and deeper insights into myself, why I did the things I did, and understanding the difference between me justifying them to the rest of the world and lying to myself that actually that's cool, right? There's a huge difference in that. And those things started to come from there. And that's where it started, where I really started looking at my behavior and why I did the things that I did. Because at this point, I also realized, I'm like, I don't have a job. I don't really have any job prospects. I'm hustling, I'm scamming, I'm, popping mailboxes, credit cards, the traveler's check thing, like I told you, like those were the things that were going on in my life. I was like, why am I doing that? Why aren't I doing this? I'm looking at friends of mine from high school or college who are like suit and tie every day and seem like they have the things that I want, right? But I wasn't ready to accept the fact that, the reason why I was what I was is because of a very big insecurity problem. And until I was able to, and that's where I started to get a grip on it. Anyway, within 3-4 years from there, you're talking early mid-20s, things started changing. And by the time I was 26, 27, actually things that Mario had told me were true. People thought I was smart. So they'd come to me with problems, or they'd come to me with their businesses, or they'd come to me with what you call deal flow now, which I didn't know the name for it then, because they trusted me as far as my brains went, right? And the ideas that I might have. So that also is information. You know what other people are doing and how other people are doing that. And then 27, I end up business. But if these things hadn't happened in my early 20s and hadn't straightened me out to where my word had to mean something, then I probably would have been dead as the end result of my foray into drug trafficking rather than into prison. And, if those things hadn't have changed by that point, you can't, when it's one thing you're selling a gram on the street corner, and you lie, and there's only 0.8 of a gram in there.
Right.
It's another thing when you're international drug trafficking doing real $1 million dope deals, and you're lying. You're expected to hold up your end of the business, and if there's a problem, you've got to be the first one to let everybody else know. And you certainly don't color it in any way, shape, or form. It's just the facts. Otherwise, you got a huge problem. So when I look back on all that and then the lead up into getting into the drug business, I find that fascinating because, all I have is myself to judge it against. But self-realization has been a central key throughout my life and the different evolutions that I've been through.
Okay. So how did the ecstasy thing start? Like, what's the introduction to that?
Hey, real quick, just wanted to let you guys know that we're looking for guests for the podcast. If you think you'd be a good guest or you know somebody, do me a favor. You can fill out the form. The link is in our description box, or you can just email me directly. Email is in the description box. So back to the video.
Yeah, so there was this cousin and two cousins that I knew through a friend of mine, and they were like, "Hey, I want to."
Your two cousins?
No,
or just they were
two cousins, and they were like they were muling, body carrying, 5,000-10,000 pills
from where?
From Amsterdam. They were going to Amsterdam, and they were doing it for somebody.
Is it legal in Amsterdam? Or were they just somebody was manufacturing it there? And
that's the funny thing about everybody thought, and I thought too, that they manufacture the shit in Amsterdam and Belgium and all these things. No, that's not what happens. What happens is actually the Chinese, they make this oil. And what happens in all those places in Belgium and the Netherlands is a refining process. You're just crystallizing, adding bonding agent, and pill pressing. Right? Like it's not, they're not actually cooking from scratch there. And the reason for that is that when the Soviet Union fell, you ended up with all these chemists who were no longer paid by the state. Right.
So now they're driving taxis, and they got no way to make that kind of money. And
but a lot of them ended up doing this type of shit. Right? Like But they weren't, they knew that they could order certain chemical compounds out of China, just like all the ephedrine comes out of there, all the fentanyl comes out of there. Right. People who think that the fentanyl crisis is a fentanyl crisis don't understand what's really happening. The Chinese, the Asian mentality, they think a long way in the past and they think much further in the future. And if you look back to the opium wars and what round eyes or guaylo, what they call us, they don't distinguish between English and American, right? Did to them and forced them to make opium legal and addict their population. They feel justified. It's a terrorist attack.
Right.
You do not, number one rule of dope dealing, do not kill the customer. It's a lifetime revenue stream. You do not kill the customer, right? So people say, well, it's the dealers doing it. And I was like, well, if the dealers were killing the customers, the cartels would be killing them. Yeah. I said, so who can afford to pay a Mexican drug cartel to kill its own customers? Because that's what's happening.
Right.
And there's only two places in the world that have that kind of money, Asia and the Middle East. The Middle East, that's not their style. That's not their export, right? But for China, it absolutely certainly is. And that's what it is. There's no other way to explain it. But again, I believe the government doesn't want to create panic, so they're lying about it. But all the fentanyl comes out of China. In fact, now there's 4 fentanyl factories in Syria.
Right. Yeah, we just did a whole podcast on fentanyl.
All of our enemies are making this stuff to flood us with it. There's other countries don't have this problem. If it's just by accident, why is it here?
Well, that's what Fidel Castro said was the easiest way to weaken America's resolve is through drugs.
So back to so anyway, they were packing, and I had a dude who could get them pills. Right, so they came to me. I'm like, dude, I'll hook you up with my guy. I'll get you pills. Da, da, da. And I was just like, cool. I'm always been like, hey, let's do the transaction. Right? Everybody's always worried about chopping up the pie before there's a pie. Right. And everybody's killing it with these insane margins, just like in anything you see in the weapons industry and PPE and any free for all situation. The low level people stop transactions from happening just because they kill the deal. Everybody thinks they're going to get a beach house off every transaction, right? It's drugs is a volume business. No different than selling paper clips. It's a volume business. That's why the money's there. It's not, you don't make $1 million off one, until you get to that size, right? So I hooked them up and I was like, look, here's my guy. Go over there, hook them up. Anyway, they go over there, they buy 30,000 pills, and they come back, and they want me to sell them for them. And I'm like, well, what are you guys giving me for the hookup? Well, we're going to let you sell them. So, all right, there's money on the table. I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. I can sell them. I can make a couple bucks on each, so I make some money, right? And that's now the thing is floating around in my head. Then this guy, Judah Hertz, calls me. He's a big property developer down in South Beach. Ike Gamble, Sonny Khan, they're basically the ones who turned that whole condo conversion thing in the 80s. That was they made a killing. Anyway, he's got this building at, I think it was 13499 Biscayne Boulevard. It was called Sailboat K. He's got a hard money loan on it from Yale Mortgage, some crazy amount of money, like millions of dollars. And he's like, look, it's the project's going to crash. Fly to Miami. I'll put the building in your name, collect the rents, rent out all the vacant units, collect the rents, don't pay the mortgage. I'll give you $100,000 for burning your credit. Basically, that was the offer. So anyway, I get out there and I'm looking into all that, and I found a Venezuelan guy, Mauricio Vivas, and he said, I'll buy. So the law in Florida at that time was once you've sold a certain amount of units in a condo conversion, then the developer has to start paying the HOA for the unsold units, because now you've got people who bought, they're paying in the HOA. It's not fair that everybody's not paying in. So the developer would have to pay the HOA fees for the unsold units once you hit a certain percentage of sales. So that was also in play right here, right? And so I found this guy, Mauricio Vivas. He wants to buy the remaining 97 units. And he's going to cash them out, so there's going to be no need for bankruptcy, nothing, right? Like, everything's cool. And I hook him up with Judah, and they have a problem. It's this successor developer thing, right? So I start reading. I asked this lawyer, Rob Bollinger, who was like one of Judah's younger lawyers. Like, he had older lawyers, but this was a younger guy who worked in their office. So I used to hang out with him, and I asked him, I'm like, dude, where's the successor developer, like, subchapter? Send me the stuff. Let me read it. And back then there wasn't like computers and internet. So he's like, bro, you come to my office, you can read the books. You know what I mean? Like, so I went in there and I read it, and I was like, so wait, if this dude if there's 91 units and he makes a bunch of corporations and only takes 5 units per corporation, he doesn't become the successor developer because he doesn't own enough units to be that, even right. That each it
doesn't appear that he owns. Yeah,
found the loophole, right? I did, not the lawyers, not anybody, from an afternoon in Rob Bollinger's office. Anyway, he goes back to LA, they make a deal, he's buying the units, and Judah totally me. He gives me nothing, and he tells Mauricio after they've already made a deal, oh, you got to take care of Lewis. So I got no leverage. The deal's already made. Mauricio, to his credit, is like, look, here, I'm going to give you 100, and I'll give you, $1,000 every time I sell a 1-bedroom and $1,400 every time I sell a 2-bedroom, right? And on the closing statement, I totally paperwork, everything, right? Gave me a lien, everything. So I was cool. He's actually a great guy.
Right.
So anyway, I did all that and ended up buying a Porsche Carrera 2, drive back from Miami to LA, stopping at every strip club I could. Took 3 weeks, had a great time. And I'm back in LA, and the kid Omar calls me, who I'd hooked up with the 2 cousins.
Okay.
He calls me and he says, "What are you doing this summer?" And I was like, "Dude, I don't know." He's like, "Bro, come to Saint-Tropez." And I'm like, off, I'm never going to Saint-Tropez. All I'd heard about is Saint-Tropez is $80 for a bottle of water. Go yourself, dude. Right. If anything, let's go to the Greek islands where it's cheap, you know? And he's like, no. Bring some of the, because he'd met me out in LA, right? He's like, bring some of the girls you introduced me to in LA. And I'm like, dude, I'm not a pimp. I can't promise you that any of these chicks are going to you. And he's like, no, just bring some hot chicks and just, you don't them. But we got a house, you have a car, and you can any other chick you meet, right?
Okay.
I'm thinking to myself, God, these dudes are retarded. How do they know I didn't them on the plane on the way over? Like, what do they care? Actually, that was always a funny thing to me, that guys would worry about what a girl had done before they'd even met her.
Right.
Right? Like, I always found that to be like retarded.
Right.
And kind of their problem. If your dick doesn't get hard when there's a hot chick in front of you, that's not her fault. That's your fault.
Right.
So that's just a huge thing that, you know, the whole men thing and the girls and all that, right? Anyway, so I go, okay, we go to Saint-Tropez, he gets his tickets, we get everything, we're there. These guys had a beautiful house. I got a red Porsche convertible that I'm driving around in Saint-Tropez. $500 in my pocket, right? Because I've blown all the, you know, I'm getting money monthly or every time he sells a unit from closing, but the bulk money, I bought a Porsche. I spent, 10, 12 grand on strippers driving across country, hotels. It was cheaper then. Obviously now it'd be a lot more expensive. And then, so I'm there, I'm having a great time. We're going out every night, bottles, spraying champagne. This is before anybody even knew any of that type of shit was happening here. This is in 1996. And great time. Anyway, guys are coming up to me. There's loaded people there that I just I'd seen rich people before, but not condensed in this kind of space where everybody's showing off and everybody's got money and everybody's got cars and champagne is crazy. And, at the bill at the end of the night, there's no bill. When you ask for the bill, the waiter just takes out a pad and writes down a number and hands it to you. Nobody argues. So I'm looking at this shit all happening, right? And guys are coming up to me like, hey, this one wants to meet you, that one wants to meet you, whatever, This dude comes up to me and he says, hey, the sheikh wants to meet you. Now, I'm like, okay, I'm a Jewish kid. I'm in Saint-Tropez. If the sheikh wants to meet me, great. So I go up to him and he brings me over to the table. He's like, hey, you want a drink? And I was like, sure. I ordered a vodka cranberry. And they all start laughing at me. That was the last vodka cranberry I ever ordered, by the way. They're like, that's a girl drink, have some whiskey like a man. So, he pours me a glass of whiskey and I'm like, slam the whole thing, right? Because now my manhood's been challenged, And he's sitting there, he's like, why don't you bring the girls over here? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, oh, everybody knows those girls, are following you around and da-da-da-da and this and that, right? It was Brooke Mueller, the girl who married Charlie Sheen. Okay. Janelle Bennett, the Visine Eye girl that used to do the commercials, this thing. And then, and another girl who wasn't famous, but nice girl. But they made a scene, right? And so I'm like, dude, what kind of person do you think I am? He's like, what do you mean? I was like, bro, they're taking good care of me. Why would I, even if what you're saying is true, why would I over those people who are, oh, we didn't mean it like that, da-da-da. I got up and left.
Right.
So his little minions followed me around for a couple of days, right? And he's like, well, how about this? How about if after you're done in Saint-Tropez, you come to London and meet us there? And then you're not doing anything wrong. Just stop on your way home.
And what are
We'll
they
get
saying?
you
Like,
tickets."
and bring the girls?
Yeah.
Like, what is it? I don't
So I tell the
like, they
girls.
can't get girls? Like, you can't, like.
Well, if you look at pictures of them
Yeah.
from back then, right, dude, there was a lot of hot chicks, but
Right.
actually, these girls were 18 and 19. We were all young at the time, and top flight, right? And more importantly for them, they hadn't been on that hooker circuit because that circuit is constantly replenished with fresh talent,
Right.
But people know, like, they want to bang somebody that none of their friends has banged,
Right.
like that's their ultimate status, right? Like that's their thing. So anyway, I asked the girls, I'm like, "Hey, you guys want to go to London, this, that, the other thing, right?" They're like, "Hey." And I'm like, they're like, "Well, what's the deal?" I was like, "Listen, these dudes over there, they got money, I don't know what the deal is, but if there's any problem, we'll just take off. Like, and I don't care, whatever you guys want to do." And they're like, "Oh, it, let's go. We're having a great time, da-da-da, they're having fun." So I tell this little minion, I'm like, "Cool, yeah, we'll do it. We'll come." He's like, "Okay." The next day, I see him, and he brings me an envelope. It was like 50,000 French francs or something, right? I don't even know. Like, I think the exchange was like 3 or 4 to 1 at that time, right? So probably around 10, 12, 15 grand. And enough to buy tickets. And he says, "Okay, we'll be at the Dorchester Hotel at Mayfair. Just, come." And so a few days later, we get there. We get to the front desk, "Hey, da-da-da, Louis Ziskin," and he, "Oh, we don't have anything." I'm like, "Oh, we're supposed to meet Rashid Al-Habtour." All of a sudden, their whole thing changed. "Oh, you're his friends coming from south of France." Yeah, we got 4 big, beautiful rooms, da-da-da. Rashid shows up a couple days later, right? We have a great time, treated us just amazing. Girls had a great time. Shopping, everything. It was none of the nightmare stories that you hear about, right? Like, which I was kind of on guard for because I didn't want anything bad to happen to anybody. No nightmare stories, no forcing, no rapes, no druggings, just a bunch of fun, clubs, restaurants, out. Anyway, but they're bored of those girls after a week, right? So they're like, "Hey, you got any other chicks, this and that, da, da, da." So I bring out a couple other, called a couple other girls I knew, and then they start coming out, and then they go back. Now, I'm not involved in any transaction.
Right.
I'm not making any pimp money. To me, that was just like, "Hey, wait a second," like that wasn't my thing, right? And what I didn't realize at the time is because of that, the Arabs treated me as a friend rather than an employee. I didn't understand the significance of the fact that I was eating dinner at the table with them rather than one of the other tables for their, less close associates or security or anybody else. I didn't realize the significance of them taking me, to Giorgio Armani, this and that, right? I was hanging out with them, not
Right.
being funded by them through a third party as if I would have been an employee or something. So anyway, now the girls start going back, and because I'm not taking any money, they're telling their girlfriends, "Oh my God, Louis ain't taking any money." Like, I really didn't even know that transactions were happening at the very beginning, right? Like, but now I got these chicks marketing for me, basically, right? I can't take credit for it because that wasn't the plan,
Right.
But that's just what happened. And so then after a couple months of being in London, Rashid said, "Why don't you come to Dubai?" I said, "Okay, great, dude." He's like, he says, "What are you doing?" I was like, "Oh, I got no plans. I got to go home. I'm running out of money, this, that, the other thing," right? It was no point in trying to act like Big Willie
Right.
with dudes like that, right? Like, it's just retarded. And he's like, "Oh, what are you doing? What are you doing for work?" This is the first time we're having like a life discussion about me, right? And I'm like, I really got nothing going on. I just did this condo thing. Maybe I'll get back in real estate, but whatever. I gotta get home. He's like, "Listen, man, I'm going home for Ramadan. Why don't you stay here in London for the next month as my guest? I'll leave a couple of my guys here with you. Just go out, meet girls, get a list, and so for next time we're in London, and after Ramadan, I'll fly you into Dubai." Okay. Stay in London, stay at the Dorchester, out every night. I got a dude with a briefcase of cash following me around everywhere I go. But I'm not going shopping. I'm not like, yeah, we're going out to the clubs and we're meeting chicks, like the instructions, right? Like, but I wasn't doing anything stupid with their money. I didn't realize, I also wasn't clear how much access I had to that briefcase. Right. But it was there all the time, and it covered everything that we did for the next month. And the next thing you know, I'm on a plane, Emirates Airlines, first class to Dubai. I land in Dubai, and it says on the landing card, religion at that time. I put Jewish. I get to customs, and they stop me. They say, wait over there. There's a payphone over there. I got to call, like I'm so broke. I've got to call home collect to get them to call Rashid. Like I didn't even have the amount of money for a payphone, right? To get them to call Rashid. Next thing I know, I'm being whisked out, like back the way I came. I think, oh shit, something's wrong. I get into a car and I'm driven out of the airport to the Metropolitan Hotel, which they owned. Right? Get in there, great suite, chick, bath, blowjob, treated like amazing. Nobody ever treated me like that before. I'm like, wow, this is great. You're Jewish, you're thinking you're going to an Arab country, you're like a little bit scared, like, hey, because you just hear the bullshit. But even back then, 1996, 97, bro, treated me amazing. Never been extended like that kind of welcome. Right. Later when, I had a little bit of a name or I was a big drug trafficker or whatever, people went out of their way to kiss my ass. But this was just their Arabian hospitality. Right. And then there's a knock on the door. It's the dude from customs. And he's standing there with my bags. I don't even realize that I didn't have my passport. He still had my passport. He's staying there with my bags and passport and apologizing to me. And I was like, wow, these dudes are really somebody. Right. So then you find out, like, Al Habtoor Construction builds all those big buildings. Like they have, Rolls Royce, Aston Martin, Bentley. They have the licensing for it. Metropolitan Hotels, they have licensing for it. The dad, Khalifa Al Habtoor, runs the Dubai National Investment Corporation. This was not just a rich Arab family. This was like, these dudes were real players. And I meet the brothers and Rashid Mohammed Al Habtoor. Then they had a younger brother. Also meet the dad. They just treated me like amazing and had a great time over there. And then I end up back in London. Now I'm back in London without Rashid on my way home, and I bump into Omar, the dude I gave the connect to the two cousins to. He takes me to a party. We're at a party, and they're passing around yellow. Now I'm a little bit feeling myself because I've just been living the Arab billionaire life for the last 3 months, right? So I'm talking shit, I'm doing this and that, and I'm like... Yellow means shitty cocaine. Oh, okay. Yeah. And I'm like, dude, you guys are supposed to be running shit. What the is this, dude? This is what? And these two Asian brothers look at me like, oh, well, you taking the piss, mate. You can do better. I'm like, yeah, of course I can. I'm from LA. I don't even have a connection, right? Of course. Anyway, I get back to LA. I go to Rexall. I buy a little fire truck for that kids play with, a fire truck, and about this big in the box, and a police car. I get a kilo. I cut it in half. I open up the cars. I stuff it in there. I put them back together in the boxes. And I had another friend who had met in London who I knew was going to be in Jamaica at that time. And she had a full-service building on Abbey Road, actually very close to the famous studio. And I knew she's out of town. So I sent it there without telling her, nothing. Right. She's not there. It's not in her name, but I sent it there, right? And that's how it started. And it really, for me, started first was, and that became the answer to a very severe problem. The problem being, if you're sending to London and you're getting paid in English pounds, how do you get those English pounds back to America? And then how do you change them into greenbacks? Because the Mexicans weren't this is before Eurodollar. Mexicans weren't taking anything but dollars for. So now you got money from, and you've got two problems you got to solve. So the really came in because it was floating around the back of my mind as the solution to that problem. One, no free felonies, right? Like that's shit. Criminal 101. The first thing they should teach you is friends don't ask friends for free felonies.
Right.
You don't do free felonies, right? That's number. So if I'm smuggling cash back, I could lose it just as easy as I can lose anything else, right? So that's a free felony. Well, if I bring it back, then I'm making money on that risk.
Right.
And then when I sell that, I'm getting paid in dollars. So it solved two problems with one stone. And so everybody thinks it was actually a case and it helped us launder the money. It was more cocaine, right? Like, and then, it just boomed exponentially. I mean, there was a few hiccups in the beginning. One of them was, I was losing a bunch of going there.
They're just catching it, and they're catching it going through customs.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because I wasn't educated enough. I couldn't tell if it was excise, if it was customs, if they were I just thought they caught the shit. Like I didn't have the education yet to break down their processes and where it might have up, but that came in relatively quickly. Anyway, I end up with debt. I'm $600,000 in debt. I know I've got a working business. It's a little different than when you go out and you're looking for money for a business and then you hope it's going to work. Like I'd already seen the other side. I know this works. I know people will buy the X. I know all these things, right? So like why I'm so comfortable getting in so deep is it's not an unknown on the other side of the money, right? And anyway, I'm in $600,000 in debt. The connect comes and he's like, hey, what's the problem?
Where's my money?
And actually they came by my house and I was like, look, I don't have the money. I'm not going to have it. I'm thinking I'm going to have to tell the dude about my business and he's going to want a piece. And I'm like really butthurt about all that, right? And anyway, so.
And this is who, cartel or who's?
He said he was cartel. He many years later, he turned out to be a rat. Like I got in a huge fight with him like 2 years later, threw him out of the house. And my friend was like, you can't do that. He's cartel. I'm like, him, dude, if he's not a rat, the way he's talking all of a sudden, because when he would come around, the way he talked and the way he acted had totally changed. I'm like, this dude's been busted, bro. Like 40-year-old men don't just change their idiomatic expression like that over night, and certainly don't start clearly articulating shit that they used to obfuscate in conversations, right? I mean, pretty easy. I threw him out of the house. My boy Simon's like, wow, what the that's an interesting story too, part of this. Simon. So anyway, he I'm like, hey, listen, he's like, are you getting ripped off? Are you getting this? Tell us, we'll help you.
Right.
And I was like, no, I've been sending the shit to London and it's been getting caught.
Right.
And he's like, what? You're sending the shit on the front that I fronted you? Like, he doesn't want a piece of my business. He's like, that's how misguided my thoughts were. I was thinking, oh, this guy's going to want a piece of my business. That's what I worry. He's pissed, period, that I'm double fronting his shit, right? So he's actually pretty decent at that point in time. And he's like, look, man, you don't run. You're here, this, that, here. Here's 20 of them. And I'm like, okay. He's like, bring me back every dollar. We're going to give you a discount. We're going to cut out money for your expenses and living, and we're going to work this off.
Okay.
Before that, he says, well, what do you want me to do here? And I was like, give me 10 more. And everybody's shocked, like that was I could see the tension in the room rise. Dude smacks me across the face. What the is wrong with you? Who do you think you're talking to? Da, da, da. Right? And anyway, a little bit more talking, and then he says, okay, I'm going to give you some things. You're not going to send them. You're going to bring back every dollar. We'll get you a discount, and along the way, we'll cut out your living expenses so that you can, you need to have a house and food and a car. Nobody's trying to take that away from me. They actually treated me better than I might have treated somebody years later.
I've always heard that, if you up or you've lost, like their first notion is not to kill you. Your first notion is, how can we fix this?
Yeah.
Like they want it fixed because they're businessmen. Killing doesn't help them in any way,
Yeah.
other than maybe teaching a lesson, and everybody's already scared, so it doesn't matter. Right. It's stupid. So first they're going to say, how can we work this off?
Yeah. And what the key that they're looking for is that they don't have to chase you down.
Right.
If they have to chase you down, it's a very high percentage they're just going to whack you.
Yeah.
Right. If they don't have to chase you down, to them, that's like the Asian way of saying you have face, you have a little bit of honor, like, that you're not running away. Right. Like, so that's if you do that, if you just man up, if you answer the phone, and I think this is a good thing in general, right? If you owe somebody money on Friday and it's Monday and you're not going to have it, you can string that out and you can avoid the phone calls and you can do whatever. Or you could call that person on Monday and say, hey, this is up.
Yeah.
This is what it is. I don't owe you until Friday, but I know that already now that I'm not going to have it. Well, 9 out of 10 times when you treat people like that, at least in my experience, they work on something with you so that by Friday, you're halfway back to being even, rather than waiting till Friday and avoiding somebody for months and then still having this huge debt. I find, like, in my experience anyway, that has just worked better.
Yeah.
Right?
I've had hard money guys where I knew I owed them money. I didn't have a deal, didn't close, and for whatever the reason was. And I just called them up and said, look, man, I'm not going to have, I know said I was going to have your payment and probably be able to pay you off or whatever it was, but I'm not going to have it. And here's why. This deal didn't close. And they've actually, because I had paid so well in the past and been so transparent in the past, the guy was like, listen, how much do you need? I'm like 30 grand to finish. And he goes, well, let's just amend the contract. Come get the 30 grand. I know you're good for it, but because I'd been paying for so long. And so I was like, that didn't even occur to me. And then I show up, he gets me a check, cashier. I got a check for 30 grand. We amend the mortgage. He files it. He says, we're good. I get the job done. 2 weeks later, he gets his check for the whole thing. But yeah, had I not called and just tried to dodge him, that's a problem.
Yeah, because you lose the trust at that point. Now, I'd been in situations where, I owed multiple people money.
Right.
And I couldn't answer questions about what I was doing at that time to get their money back. But I was in the middle of that, and I might have dodged phone calls for a period of time specifically because I couldn't answer questions at that moment. But then immediately, as soon as that got handled, I was right there and doing that. But with these guys, that was a little bit of a different story. And I didn't know these things at the time. Right. Again, it's not something I could take credit for. It's just I learned them over the course of time a lot in hindsight and retrospect, right? But then you figure it out and it becomes a system. So, bro, I don't even have taxi money. I'm in the middle of Silver Lake. I got this Adidas bag, and it's heavy. And I got to call my boy Johnny, collect, get taxi money, this, that, the other thing, right? Like he meets me at the house, it's to pay the taxi. This is pre-Uber, smartphones, all that shit, obviously. So he's like, what are you going to do? And I was like, I'm going to send them. And he's like, dude, you can't send them. You're going to die.
Yeah.
And I was
like, you can't lose anymore.
I was like, bro, I'm sending them. And he's like, no, well, at least just send 5. And I was like, no. If I send 5 and they get there, I'm going to be pissed that I didn't send all of them. Bro, I can't be a part of this, big fight, I'm kind of on my own. And, it's funny, I've noticed this over the course of my life. When shit's not going good, you're always on your own.
Right.
And then when shit is going good, everybody's like, oh, bro, I knew it all the time, right? So, like, guys that we're going to at this point in time for 5 and 10 grand for investment, obviously nobody's got nothing, everything's Anyway, instead of sending 20, I send 10. They get busted. The next morning, now I know I've got 10 days,
right?
A week to 2 weeks, So the first thing I do is I break off a corner of one of the remaining 10 kilos. I sell it. I get some cash to pay the rent. I pay all the bills. I load up the refrigerator and buy a couple ounces of weed and just make myself as comfortable as I can. Because I think if I do that, then I'll be able to figure out an answer. Again, self-justification for spending somebody else's money. Anyway, did that. I was dating a girl at the time, sent her home. and she'd been very supportive of me in the beginning. She'd maxed her credit cards, everything. Went to New York to dance a couple weekends. And she was super supportive. Anyway, I was like, listen, you got to get out of here. Da, da, da. And I'm just stoned for like 2 days and watching TV at 3 a.m, and it hit me like a bolt of lightning. I'm going to the FedEx office at 5 o'clock by Robertson and the 10 freeway in LA. And I don't know if you remember, but back then, before FedEx had all these automated pickups and boxes everywhere, the line out of the FedEx office at the cutoff would be long because everybody's trying to drop their package off for the cutoff for delivery to next day. Well, I'm standing there with the FedEx envelope and a piece of paper, and I'm copying down their account numbers and the names of their companies. So I'm not even paying for the shipping. But I'm spending $400, $500 back then to send 20 pounds overnight, and I'm declaring zero value.
Right.
And there's a thing on the form. All you got to do is checkbox, charge VAT to FedEx account number. So again, no money out of my pocket. But because I didn't know how customs worked, and this was also something that was a self-realization, because I didn't know how customs work, I didn't understand at that point, oh shit, you're spending $400 or $500 to send this, and you're claiming it has zero value.
Right.
And I thought, oh, it's probably the taxes people that are looking what it is. Nobody gave me this. This was just through trial and error and constantly thinking about it through a haze of tons of good marijuana. And then I go down there 9 3/4 the next day, charge taxes to FedEx account number, value $800. We owe you, $175 in taxes or whatever the rate that it was then. Charge taxes to FedEx account number, and it sails through.
Okay.
Sails through. I'm on a plane to London. Right now, back then it wasn't an optimized system. We didn't have the trades, the oil. This is kind of in the beginning. We didn't have the trade for the oil worked out. We didn't control any refineries. We didn't, I'm getting cash. I'm taking that cash to Amsterdam to buy pills, which I'm paying a ridiculously high price too at the time, which I thought was a great price. You're paying $2 to $3 a pill, depending on how many milligrams of MDMA is in it. And I'm getting 20,000 pounds per kilo, which was about $30,000, and the price on the street was 12, 13 back then. So I'm taking that, buying pills. Take that. I buy pills, right? I got 220,000 pounds English, close to 300 grand at the time. I buy 150,000 pills. Now they're going for $10 a piece at that time, wholesale. I get back, I sell $1 million, 2/3 of them. I got $1 million. I can pay the 900 grand I owe,
right?
And everything's cool. And I got, we got $500,000 left, or 50,000 pills left. Sold 100,000, got 50,000 pills left, and so I go, instead of paying the guy, I go to his competitor and I buy 30 keys with his money. I ship them all.
I mean, you just want to get killed.
Ship them all in 3 boxes. Well, I figured it out. I
it
got
doesn't
one
sound
through.
like you figured it out.
In my head, I'm going to tell you the justification. Oh, I just got one through. I've got to figure it out.
Oh, yeah.
And now I'm going to put 10 in 3 different boxes. So as long as 2 get through, I double my money. And if all 3 get through, it's insane. And if 1 gets through, I'm going to break even.
Right.
So I'm there. I fly to London. All of them land. I get a better price on the pills this time, right? I end up with, a little bit over 650,000 pills.
Right.
Right. Put them all in boxes. Drive from Amsterdam to Dusseldorf, Cologne, Bonn, Frankfurt. Now I've mapped out all the FedEx and DHL offices on that highway from when you come into Germany all the way down to Frankfurt. So there's 2 at each one of those cities.
Okay.
Drop all the pills off, ship them. They all make it. So in the end, it took me 20 days. I went from 900,000 in debt to up $2 million. Anyway, now the funny thing is all the dudes who didn't have 5 or 10 grand to loan us have, oh, bro, I got 50 back, bro.
Of course.
Can you turn this over for me?
When you're drowning, nobody wants to come. It's when you reach the shoreline that suddenly they run out and help you.
Yeah, so and contemporaneously while all this is getting started, I have a friend of mine, Simon, great guy, Bulgarian guy, roommate, took me into his house when I was broke at different times, gave me a bedroom, was there for me, got me the first keys that I ended up losing. He was, I had a bunch of ancillary debt besides the big debt, right? And so there's these other guys too who are running around at the same time, Tamer and Al, who end up being my co-defendants later. They're operating totally separate from me. We don't know each other, right? Like I'm looking for them, they're looking for me because of price control, right? And bro, you want to hear the funniest thing? By the time we finally find each other, right, we realize Tamer and Al were living in my girlfriend's building. We'd been passing each other in the building for like a year while we're looking for each other, right? So that was pretty funny. Anyway, so Simon, just a little side thing, because this becomes relevant later. Simon's a dealer. He buys a kilo and he grams it out. And he puts 10 grams of in. He doesn't sell 8 balls. He doesn't sell 2. He says 1 gram. You want 3 grams? You buy 3 grams at the price, right? He sells them for $60. Puts them in little bags. He doesn't cut it. So every little bag has a little like fish scaly, pearly looking rock. $60 a gram. So he's turning 15 grand into 60,000 every 3 weeks. That's his thing. When he takes 10 grams with him. When he's done with those deliveries, he comes back home, gets 10 more, drives around in his Porsche, does his thing. Right. Anyway, we both move into this building, 3rd Street in San Vicente, high rise right across from the Beverly Center, and the police end up coming to raid his house. Right. The police raid his house. Well, he lit his balcony. You can see the pool. He has 2 keys there. He gets them while they're banging on the door, and he throws them. They miss the pool by this much. By literally, they're right on the edge. So on the edge that Simon said when the cops came in and looked, they started laughing at him, right? Like it was hilarious. Because if it hits the pool, you're dead. You got nothing. So anyway, they lock him up. Now, this is before we get to the smooth part. This is all the stuff I told you about happening, the debt, the shit losing is happening at the same time, right? So I don't have money to bail him out. It's like 200 grand, and plus there's this constant competition between business funding and everything else, right? And so anyway, this dear old lady, her name was Andrea Marcus. She was dating this guy, Andrew, who was, and I was friends with him at different points in my life, but real scumbag. He's dating this older woman. She's taking good care of him, And Andrea was like, I guess she was like 50 then, but she was in great shape still, just a fun lady, cool lady. She liked to be around younger people, this, that, and other thing. And so Andrea's like, well, I'll help with, the property for the bail. I'm like, oh, great, this, that. Anyway, I go over to pick her up in the morning to go over the lawyers and do the bail bond and get Simon out. And, bro, she's standing there in the doorway in one of those, like, Rocky Balboa tiger silk robes, right? And I'm like, oh, Andrea, we got to go, And she's like, yeah, come in, just want to smoke a joint, Anyway, we used to sit in her bedroom. She's got a couch in there, with Andrew and everybody. Andrew's not home. And so... not unusual. We're sitting there. She rolls up a joint. She takes a hit. She hands it to me. And then she undoes her robe, sitting there. And she's like, well. And I'm like, well. And she's like, well. So next thing you know, I'm going down on a 50-year-old. And I'll never forget the blue vein.
Oh, my God, bro.
Never forget the blue vein on the inside of her thigh. And she's like, well, afterward, we're going and we're in the car. And she's like, Louis, you're the only one that's potentially going to make any money out of this whole group of friends. So, if anything happens here, you owe me. And I was like, I thought we were just even. She's like, oh, no, that's for my signature. I'm talking about I'm putting up a $200,000 property bond right now for Simon. I'm like, okay, so she does it. I mean, and God bless her, dude. I mean, she's great. Good for her. And other than the blue vein, I mean, it wasn't, there's worse experiences that can happen to you, right? But it's traumatic when you're in your 20s. Anyway, so we get Simon out, and I put him on a plane to Amsterdam. And I'm like, dude, go work over there. So anyway, now things are going really good. We got packages coming back and forth every day. Me and Tamer are working together. Al's kind of a dick, and Simon's over there. We still kind of got our own operations running separately, but now we know each other. We hang out. We're doing some stuff. I tell Tamer about the cocaine because me and Al Mayman, him and Tamer are partners. He rents a car for driving and dropping off packages. Al has to leave, run back to his chick. That's a whole other story. Remind me, we should come back to that because that's pretty funny. So anyway, he goes home, and I drive their shit with Tamer, right? Do all the drops, and the next day we're going to do mine. And Al tells Tamer, oh, that, don't let Lewis use the car. And Tamer's like, Al, Lewis just did your job.
Right.
Like, you had to take off for some girl. Lewis did your job for free. He's going to use the car. Right. And so anyway, me and Tamer got real close on that trip. So I told him about and I told him he should start sending, and we kind of became, partners. More than partners, but less than partners. Like, we weren't in each other's money, but we'd ship each other's stuff. We exchanged contacts. Like, we started to be helpful, right? Strategic allies, I guess, would be a better way to put it. But we weren't chopping the money between us equally or percentage based. So I was still doing my thing. He was doing his thing. But we got pretty close. And obviously I was making some money off him off the how it started originally before we got to that is these dudes got caught with $800,000 in the airport in Germany. And I said, dude, you're paying X amount of money, right? For pills. You're smuggling this shit over there. Pay me that here, and I'll give you the pills over there, because I'm going to take that money, buy Coke with it. So, for me, and also my pill price is actually cheaper than theirs by magnitudes of order at this point. I'm paying like $1 a piece, and if you calculate I'm paying like, 30 cents a piece for 120 milligram pills, right? So anyway, me and Tamer get close. Simon is now in Amsterdam. Things are going well. I literally hit the $5 million mark. I'm like, my fiance at the time, Kristen, was like, okay, we got enough money. Let's go. And I'm like, are you crazy? Like, there's nothing's going to pull me, not from the lifestyle, not from the money. I think I'm on top of the world. Yeah. I still don't know shit. Like, looking back now, I got lucky at so many steps of the way, if you're being honest about it, right? Like, that, the luck that I had to be able to do all these things is just insane. And as you later on when you're fighting your case and you're looking back and you've learned more and you're more seasoned and you've been around these kind of people and know how the game really works, some people can lie to themselves. Well, I understood that I'd gotten very, very, very lucky. We were in over our heads. This wasn't like a lifestyle thing. I mean, you're having a great lifestyle, but this wasn't we weren't born to be, career criminal, gangster, this type of shit, right? None of the guys involved in it. But we were good as far as, hey, we gave people the best product at the best price. We took over the market. By 1997, from 1997 to 2000, the DEA actually testified and made a report. 85 to 95% of the MDMA in all the United States was a direct result of me and Tamer.
For these purposes, it's impressive. That's not something that's impressive during the case.
No, bro. I mean, you're like,
Your Honor, what can I say?
Yeah,
I'm prolific.
Yeah, and the feds. A lot of things that people don't understand about the feds. They watch this like TV shit and they think, oh, the feds only want the big guy to rat. That's not true. They want everybody to rat. It's about body count.
Yeah.
It's no different. They'll take a little guy that'll rat all the way up. They'll take a big guy that'll rat. They don't care. Their thing is just convictions.
The little guy leads to the next guy, the next guy, the next. You know, they've got the big guy. So. Yeah.
But you know the way they make it seem right is like that's how it always. But sometimes the big guy rats.
Yeah.
Right. It's not. They don't care who it is. Right. They always make it seem we're using the little guys to get the big guys. But I've seen at least half the time they use the big guys to get little guys too. Yeah. Right. Or under the guise of maybe we'll get other big guys or whatever. Right. But yeah. And we didn't realize, I didn't realize that I could have walked into any law library and looked at something called the sentencing guidelines. I didn't know what the it was. I wasn't properly researched. All these things that you learn later in life when you're going to go about business or do something, you know, you do your due diligence, you do research. Dude, this is one of the reasons why I say we got lucky. We just literally fell into this. Nobody did any research. Nobody did any background. Nobody knew how much time we were looking at. We were just kids having a great time, right?
Yeah, I always joke that in high school, they should teach a class on the federal sentencing guidelines to know just how horrific they are. And I think a lot of kids would be like, you're telling me I could get 15 years for this and for that, and they're going to add up all of it and never have to catch me with anything? Nope. You know, you start hearing that and you start going, oh my God, I already could do 10 years. Yeah. You know, and I've been selling some little dime bags for the last year and a half, and they'll add that up, and I'm going to get caught with two kilos, and now I'm going to go to prison for 10 years. Yeah. You don't have to catch anything.
And then if you paid one of your friends $2,000 to drive some of your stuff one day, that's another enhancement. And then every touch point, you know, I mean, and people don't realize there was a great book actually called 3 Felonies a Day.
Oh yeah.
It's really good. I mean, because it applies to normal citizens, not criminals. Anyway, hit the 5 million mark, you know, all the crazy shit ever. Feeling myself, you know, basically have that Rocky Balboa attitude. The white guy who goes to see Rocky and now thinks he can fight. Like, that's me, right? I'm a super drug trafficker, super gangster, suit, this, that, the whole, you know, kiss my ring, right? Like all the bullshit you learn on TV.
Right.
And Simon gets kidnapped.
What?
Simon gets kidnapped.
Where did that happen? How did the people aren't getting kidnapped? What's going on?
Yeah, so he gets
We're not those guys.
Yeah. So he gets kidnapped by these other Bulgarian dudes. And I told them, like, listen, a lot of the things I freely admit I had no idea and I got lucky, but some things to me were common sense did seep through. And I told them when I'd heard about these Bulgarian guys, I'm like, don't show them what you got, don't give them money in advance, and you know, build up. Like I always tell people, why are you trying to sell 1 million pills first? Same thing in PPE. Why do you want to do 1 million masks? You're not going to do 1 million masks. There's too much anxiety. At a certain point, somebody has to cut a check for X amount of money. It's just not going to happen. Let's do 10,000 first.
Right.
And build up to it. And you can build up to it super quick. And that's how I used to do it even when I was selling pills. Somebody wanted 100,000 that I didn't know or hadn't done business with before. So let's do 10,000. Then we did 20,000. Then we did 50,000. And you're done with the 100. It takes an extra hour, but everybody's anxiety level's low, greater chance of success, and no mistakes, right? Like, so Simon gets, you know, doesn't do what I tell him. They rob he shows them the stash house. They rob several 100,000 pills that were there, and they kidnap him. And and they ask for 5 million.
How close are you with Simon?
Oh, super close.
5 million close? Like, can't we get another Simon?
Well, to me, like, I don't know. If you ask friends of mine, they'll tell you that I have a weird sense of morality and integrity. And it has nothing to do with the law or other people's morality or integrity. But this guy has taken me into his home when I had nothing and gave me a bedroom and a car and didn't you know,
it's still 5 million.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I appreciate that. But I mean, isn't there a line?
I don't know. To me, the problem was that I had it. Like if I don't have it and I just gotten it, it's not a problem, right? Like I don't have it. Now
can we give him $1 million and only get some of Simon back?
Well, created Simon is a dear friend, and had always
be.
Yeah, and he was working for me when this happened.
Yeah, but if he's not around, nobody knows that. We don't have to hear about that.
But it didn't matter about anybody else. It mattered to me.
Oh, wow.
I've been good, like, you know.
We have a different morality scale.
Yeah, but bro, you weren't, like we were talking about last night.
I can get another Colby, and I like Colby. Colby's done a lot for me. But 5 million?
But you're not asking Colby to do anything illegal.
Look, even more of a reason not to get the 5 million.
When a person does something,
I'm gonna give his wife some money. I'm gonna help Colby. Yeah. I'm gonna.
Okay, we can get another Colby. To me, it was I got to get my dude back.
Oh,
that's my guy.
Okay.
So I call the Chinese dudes in the United Kingdom that I'm selling the blow to, and we're doing great. And I'm like, I ask them, I'm like, hey, listen, we give you guys this money. Can you handle the exchange? And they're like, what? What the? What do you? Who? What? 5 million? Give me the number that they have. So I give them the number. Simon calls me 20 minutes later. He's like, dude, I don't know what the just happened, but they just let me go and apologize to me. Right? So I'm like, wow. I mean, last thing I was expecting that day.
The first people you owe money to was the Chinese guys. Why didn't you owe money to now? Like, I just give them a little, like, look, even if they said, oh, no, we just made a call, no big deal. I'd be, no, bro, like, you need a new Porsche. Like, I need to take care of you.
Listen, I obviously offered them whatever they wanted, but they said, no, that. And I learned something there, too. At the street level of dope dealing is highly competitive. The mid-tiers, less so, because all you're doing there is protecting connects, right? At the high tier, nothing stops the money train. If one person has a problem, everybody has a problem.
Right.
Nothing stops the money, to the point where, we used to do accounting every shipment, and then it's like, well, we'll just meet once a month to do accounting because we're not stuck. Just keep sending it and we'll keep sending it. It's not like, hey, I put all my money into 10 kilos. I need to get that back right now, or have an accounting. Like, once you're at that level, dude, you stop, you meet in Marbella for a weekend and you do the accounting. Oh, I owe you 40 keys, or you owe me 300,000 pills, or whatever it is. But nothing stops. Like, the daily shipments are happening, and anybody that even threatens that in any way, shape, or form is enemy of everyone. Right. And now, I didn't understand at the time. These guys are underneath a family, and even that they're Asian, they were working in conjunction with a family, the Adams over there, right?
I was gonna say, my buddy Pete, it's funny, you watch a movie or something with him about drug deals, and he's like, all these guys with the guns and everything. He's like, I've never been to a drug deal, and he was selling millions and millions of of dollars worth of ice. I mean, these guys are showing up with duffel bags with $1 million. He's like, never been to a drug deal where people were bringing guns.
Yeah, me either.
He's like, the guys, who you're dealing with. It's super beneficial for them, for us. He's like, why would you go to the meeting if I thought I needed a gun? He's like, then I'm not going.
Yeah,
know these people, and he's like, I mean, a lot of the stuff you see in the movies is like, that's not like the whole, you lost 100 keys, they're gonna kill you. No, he's like, they're gonna say, how can we work this out? He is, because you've had a lot of success. They know busts happen. He said, now if they think you were involved in the bust, you got a problem. Yeah. But it busts
or
randomly.
Sometimes if you can't prove that
was another
involved.
thing. That's another thing. He said, like, literally one time some vehicles got grabbed that were stuffed with stuff, and the DEA, like, there was a big thing with the truck driver who's saying, like, I need something. You're taking the trucks. I'm not involved. You need to give me something for those trucks. Like, I need proof that you took these trucks. So they like gave him a card. They gave him like a receipt. It's
true.
Because he's like, I don't give a that you took the trucks. What I care about is I can't show up without them and not have something to show these guys.
100%.
Sorry.
So I agree 100%. It's a big thing. Now, obviously, you hear drug violence everywhere, right?
Yeah.
But these, if you look at it, and I mean, even down in Mexico, these are don't want to disrespect anybody's organization or anybody, but these are closer to street level people. Right? The most of the violence in the drug business happens at the street corner level. Right? It's just, so you get to that higher level, and dude, listen, we're sending packages. There is no exchange where I'm bringing cash or for pills or this or that. There's no guns, because, hey, I'm receiving a package, you're receiving a package, and when you see each other like that, it just wasn't necessary. But I noticed, and later when there was a dude, Monir Deary, ratting on me, who was gonna rat. At this time, he just jumped bail, and they told me, they're like, dude, this dude's got to go. And I was like, what the f- are you talking about? Like, you don't understand this business. This dude's got to go. And I was like, no, there's plenty of money. Nobody's dying over this shit, right? If you guys do that, I'm out. And they're like, let me tell you something, Louis. You run around with your $100,000 watch and your chicks and Saint Tropez and Courchevel and Geneva and Lake Como and all over the world, and nobody bothers you. That's not because of you. That's because of us. And you don't understand how this business works, and we're going to handle that for you. And I was like, no, dude, I cannot. I'm not going to be involved anymore. And anyway, they were right.
Right. Oh, okay.
They were right. Everything they said was going to happen happened.
Yeah.
You know, and but that was that. Anyway, so get Simon back. Now he's shook. He's done in Amsterdam. He moves to London. Now he's, you know, on the side of, rather than the side, he's there, he's safe. And that's why I told you about Simon. That was an interesting thing. And then ultimately, after I got busted, Simon continued trying to do the business, which I had no moral quandary with. Unfortunately, he went back to that guy that I told you turned out to be a rat a couple of years later, who I owed money to in the beginning. Mm-hmm. And he was a rat. He did record him, and he busted him, and Simon ended up doing 12 years in the UK. One of the longest drug sentences they ever had. And then he got out, you know, but his kid was already 12, 13. It was a tough one for him. You know, he had a beautiful wife. Obviously, that kind of ruined their relationship. You know, but it is, I mean, it's not all milk and cookies. Mm-hmm. Not all money is good money. Sometimes it's hard money. Then the Chinese guys, they didn't, you know, they were just, that's where I learned that. Like, hey, nothing stops the wheel.
Right.
Right? You don't need to give us anything. The wheel has to keep turning. And then that was the first time that I understood that there's mechanisms behind the mechanism of what we're doing that are earning from this also. And once the wheel's going at that level, it just, if there's one enemy to any part of that wheel, it's an enemy to everybody. And so that was kind of where I was like, man, this is, oh, wow, well, this is pretty big. You know, they're real people. Like you've heard names like, you know, these family names from the UK or whatever. Oh man, you know, like, wow, this is like Godfather coming to life in the modern day, right? Like, so I was like, you know, oh, okay, cool. And then I tried to act a little bit more professional after that, actually. You know, I tried to act a little bit more professional. We had multiple houses. We started getting into security. We started, you know.
You're also making, at this point, you're making big money. So you have to start taking it seriously, right? You have to start realizing, like, this wasn't a one-off. Every month I'm making hundreds of thousands of dollars every month. So we
were making millions. Like I'd be sitting in my house in the Hollywood Hills. I actually rented a house from, I think one of the Baywatch girls. I think it was, I don't know, it might have been Donna D'Erico. I never met her, but it was her husband, rented her house up in the Hollywood Hills. And it had like, you come down the stairs into like this little, like, I guess, man cave. There's a couple bedrooms, but I had TV, video games, everything down there. And there's this stairway, and I'd be sitting there smoking weed with my boy Shannon every day. And people would just be coming by, dropping off bags. And, you know, and we'd be talking about how many stairs are going to be, because they drop them on the stairs. And how many stairs are we going to fill today? Like, and just literally sitting there smoking weed, playing PlayStation. And then, you know, we'd get bored and we'd go play with the money counter and count the money that came in that day. Right. And so then it got to the point where what actually happened is, where do you put it?
Right.
You know, at first it's like, oh, I got $1 million in the safe. Oh, I got $2 million in the safe. I don't have any room in the safe. I got to get a bigger safe. Da-da-da. And then there was this guy who had a cell phone store. His name was Cameron Siegel. And I used to go in there they had rental phones back then. Right. So I was buying the rental phones. This is before prepaids came out. But I had a deal with him. I just trade rental phones all the time. I'd get them for me, my guys, everything. Right. So we were rotating phones every week. And one day I'm giving this dude thousands and thousands in cash, way more than he's, you know, entitled to or normally charges, you know, probably 10x what he normally charges for a rental phone. And I say, hey, let me get one of those car chargers. And dude, he's like arguing with me over $17 I'm like, dude, just give it to me. He's like, no, it's $17. I'm like, dude, you're a cheap bastard, man. And he's like, and he doesn't know what I'm doing, right? Like he doesn't know anything, you know. Like he just knows I'm a guy that comes in for the rental phones, right? And anyway, he's arguing with me for a long time. And finally I paid this dude the $17 and I said to him, I'm like, look, bro, I need someone like you watching my money. Right. And he like laughed like, I'm a nobody, right? And he's got a cell phone store. And at that time, dude, you sign up somebody for a cell phone, they were cutting you a $1,500 check. These dudes were making a ton of money. And so, you know, he had his little attitude and this and that. About 3 weeks later, I'd gotten $675,000 from somebody, and I went back home. I put another 325 with it. I took $1 million bag over to his store. I left it on his desk, and I said, we're in the real estate business now.
Right.
And because he'd been, you know, we'd seen each other out a couple times and this and that. And then I guess he'd heard who I was. So we started being, you know, hey, real estate, this, that, the other thing. I was like, oh, okay, cool. Da, da, da. No paperwork, no nothing. Dropped off. I'm like, we're in the real estate business. 2 days later, he calls me. He's like, hey, bro, listen, I don't want to work for you. I need to have my own skin in the game also. So I said,
where's your million?
I said, well, I did one better. I said, look, dude, I'm going to give you 200,000 pills at Amsterdam prices. I basically, at 50 cents a piece, I charged them.
Right.
And they're going for, I was getting $5 for 200,000, $5 a piece at 200,000. If it wasn't $1 million by this point, I didn't care. I wasn't doing the deal. And I was the kind of asshole who was like, dude, I remember I sent 2 soft-sided suitcases back that had 20s in it. And I was like, off. And it's one of the things I look back on, like, oh my God, what the was wrong with you?
Right.
How stupid is that, right? Like, and so anyway, I basically give him $1 million. You know, he didn't have to pay the cash up front. I ended up selling the pills for him, you know, but he's got his $1 million, didn't care. That's what I thought where the future was. And so he starts buying up a bunch of properties and this and that. Okay, cool, everything's going great. And then a kid gets busted, and he needs bail. So want to bail him out. I go tell Cameron. Cameron like puts together a bail package. I said, dude, we need properties, like, you know, put together a bail package. Da, da, da. So Cameron puts up a few condos and this and that. We don't get the kid out. They still denied it. And then later when Mike gets busted, the main rat, he gets busted. And he told the feds 3 things that turned out to be not true about money. And what those things were is that I used my Merrill Lynch bank account to send money to Europe. I never had an exit wire from Merrill Lynch. He said that the money, the real estate that was put up for this kid was mine from drug money. But turns out Cameron didn't use the units that we bought together. He owned units from before that. And he said that, you know, my family keeps all my money. You know, he dropped money at my family's house before for me, but he gave the wrong address and it wasn't even close in the area. You know what I mean? So he said that's important because, you know, later on when we start to talk about the bust, that also drove a decision by the government to use the Pinkerton construction and basically present a lie to the jury. I got found guilty anyway, but that is what allowed me to open up my appeal later on during the second case. And so, you know, that's interesting when we get there. But so now we have basically a 3-year run where, you know, you're banging playmates and, you know, driving sports cars and doing, you know, I could tell you hours and hours of misogynist stories. You know, that could be a whole episode.
Right.
And there was one day, though, we were having a party at my house. It was like a Saturday or Sunday afternoon. I go upstairs to my bedroom. And I looked out. My bedroom had balcony to the pool and a balcony to the front street. So I look out to the front street through my window and I see Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes. Like, my friends are all over there. Those are all their cars. And it was that moment I said, we're going to prison.
Right.
I remember it like there's tons of things you forget, or you forget the year, or you conflate stuff. 20, 25, 30 years has gone by in some of this time, right? Even 10 years since I've been home from prison. Like, I don't remember the name of every unit and every joint I was in, right? Like some of it, but I will never, ever, ever forget that day. That was the day I realized, I was like, oh, we're all going to jail, because I got, tanning salon in Beverly Hills. I've got a restaurant in Beverly Hills. I'm pushing money through there, right? Like, I'm a millionaire on paper. I'm donating to the policeman's ball, all this shit. Because as I got more and more into it, I got smarter and smarter. Like I said, I started to understand there was an apparatus of organized crime that was eating out of this, even that I didn't know any of them, right? Like, there was all these things were happening, and I, then it started to be, okay, I'm a business owner, Chamber of Commerce, City Council, all this stuff, right? You're going to events and this and that. I'm putting on a suit. But the thing is that because I wasn't a gangster, like I didn't grow up as a gangster, I just operated on the basic premise: if I give people the best stuff at the best price, if they're making more money with me than with anyone else, it makes sense that they're going to protect me. So at this time, 98, 99, 2000, the height of everything, I'm able to go out with my fiance without any security. Like, go out without an entourage, just me and her. Like, I didn't really have any of those type of problems that people have, I guess, now. Or, we were pretty loud. Everybody knew. We were in all the clubs. We were doing, crazy shit, spraying bottles on people. People are freaking out. I got a dude there standing with hundreds for every crybaby guy here. Here's $100. I know it's worth more than your shirt, but it'll cover the dry cleaning. So stop crying. Right. And there's nothing you can do about it anyway. I mean, we go to a nightclub, The Gate, one time. This doorman gives us a hard time about getting in. We wait 2:30 in the morning. We grab him. We throw him in the trunk. We drive him up to Moho and strip him naked and tell him he can walk down this time. Next time he won't be able to. That never happened again in any of the clubs now. Like, back door, side door, VIP. We were terrorists, like stupid shit, kind of funny, and in a weird way, like, I feel bad about some things I did, but I don't feel bad about those things, because that doorman, f him, he's a nobody. He's got a little bit of power. He's a nobody, right? Like, I don't feel bad about that, because I seen how many times, when I was a kid, dude's girlfriend's inside the club, not this particular doorman, but doorman knows and says, F you. And leaves the boyfriend standing outside, like, because they have a little bit of power and, whatever, right? So I still, to this day, like, don't have any sympathy for doormen, dude. I just don't like them. There's one at Catch, this cocksucker. I really, like, my wife was actually there for dinner a couple years ago, and this piece of shit wouldn't let me in when they weren't crowded anything. I'm like, I get home that night, I called the investigator. I'm like, run a make on him, this, that, the. And my wife's like, calm down. What are you going to do to this dude? And I was like, it took a minute. I had to breathe. It was like, it's still, I hate that. Right. I just hate that shit. And, cause to me, it's no different than a bully. If you're abusing power that you have over another person just because you can for no actual reason, it's just that. And maybe it's my own personal shit, but me and doormen just don't get along. I never found anything redeeming about any of them. Actually, I met a couple of them. There was a guy, Steve, who was the doorman at Bar One back in the day. He ended up being a pretty good guy. This dude, Bob Bidgick, ended up being, but for the most part, but other things you look back on, and, one of the things I realized when I was locked up in the SHU, when I was in prison for a while, is that the main realization I had was that I was a bad person, actually, who did good things once in a while, not a good person who did bad things once in a while. And once you realize that was a very discomforting thought for me, because, again, you justify things in your head and you think, wow, I'm this Robin Hood character. I'm doing all these things for all these people. But the truth is, dude, you ain't paying no family bills in the strip club. Really, I was doing everything for me. Right. Okay. So there was some ancillary spending that I had, but I would justify that as like, hey, I'm a good person. I got 180 turkeys for the mission this year for Thanksgiving. I'm a great guy. Who could say to me about what I'm doing, So anyway, we go through this whole run, and then the problem that really started was we were in such a hurry to get back and spend money and show off that the shipments as we were able to do bigger ones, we started moving into private jets and air cargo and shit like that, right? Like the bust in 2000 was 2.1 million pills on an Air France flight, which is a funny story in and of itself. But like they got up to those numbers, and to this day, I don't know where all those pills went, but they went. I mean, it didn't matter how many we brought; they were gone. And instead of systemizing that, it was kind of, you're working once a month, twice a month, you're out. You know, I was going to every 5-star resort all around the world. You know, I just wanted my biggest decision every day to be beach or pool.
Right.
And I figured if that was my decision today, if I was in a resort where the only decision I had was beach or pool, that everything was fine. So so also when we used to take loads, we would take loads, and there would be a truck and lorry, they called it, a little truck, looks like a U-Haul truck without the writing. And then we'd have a car in front and a car in back. And so if anything threatened that lorry, like a police pullover or anything, you have these two cars that could make an accident. And on this particular day, I was behind the whole caravan, and like the hairs on the back of my neck just started standing up. So we get into France. From Amsterdam, we cross the border. I'm like, okay, everything is going into, let's get all this shit into storage somewhere. Let's dump all these cars, and we're taking vacation. So we went down to Monaco, took the whole team down there. But before we went, we go to London, we go shopping at Harrods. We went in there with pillowcases full of cash, because the dudes in London dropped off cash to us.
Right.
Right. So we put it in pillowcases from the hotel, and we go to Harrods in London. And at the end of the day, when the store closed, they kept it open for us. And like 6 trucks of Harrods comes to Lanesborough, right? And we're like, okay, hey, can you send that shit down to Monaco? So everybody's got new clothes. Everybody's got everything. We're on our way. All this stuff's in storage. We get down to Monaco, and we get rooms. It was the Lowe's Hotel then. It was later. It was called the Monte Carlo Hotel, but it's the hotel that the Formula One goes underneath. You have the balconies and everything. So we're staying there. Casino, black tie, playing super James Bond, shopping, chicks, insane. Like just the debauchery was. I sent Andrew back. Spent $60,000 for him to jump on a helicopter and a train in order to get weed when we ran out. He flew back to, it was $60,000 is what that little thing cost to get 2 ounces of weed between the helicopters. And the train was even a nothing price. But I mean, I bought a Lamborghini Diablo, Roadster. My other buddy drives in with a Ferrari. We're just having a great time. It was actually the first time I met Paris was there. She was there that summer. And great time. Girls, table, VIP room, everything. Fights. We're at Jimmy's, which is the stuffiest club in Monte Carlo. And we get in a fight with some other dudes who are mad about the chicks, because I'm kind of an asshole at this point. Like, Prince did this to me when I was a kid. I got into Bar One and got a table for dinner at like a 7:00 seating, which is like, it's a nightclub, dude. Nobody even wants a table until 10. But the only way for me to get in was to take that early seating. And I got a date and this and that. And we're sitting there, and hour and a half later, 2 hours later, right around 9:00, right? I'm milking everything. This is when I'm a youngster, right? Like milking everything because I don't have a lot of money. And Prince comes in, and the manager comes up and says, hey, Prince is taking your table, but your bill's been paid. But your girl's welcome to stay.
Right.
Right? So when I, made some money, I became that kind of asshole. Like, that's what I would do. I was, hey, this table's ours. Even if the club wasn't involved in it, I'd be like, hey, we just paid your bill. So you're going to leave, but your chicks can stay. And most of the time they stayed, right?
That's horrible, bro.
Yeah, horrible, right? Like, one of the things when I look back, I say, God, what a asshole. But you're young, it gets done to you, and you think like, and at that point in my life, I thought it was a cool move. You don't have perspective, right? You think you're cool, like everybody's chanting your name, you can do no wrong, you got tons of money, and nobody wants to admit that it's all because of the money. It's got nothing to do with you.
Yeah.
Like, so you're thinking like, yeah, I'm a coolest thing in the world. Da, da, da. You know, we're doing this. So we get in a fight at Jimmy's over that. Jimmy's in Monaco hasn't had a fight in there in forever. Like forever. So it's like a huge brawl. I mean, all my guys are there. These dudes, friends, soccer players. I mean, just madhouse, right? So now we're out in front. They threw us out of the club, and the cars had been pulled up. Somebody went and got the cars. So you got my Lamborghini, the Ferrari, and then we had a Mercedes station wagon for like all the overflow, right? So they're there, and we're outside, and the police come, and they're like right in front, and now there's a big thing, and riot police in Monaco. Like, that just never happens, right? And so there's this big security guard. He's got to be 6'5", 6'6", and he was part of the problem because actually he's what kicked it off because he was just taking their side. In my mind, now looking back on it, actually he was taking the club side. He wasn't against me. He was just doing his job. But that's different in hindsight, right? When you're full of yourself and you're super arrogant and super stupid at the same time, you think everything's a personal affront to you, right? So,
right.
Anyway, that's how it all kicked off, and so now we're standing outside. The cops are standing between us and them, and this dude says something, right, about something, and I jump up using the cop's shoulder for leverage and pop this guy right in the face. Boom! They lay us all down. We're going to jail. We're in jail in Monaco, right? And 5 minutes after we're in there, the cop's like, "Hey, do you guys want a sandwich? Cigarettes?" Like, yeah. They like just take money from your thing and they go out. That's how you eat there. You get a fresh French baguette, turkey, ham, whatever the you want. Well, they bring you cigarettes, everything.
It's Monaco.
Yeah. So I was like, this ain't so bad, right? So then the next morning we get out and they're like, well, we're going to have to fine you and this and that. And I'm thinking, oh shit, dude, this is Monaco. This is going to be, 6 figures, right? But whatever. You know how much the fine was? 50 francs. Not even $50. 50 francs.
Right.
That was it. Right. So anyway, this is like, that was the life we were living. We were doing all this retarded shit all over the planet. And I mean, that was the Monaco. And then they end up suing me. So the lawyers in the States, oh, you got a lawsuit. Da, da, da. You know what the lawsuit was for? $7,000. Like their system over there is completely different than our system over here. Right. So anyway, we're done. 2 months of that, spent $2 million. We went over to Saint Tropez, over Italy, Sardinia, Santa Margherita, all along that coast there, just racing these cars on these like 6-lane highways on the beach cliffs, like just having a great time, and then we got caught up in that. So we want to do that, like, instead of systemizing things, we just want to keep doing that. And so we did all right, but, things went good, but it could have been much, much bigger. And as far as the sentencing guidelines go, it wouldn't have mattered because I was already in off the chart 360 to life. So if there would have been 100 million more pills, it wouldn't have mattered. They ended up changing the ecstasy guideline scale because of that, because of us. It didn't matter for us. We were still off the chart, but it went from like 35 to 1 to like 500 or 50 to 1 and then like 150 to 1 against weed. That's how they calculate it.
Right.
So that was interesting. It was a lot of fun, but it's again one of those things where you look back and you're like, God, I was such a asshole. I could have done this so much better. Same thing with like the older guys like Teddy Fortsman who owned Gulfstream or all these billionaires in LA. I should have been friends with them. They hated me because I was banging the same chicks as them, right? And the chicks didn't matter. I could have easily given them chicks, but I was just so full of myself. I fought with everybody about everything. And, it didn't end up serving me well. It's another thing you realize when you have time to look back and be introspective about this type of stuff.
Right. Yeah.
And, I was not I made as many enemies as possible and some just by being an arrogant little prick. And I thought I was entitled to that because I was a legit millionaire in my 20s. And most of the guys that I'd looked up to in my early 20s, who I thought were millionaires because they had the big house, big car, this, that, the other thing. Once I made money, I realized they were all frauds, dude. Back in LA, back then, $4,000 a month, you got a big house. $500 a month, you got the brand new Mercedes on a lease, you know, and then you spend $1,000 every weekend when bottle service meant they write your name on the bottle and bring it back to you the next time you come to the club. Not what it is today.
Okay, so what happened? Well, I mean, I'm kind of curious to know how it all kind of unravels, but
okay. So the major there was a few different things, right? But the major unraveling happened in December of 1999. We were using FedEx at a certain point in all this, and the reason for that is that FedEx's insurance will not allow their drivers to participate in a controlled delivery. I should have mentioned that earlier, but that was the reason why it's centered on FedEx, because I did know that. And the reason for that is, okay, all you got to do is watch your shit get delivered. And if it's your normal driver, it's not a controlled delivery. If it's a driver that is not your normal driver, but continues delivering packages, then that's okay too. If it's a driver that's not your normal driver who drops the package and then breaks all the traffic laws going 4 blocks away to a parking lot where there's a bunch of black Suburbans, then that's a controlled delivery.
Right.
Right. So you kind of had a fail safe there, right? So as long as you're not lazy, you're all good. Well, anyway, they'd sent 3 boxes, I think about 120,000 pills, FedEx in the end of 99 to this hair salon out in Riverside. Anyway, the packages were late. They shouldn't have been picked up. And they should have just been left. And that's the whole reason why you use a package. A package doesn't need bail and it doesn't have a mouth. So and it doesn't need a lawyer. So the money you save on the bail and a lawyer goes to re-upping. And the fact that it doesn't have a mouth lets you sleep at night. Right? So that was the whole concept of packages instead of humans. So anyway, these 2 girls who work for Mike go and pick up the package. They're driving along the 10 freeway. They stop at a shopping center. They open up the box. It's got a bug on it. But they open it up, and when the cops find them, they were stealing stuff out of the boxes.
Oh, okay.
Right? And that's important because there was a growing accounting rift between me and Mike at this time. Right. And Tamer, was kind of like, he was kind of caught in the middle because Mike was kind of his guy at first. He was a best worker ever. He was a grinder, had no problem cutting him in for more because he kept perfect paperwork. He had the answers for everything. He wasn't scared of anything, right? And so I made a mistake. I brought him in a little bit closer and upped him, basically, I guess you would call it. I gave him a promotion. And anyway, and things were great for a while. But then this happened, and he's like, oh, yeah, we picked up the boxes. Now, we all lived on the Wilshire corridor at that time. Me, because I'd moved out of my house in the Hollywood Hills. And the new house I was moving into in Brentwood wasn't ready, so I rented a penthouse in a building called Utamo Royale right around Beverly Glen and Wilshire. Well, Tamer lived in the Sterling International Towers. Al lived in the Sterling International Towers, also Beverly Glen and Wilshire on the other side of the street. And Mike lived up the street, I think at the Diplomat building, I'm not sure, but he lived, a few blocks up. So when I hear that they picked up the boxes, I tell my boy Andrew, I'm like, dude, go drive by Mike's house and tell me what you see. And he's like, okay. Because Mike's like, hey, the girls are coming. Can you meet them? Now I'm not operating with them anymore, right? Like I'm kind of doing different stuff. I was like, no. He's like, oh, they'll drop it off. Da, da, da. I was like, what? Why? What? He's like, oh, well, we got them. I was like, tell Andrew, go look. Andrew jumps in his car, drives down the street, calls me. He's like, dude, it's no good. It's surrounded here. I call Mike. I tell him, don't go home. He doesn't go home, but he doesn't believe me either.
Right.
He thinks I'm like butthurt for some reason because he picked up the boxes. Right. I'm like, dude, don't go home. It's no good. So Mike doesn't go home, but he lets the girls still go, and they leave the stuff downstairs in one of his cars in the parking lot that already has 200,000 pills in it. So of course the Feds raid that place. They find tons of cash. They find tons of pills upstairs. They find everything. And what had happened is Tamer's cousin John had gone over to meet the girls at Mike's building. So he walks 2 blocks up the street. The feds see John walk in to meet the girls and go downstairs and da-da-da. And then they watch John walk back. So they watched where he walked to. So they know he went back to that Sterling building. So anyway, they wrap up at Mike's place. They got the girls. They do everything. No Mike, because he didn't go home. And then they go over to the Sterling International building and they show a picture of John. And they say, oh, yeah, he lives in this unit. And the other guy, Al Mayman, lives in this unit. So they go upstairs. They knock on the door at Tamer's unit. And John freaks out, right? And he takes all the cash he can find, like $400,000 or $500,000. I forgot the exact number. And dumps it out the balcony down to Alex's balcony, Al Mayman's balcony. So now the feds have a reason to go in there. Right. So first they come in, they get in. Now, me and Tamer are sitting across the street at my penthouse smoking a joint while all this is going on right in front of our eyes. We're watching the Ferraris get towed out, the Porsches get towed out. They're taking all the shit. Da, da, da. And me and Tamer are kind of laughing at this point, like, you know, okay, you're going to lose a few 100,000 pills and a few $100,000. Who gives a right? Like, and Tamer knows another doorman who's coming on shift, so we're waiting for that because that dude's kind of like in pocket, right? So we could get a cleaner look on it. Anyway, they get Tamer's place, and in Tamer's place, these dudes had storages for the pills. John and Mike used to keep the storages, right? And they got them in fake names. And, you know, $10, $12 a month back then for each storage. And these dumb cocksuckers kept the receipts.
Okay.
Because for you know, expenses. $12 a month? Right. And you need to keep a receipt? So they keep a receipt. So now this dude gets on.
Leads right back to.
So yeah. So now this dude gets. Obviously, they go down to Al's house too. This dumb cocksucker, right? He's got a book that says it's titled "How to Hide Your Assets," right? A book title, and in the back pages of this book that he leaves in his house, he writes down all his foreign bank account and routing numbers.
Okay.
Bro, in trial, when they brought this up, so fucking, you're embarrassed to be around somebody so stupid, right? Like, who you actually have to be kind of nice to because he's your co-defendant. I mean, what a idiot, right? And you know, I should have known this dude was an idiot because in the beginning, we'd be going to Vegas. He was hitting on this chick, Andrea, nice girl. She's a stripper at Olympic Gardens. She wouldn't pay any mind to him. Then when we hit and we're making like tons of money, he's like, you know, you're handing out hundreds with pills wrapped in it. All of a sudden, the bitch who wouldn't even go to breakfast with you is like, you know, coming to LA, right? And then they're engaged, and he calls us one day to come over. He's like, oh, look at the present that my fiance just got. My wife just got me, brand new Porsche convertible. And me and Tamer are looking at him like, dude, that's your money. Yeah. And he's like, but it was in the joint account. She could have spent it on anything. And I was like, dude, that was $70,000. There's $200,000 in the joint account. I bet you the other 130's gone too. Right? Like, this is the kind of duty. This was the girl you had to race back for. Right?
Oh, okay.
Now the mom's coming and they're getting married and da-da-da. And shit. The writing was on the wall. And that was something I realized later, too. If I was half as smart as I thought I am, I should have seen all of this coming, because as much as I blame the informants, I mean, I called the plays. I brought them in. I mean, the more I blame them, the more I'm actually belittling myself. So anyway, we're Al's book with the how to hide your assets, all the account numbers, and then all of a sudden the dude who Tamer knows comes on, and we see them all start running out, right? Like with a purpose. So Tamer calls after they ran. He's like, oh, they found something about some storage. So now our party on my balcony in the penthouse from smoking joints and taking shots and laughing at the feds, right? Or that we're watching right across the street turns into panic. You know, Tamer's like, dude, you know, now he's going to be hit. And, you know, 1.5 million pills in there. It's 10 tickets.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hit. So anyway, they get the storages. And this dumb cocksucker, Mike, had kept from the beginning of time, since he had these storages, maybe after once we started rolling, after the first few months, once we started rolling, from that point, he kept every empty FedEx box that had the label and weight on it. So not only do they have 1.5 million pills, they have weight for another 4 million, 5 million pills in this storage. They have weight for another 7 million pills in this storage. And they know that that's not the only shit, so they freak out, they arrest Tamer's cousin, they arrest his girlfriend, anybody there, whatever, right? But they really got nobody. They got a bunch of cars, they got a bunch of cash, but they got none of the real players, right? Remember that, because then in 2000, summer of 2000, they bust the 2.1 million pill shipment that's on Air France.
Okay.
The interesting thing about that is we had Tamer had a dude in Korean customs who could access Korean customs. And so we would send shipments at that time from Amsterdam directly to LA through Korea. So it goes into a bonded warehouse in Korea, right? Doesn't clear customs there because we would add stationery to shipment. Paper's heavy, dense, and into the packages, and then it would come here. But what this dude could do is he could strip the paperwork in the bonded area and make it look like the shipment originated in Korea and never was in Amsterdam.
Okay.
So the shit was sailing through. As long as you got a customs broker, you're good to go, right? They don't even need to know everything. They just need to know a minimum amount. So that's really what was going on at that time, right? So anyway, they bust that. And then, and a couple months before that, I see the Gravano gets busted with pink pentagons. I'm like, how the did this rat get our shit? Anyway, it was 3 levels down, and there was this dude. So Mike's on the run since December. There's this dude, Andre Wagner. They call him the white boy. He's the dude that ratted on Gravano. He's also and his crew. He's also the dude that ratted on Monir Deary, right? Mike Deary. He ran up a big bill with him and then ratted on him, right? So Mike's on the run, everything. They bust that. They got the 2.1 million pills. And then they're starting to look. They're investigating. There's a IRNET, International Task Force, Interpol, DEA, everybody, because now this is a thing, right? So Tamer takes off. They show up at his house. He lives in the building on Ocean in Santa Monica. DiCaprio lived there then. It was a super building, rooftop pool right on the beach. It just opened. Tamer lives there. The feds show up there, and one of Tamer's boys happens to be in the lobby and calls him, "Hey, it's no good down here, dude. You got a problem." So Tamer jumps with a bag of cash out the balcony into a tree from the 12th floor, right? Pretty good jump, too. Right. Jumps down, gets in another friend of ours' car, into the trunk, out to Mexico, and off to Egypt. So Tamer's good. Right. He's still got money left. He's good. For me, I'm confused at first when this shipment gets busted, because our shipment is not supposed to be there for another week.
Okay.
Well, what happens is that old man Gilboa, who was over there setting up all the customs docks and the pallets for the shipment, he has to send the paperwork for Tamer to check. So he sends it to Kinko's in Santa Monica. Same Kinko's as Damon with the Canon color copier. Funny.
Okay.
Irony. Again, this Kinko's comes up in my life, right? And they sent a fax. Well, Tamer's in bed with 2 whores, 2 blocks away, banging him.
Right.
By the time he gets over there, it's 6 hours later. The feds have already been there, gotten a warrant, got a copy of it. The shipment's DOA. But what they did is they brought it direct from Paris. Our shipment was supposed to go to Korea and then to LA. So actually later on, that was one of my arguments. I'm like, actually the DEA imported that shit. We were sending it to Korea. You didn't even know that if we were gonna send it on to LA or not. Right? You guys imported that. That was that came up later, right? So anyway, they show up at my house one evening, see, this is like the day after it's on the news, right? One evening, I'm just sitting there, and I'm dating this girl, Kristen, Christian family. Like, so we keep an apartment for her that she can say is hers because she's living with me, right? But her family is like old school from Texas. Had a lot of respect for her mom and dad. Think the world of them. Salt of the earth people, amazing people. And so we did that for appearances, right? And truth be told, you know, if you have a relationship, sometimes you have a fight with your partner. It's good that there's another place that one of you can go, right? So anyway, cool. But this is going to be the first time that her mom and her stay in my house. So a friend of mine who manages my account at Merrill Lynch, who's a VP over there, he gets a subpoena. They want all my records from my Merrill Lynch account. He comes by my house that evening. He's not supposed to. They told him he's not allowed to tell me. He brings me a copy of the subpoena, and he says, look, they were in here, da-da-da. It's something with drugs, something with DEA, da-da-da, this, that, the other thing, you know. And, you know, and I knew at that point, he was like, they were looking for wires, and he was like, you've never wired in or out of Merrill Lynch. Like, Merrill Lynch got checks from my businesses. Like, it was all clean. Like, it wasn't just that I wasn't wiring out to buy. Like Mike had told them, who's in and ratting at this point. Right. Because Andre Wagner busted him, just like he busted Gravano. So Mike's ratting, and so he, you know, that's what's going down. And they, so I'm like freaking out. You know, I go back into my office, I'm smoking weed. And finally, at like 10 o'clock at night, I tell Kristen, I'm like, you got to get your mom out of here. You got to go. Now, that's a little bit weird for, you know,
it's 10 o'clock
Texas
at night,
Christian family, you know, mom. What the do you mean? What's happening at 10 o'clock at night? So I'm upstairs, I'm, you know, grabbing all the big shopping bags, Neiman Marcus, Louis Vuitton, whatever, and stuffing cash and guns and everything, right? So Kristen's mom's getting her shit together. Thank God she wasn't standing right there when this happened. But then I bring it down to Kristen. I'm like, take this shit, get it out of here, right? I got clothes on top of it, right? So, you know, it doesn't look obvious. And then, of course, the bottom of the bag breaks, and there's guns and money all over the floor. And we're both racing to, like, put it back together, you know, before her mom sees it. So now, instead of it being two nice shopping bags, it's a big, hefty trash bag that I'm dragging out to the car and putting in her trunk. Anyway, they take off. I'm up. 4:30 in the morning. These came, beat down the door. That's saying, and a few hours later, they really got nothing. You know, I had a little weed in the house, and you know, they took my computers, they took some stupid shit, right? But the crux of the thing is like, hey, you know, talk to us, and you know, we know what everybody's doing, and you know, you're obviously. They offered me as the top dude the first chance to rat. Right. You know, I mean, so anybody who thinks that that's not the case where big people rat on little people, I can tell you personally, that's absolutely a fallacy. Big people rat on little people all the time, and the feds don't care. All they care about is the body count. So, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. And Bill Linehan was the head DEA agent when we ran into each other. He was like, look, man, if you're the real deal, and I'm not saying that, I'm not conceding that you are, but if you are, what do you think these dudes that we got locked up downtown are going to do? And I was like, I don't know, so I don't know what they're going to do. Right? Anyway, a few months goes by. Thanksgiving 2000.
Are you still locked up? Are you locked up?
I never got locked up. Okay. They didn't find anything. You know, I'm not on the phones. They didn't find anything. I'm a multimillionaire on paper from taxes, everything. Like,
you just have people saying you're the guy.
Yeah, have people saying I'm the guy. Also, about a year before that, I stopped doing a lot of different deals. I had my two best customers. There was a drag queen out of Miami, and that was hilarious. This guy was the best. And these two gay dudes up in San Francisco. And they're great, cool. And they were my biggest customers. And what had happened is they said, well, we want to get these things at $4. And I was like, okay. You pay in advance, 2 weeks later, you get your things at $4. Because I'm going to take their money. I'm going to buy.
Yeah.
And I'm going to end up, at this point, I'm getting the pills super cheap. I'm getting the oil. Conversion rate works out to 32,000 pills a kilo is what it works out to after all expenses.
Okay.
Right? So they're all free for me now because I'm using somebody else's money. So, let's say they give me at $4 a piece, they want 100,000 pills. They give me $400,000. I pocket $100,000. I buy 10 kilos. I end up with, 320,000 pills. They're paid.
Right.
Right. Like, they're 400,000 for what is 400,000? $10, $4 a piece. 100,000 pills, $400,000. So I've got 320,000 pills, $100,000 in cash. I pay them their 150,000 pills. I got 170,000 free pills. This is after everybody's been paid. Because I was doing shit like at this time where I'd send you and your wife to Europe for 3 weeks. You're going to go there on a private jet. You're going to spend $200,000-300,000 shopping, this, that, making a big scene at the George Cinq or the Ritz in Paris where everybody knows you're just disgustingly rich. You came in with all these Louis Vuitton trunks and you're going to go back on private with all this shopping and everything. Now, you get to keep the shopping and you make $200,000, but every one of them trunks is filled with pills on the way back. And the reason for that is that we used to fly private to Vegas all the time. So and we would pay cash. Dudes would give us deals. So one of the dudes pulls me aside one day and he says, hey, listen, shows me aeronautical maps, shows me refueling stations, and he highlights the customs offices. And he says, theoretically, if you're flying back from Europe and you land in Maine or Minnesota or any of these places to refuel, which you have to for any of the private jets back then, unless it was a full size. He said, what happens is 2 hours before you land, the pilots call into customs to tell them who's on the plane. Remember, this is pre-September 11th.
Right.
So, bro, if you look, the customs office here at this airport is 4 hours away at 100 miles an hour from the airport. So if they want you, you're going to have 2.5, 3 hours on the ground before they get there. So all you got to do is have somebody there who's willing to overpower the pilot and take the shit, which is no problem, right? There's no security at these private airports.
Right.
And that never happened, but that's what we were doing. So anyway, back to the bus. The Thanksgiving, my lawyer calls me. He says, hey, there's an indictment. And I was like, okay. Tell him I'll self-surrender and I'll get bail. And he's like, all right, they make a deal. I'm going to self-surrender December 1st. Dear friend of mine's birthday. We'll call him Suzanne just because he doesn't want his name associated with this, but he's the best. And he comes over and he has a little bit of experience with this. And he says, you don't want to go in. You want to take off. You want to be the last guy. You don't want to be now. You got to take off. And I'm like, dude, I'm not taking off. I'm not running from nothing. But he was right and wrong, as I learned later, right? If I would have run, they would have come down heavy on my family and everybody. It would have been a disaster. And also a lot more people would have ratted than, kind of stopped when I got there. Who they had. But then once I was in, they didn't really get any new people. Right. Everybody was like, people had taken off because once I go down, everybody scatters. I'm not saying that they developed morality overnight. I'm just saying it was a lot harder to find rats in the United States that could rat on this after I was in jail. So anyway, get to court the first day, self-surrendered. Mom's there, fiance's there, everybody's there, lawyer's there, and going to get bail. And they unseal a second indictment for continuing criminal enterprise kingpin. And I got my first law lesson that day. In the 1996 Omnibus Crime Control and Prevention Act, our Democratic President Bill Clinton gave us a very special gift that circumvented the Constitution, and the Supreme Court allowed it to. And it said, for the purposes of bail hearing, then this is the exact wording, for the purposes of bail, if you're looking at a maximum sentence of 10 years or more, you are presumed guilty for the purposes of bail hearing.
So you're not getting bail.
Think about that for a second.
Yeah.
And that's right there. And the Supreme Court upheld it through all kinds of intellectual dishonesty gymnastics. Won't get into that. We could have a legal podcast one day that would last a week. But that was my first legal lesson, was that day. And so anyway, I ended up locked up, and they're going to take me to Kern County, which is totally up, right? Like, I'm in the tanks and learning this as the dudes are talking. Everybody wants to stay at MDC. If you can't be at MDC, then San Bernardino's closer. It's much better, but nobody wants to be in Kern County. The water's brown. It's disgusting. Everything's horrible. Like, so I fake a kidney stone in the tank because I find out I'm due for Kern County, right? Like the San Bernardino buses left. They got chained up already. The MDC people have already gotten walked back across the street. All that's left is Kern County, and they're starting to chain us up. I fake a kidney stone. How do I fake a kidney stone? I've had them before, so I know there's piss in your blood. That's really the only way that they can tell initially that there's something wrong.
Blood in your piss.
Blood in your piss. Yeah, piss in your blood. Whatever. Good catch. Maybe I have a little dyslexia. Anyway, so I bite my corner of my nail here so that it's bleeding. And I go take a fire. I start, I've had it before, so I know how to mimic the pain, right? And now they got to take me to the hospital. 2 marshals take me to the hospital that night. I miss the Kern County bus. I end up at San Bernardino. Guess who's locked up in San Bernardino now? Al Mayman. Mr. I can't get the chick to go to breakfast with me for a $20 tip, but if I give her hundreds, then her mom loves me and she wants to marry me. That Al Mayman.
Right.
So he's there. He's locked up in there, right? And so he's going to court the next day. I'm like, dude, we don't have court. What are you going to court for? He's like, oh, man, I'm just deal, this, that, the other thing. And he comes back that night, and he's like, bro, I got to tell you, I was supposed to rat, but I just couldn't do it after I saw you, this, that. Right? So I don't know if that's true or not. Right. I would imagine that he was supposed to rat, but the price that we're asking is too high. But since I don't know, it's an unknown of why he didn't do it at that time. He certainly did it later, but at that moment he didn't do it. So we're at MDC, and then they move him. I mean, we're at San Bernardino. They move me to a different part of San Bernardino. Al moves to MDC, and finally, before the trial starting, the first trial that we went to speed trial, they moved me to MDC about a week before the trial starts. So I got the 2 lawyers, $2 million in, investigators, this, that, everything. We go to 6-week trial, get found guilty. And, now it's time for PSR, and I got this second indictment and everything else. And, PSR comes back. It's 360 to 1,640 months. Ringleader, organizer, established the thing, everything, right? Well, dude, I can't go to sentencing. I just absolutely cannot get sentenced for that. So those dudes who are doing like the straw man, the corporate USA.
Oh god, yeah, the sovereign citizen kind of thing.
Yeah. So I'd read that stuff, and it appeals to you on an intellectual level sometimes until you realize you need a judge to agree with you.
Yeah.
But what I found fascinating was the UCC financing elements of those things. So I wrote the judge a letter, certified mail, and I said, I've copywritten my name, and you're using any unauthorized use of my name in commerce will start the process of a self-executing UCC1 financing statement for $100,000 for every violation. So I sent him the letter, right? Sent it to his chambers, and this cocksucker comes out, next time, Ziskin, like he's trying to rub it in, dude. But because he never responded, he's stuck the same way the Columbia House, when they used to send you, 10 CDs for a penny, and then they send you one every month for $14, twice the price in the store, right? And you have to tell them, no, you don't want it, or return it, right? You have to take an action. If you don't take an action, you owe that money. Well, the judge was so arrogant, and this is what I was counting on. I was betting with dudes in MDC. I was like, if he just responds and says, I don't accept this, or I can test it, anything, just scribble on a piece of paper, there's nothing I can do, right? But I was like, this dude is so arrogant and hates me so much, he's not going to respond. Mm-hmm. And he didn't respond. So, bro, I take the transcripts, I take the letter, I take the registered mail, I have my wife go up to Sacramento, file UCC1 financing statement on him for millions of dollars. And the reason why I wanted to do this is this judge had denied every motion I made, granted every motion the government made. He's known as a hangman judge. Like, I got to get rid of him.
Right.
So I said, okay, Your Honor, you have a pecuniary interest now that involves me, so you have a conflict. You need to be recused. Oh my God, that set off a firestorm in the whole system over there. So they take me to this other court, civil judge, federal judge. You're not entitled to a lawyer. And they're trying to bury me. They're actually validating it for a second by trying to beat me in court on it. Mm-hmm. Right? And so I did the same thing to that judge.
Okay.
Right? He also didn't respond. I filed a UCC financing statement. So you got all that going on, right? Now that's going on. That ends up kind of like stalled. They don't know what to do because they don't want to validate it, right? Because why would you want to? But at the same time, they're stuck. I got these things recorded.
Right.
Right? After we got the UCC1 financing statement in Sacramento, I had my girl go record it downtown. Now I'm trying to find investigators who will go looking for these judges' assets, and none of them will touch that.
Right.
I'm like, listen, man, I ended up getting his gas card and a condominium that he owned in the valley, and I was going to lien those. So anyway, I'm doing all that, right? And then Tamer gets in. He's extradited from Amsterdam for the second indictment, the other case that hasn't started.
Right.
So that's going on for a while. I don't get sentenced for like a year and a half, right? By the time I finally get sentenced. And so Tamer comes in, they put him on a different floor than me at first. And anyway, finally the day comes, about a month before my sentencing. I say I wanted to represent myself. I wanted to do my own closing argument. I was so out of my mind. My closing argument was going to be, hey, 2-3 tons of you say we ship to the UK or into Europe. Well, I just want you to know that I got more off the streets than any DEA agent ever did in the history of America, because that was drugs that was already here, that had already beaten customs in the DEA, that were already on our streets. And I traded that for something like, which is like, that's how out of my mind I was, bro. Like,
it's a bad argument.
But the funny thing is, right, it's true. There's no DEA agent anywhere in history that is responsible for removing more from American streets than me and Tamer Ibrahim.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to keep you from getting 30 years.
But that's the insanity you're going through, right? When you're in the MDC, everything, and everybody knows everything, and this, that, the other thing. But nobody knows what the government knows, and the panic and the anxiety and the whole thing. You're just out of your mind by design, right? Like, you're just going, did they find that out? Did they find this out? Did somebody overhear us from the balcony? Did this happen? Did that happen? And it's just nonstop. And you start living with that for years. Oh, is this dude ratting? Is that dude ratting? You're panicking at every little thing, right? Oh, my cellie left. Why? So you're going through all that, right? But that's how out of my mind I was. I was like, this is the best closing argument. I wrote it out, everything, right? And lawyers talked me out of it, right? Everybody talked me out of it, right? And so anyway.
The filing of the UCC and filing the judgments or the liens against the judge. There's a law now where they can – I've actually met a guy who did it and got sentenced. They got 3 more years for filing a lien against the judge. He was like a sovereign citizen and did all the filings and everything. And one day they pack up, bring him back to court, boom, indicted, came back like a year later after fighting with 3 more years.
Yeah, I believe it.
Because it was getting so bad that these guys were doing this. So much of these judges are getting their houses liened. Like, you're getting a lien on a judge's house.
Yeah. No, it's crazy. It was crazy what was happening. But then, a lot of that, like the dudes who were pushing that shit, and they had this book, Cracking the Code, and this and that. Dude, I had my my fiance, go meet them, give them a bunch of money, right? Mm-hmm. And they were helping me. Now, I knew I was trying to get rid of them, recuse them, by creating a pecuniary interest.
Right.
right? Like, I knew that there's no judge that's going to say, oh, yeah, you're right. You're not a corporate citizen, and we have no jurisdiction over you, and we're going to
release them.
But you got to pay lip service to it while you're trying to get this done, right? Because you want the judge to not even respond is the whole thing.
Right.
And so anyway, that's going on. And finally, I'm about to get sentenced. It's about a month before sentencing. And, the second case is starting to start, right? And me and Tamer are on the same floor. We're fighting the case together. And at this point, I wanted to represent myself, and I'm going to represent myself on the second case. I fire, my attorneys. I'm going to represent myself on the second case. And then 2 nights before sentencing, this, horrible attorney, Louis Palazzo, who still takes credit for winning the case, even that I fired him and represented myself, right? Like, idiot out of Vegas. Him and Ron Richards, another scumbag piece of shit. Ron Richards is out in the hallway while me and Tamer are in court, and our paralegal overheard him saying, oh, yeah, get as much money as you can from them because they're dead. Milk them for everything, right?
Jeez.
And the paralegal is the one that told us, right? Like, Diana Kaiser, beautiful woman. Just amazing woman. And so just scum of the earth people, right? So anyway, 2 days before my sentencing, I get all of Palazzo's files finally come. And my counselor, Taylor's like, look, dude, there's boxes, like, I was like, I need it. I'm representing myself. And he's like, man, I'm supposed to look through every one of these. He's like, let's just open them up. Da, da, da. And there was notebooks, 3-ring binders. And he's like, oh, man, just keep them, which was a no-no because you can make knives, everything out of the shit, right? There's steel in them, everything. But he let me keep them. And I happen to have a single cell. So I get a bunch of those gray boxes. Those gray boxes they give you for your legal shit? I'm buying them from people. I'm asking for more. I'm getting them from everywhere. I got 4 rows of them stacked to the ceiling, and I got them on the top bunk stacked to the ceiling. That's how much discovery I had for just that case, right? So I'm in my own cell, and I start reading it. And the very first notebook I pull out is wiretap transcriptions. But in the jacket, the little pocket on the front, there's an index. And what I know on the index is all the call numbers are not in orders. These are just the ones they translate and transcribed. Little whatever it is, the wiretap, the phone number, everything. But the last entry is the last modified date. Okay. All of them were before my first trial. And the government said that this wiretap wasn't relevant to my first trial. So I've got the trial.
So they've withheld evidence.
Yeah. So I've got the trial transcripts now. And I'm comparing Mike's phone calls. Now, remember, there's 1,800 hours of phone calls with all these boxes of discovery. And, I had like 8 boxes just for the trial transcript, but I just got out his testimony. His testimony was like this. It was 2 days. I was like, so I don't have a computer. There's no you're manually reading, and then you got to find and read and find and this and that. And after time, I got much better at it because I remembered where everything was, but I'm just starting now. So I find 3 lies. And I go to court for sentencing, and they have 31A, B, and C, which is a motion for new trial, new evidence, whatever, da-da-da. I know that already, and I'm like, I want to represent myself for sentencing. The judge is like, no, you're, closing arguments over. I was like, I know, Ferretta, you got to let me do it. I understand the charges against me. I'm doing this of my own free will, and I understand the consequences of a guilty verdict. So you got to let me do it. It's not up to you, Judge. The judge is like, I'm going to let you speak, but keep your lawyer. So I tell him, I'm like, hey, Your Honor, look, here's government-generated material, wiretaps, shows the witnesses were lying on the stand on direct examination. Judge is like, okay. I was like, Your Honor, are you saying you won't even look at these? He's like, the record will stand on its own 4 corners. I said, Your Honor, this is government-generated bait stamp material that shows that the witnesses were lying on direct examination. And now I know he's being an asshole. And so I have 3. I said, there's hundreds of these. Because I know he's being an asshole. Right? He's not going to look.
But that's grounds for, you've already been found guilty. That's grounds for an appeal.
Yeah. So, well, it's interesting. That interesting part is very interesting, actually. And it's one of the things we can explain without spending 10 years on the legal back.
Okay.
So anyway, the judge said, you were in this court for the last year explaining to me why the rule of law doesn't apply to you. I find it ironic that you want me to apply the rule of law to the government today when it suits you. As I said, the record will stand on its own four corners. So the appeal I get sentenced 30 years. The judge is like, at sentencing, he's denied every motion I've ever made, granted every government motion. Everything, taking their word down the board. I didn't realize why he did this then, but this is what he did. He said, sentenced to 30 years. He had to give me 30 because if you have to stack the counts, you can only go to the low end of the guideline. And my counts were only 20 years each. Even you could stack them, but if you have to go over the statutory maximum to meet the guideline range, you can only do it to get to the low end of the range. So 360 was the sentence. I knew that going in. Right? 360 months. I'm 30 years. So so then the appeal goes. So he gives me 30 years, and he says, and now I got a CC case that I'm looking at life down the hall with Judge Snyder, and he knows all about it. And he's like, on my own motion, I'm going to give Mr. Ziskin 3 years of supervised release instead of 5, because if he gets out, he'll be of such an age that I think 3 years will be appropriate. And he did that just to protect his record. So he gave me 2 years off supervised release on his own motion to protect his record. He had to give me something. Otherwise, he's got a problem with a bias claim, right?
Right.
So he did that just for that, to make that statement. My mom is crying like it sounds like an animal just has been stabbed through the eye. Like, I'll never forget that, right? And I'm like, this is bullshit. I'll be back on appeal next year. I mean, loud, talking shit. Even the LA Times article was like saying how disrespectful I was to the court. Just insanity, right? So anyway, the appeal goes in, and the government, my appeal attorney says, hey, this has got to be part of the record. Here's the wiretaps, here's the lies, The government says, hey, those aren't in the record. Mr. Ziskin needs to wait for 2255 to argue this. You can't argue it on direct appeal. The reply from my attorney is, hey, the government lied, and they're looking to get a windfall because the standards of review for 2255 habeas corpus is much harder to breach than direct appeal. Right? And so the government's getting a windfall for lying.
Right.
The Ninth Circuit said, you're both wrong. By clear error analysis, the judge made clear error when he refused to look at the evidence and make a finding. So we are giving a Rule 10e remand back to the district court to put, now they already know what's in the transcripts and the phone because we attached it as an exhibit, to put that in the record so that we can adjudicate that when the appeal comes up for argument. And they were powerless to do anything else unless I agreed at that point. They had no jurisdiction to do anything else. Well, at the same time that I won that appeal, that was probably a year later after I got sentenced, a year and a half later after I got sentenced, I've been fighting this other case representing myself. And around the same time as the appeal ruling comes out, I'd gotten an evidentiary hearing granted. And what I did was I was, when I got in and I started representing myself, the reason why is I started asking people about these lawyers. I said, there's no way they're not going to the same Christmas party. There's no way they're not doing this. Because when you get a lawyer, they tell you shit like, hey, dude, if you hire me, specifically because of me, I got this handled.
Yeah. I play golf with the judge. You know how many guys I've talked to where they're like, bro, I hired this attorney. Like he's friends with it. He plays golf with the judge and the U.S. attorney. It's like every single prosecutor or every single federal defense attorney out there must be playing golf with the judge. I don't know when the judges or U.S. attorneys have time to do anything but play golf. Yeah. I mean, that's how many, almost every one of them is like, bro, that must be a running joke with these guys.
That's why they're called dump trucks. So anyway, they tell you that, right? And then there's a system. There's actually a pattern. And then you hire this dude, and he comes in and he visits you. Oh, we got this. We're going to get this under control. I got your check. Everything's great. I got your discovery coming to me. You did the right thing. I'm going to get you out of this.
You got a great case.
Then, I was reading through the discovery. There's a couple things I wasn't anticipating, but I'm going to have a come to Jesus meeting with the prosecutor and let them know that I'm going to smash them if they don't give you a really good deal. So now from beating the case, you've just slightly transferred into getting a really good deal. Right. And they basically string it all the way out until 5 years down the road, all your appeals are lost and you've been dumped by a dump truck into prison and you're acclimated to it already. And they were the ones that held your hand through the whole acclimation process, knowing exactly what they were doing.
Right.
Scum of the earth. So anyway, I fired the attorneys. I'm representing myself now, and now I want an evidentiary hearing. So I wanted to know about them and their social things. So I asked, was there any paper, magazine, anything? And they had the Daily Journal. LA, lawyers, this, that, social happenings, cases, this, that. That was worthless. But what comes in the Daily Journal every day, 5 days a week, is something called the Daily Appellate Reports. I was reading all the appeal cases. I couldn't tell you procedure in court, but I can tell you what wins.
Right.
Right. So everything in my mind is based on that. Right. So anyway, and I'm watching so I went to the judge and I said to the judge in the second case, I just basically wrote out an indictment the same way they do to us. Right. And I said, but I used the best evidence rule. I said, Your Honor, based on the best evidence rule, I want to call the United States Attorney's Office to the stand so that they could tell us when they decided to tamper with a wiretap to protect witnesses to secure an illegal conviction against me. This is my first case.
Right.
I'm fighting it in my second case. Government's first objection is, hey, he's fighting his appeal. You have no jurisdiction here. That's an appeal issue, da-da-da, this, that, the other thing. Judge looks at me and Mr. Ziskin. I said, Your Honor, no doubt about it, certainly helps my appeal, but the government is overlooking one thing. Those same witnesses are being brought as witnesses here for 2 of the 3 predicate offenses required for a finding of guilty on CCE. She said, yes. And I said, and had these wiretaps been given to us in the proper amount of time, before they got on the stand, you would be instructing the jury that they'd already been found to be impeached before they testified one word to the jury. Now, all you're going to do is the standard Ninth Circuit jury warning to review their testimony with greater caution right before you give the case to the jury. So while this obviously is inconvenient to me, it appears to me that the government is trying to hoodwink the court by bringing disreputable witnesses into your courtroom and packaging them as reputable. And that's why it's relevant to this case. The judge looks at me, takes down the glasses. Okay, Mr. Ziskin, this is how this works. I'm going to give you have to make a prima facie showing of these things. I'm going to give you the head of wiretaps, John Radkowski, and your case agent, Bill Linehan, and we are going to have an evidentiary hearing, and you're going to do this step by step. Now, at the same time, I've been hitting them with the wiretap because I found a discrepancy on when they get a wiretap from a judge, they say, hey, Judge, we want to tap Matt Cox's phone because he's selling dope. Mm-hmm. And so after they get that warrant with 30, 60, 90 days, whatever it is, they've got to make a 10-day report contemporaneously to the judge. Hey, Judge, first 10 days, we had 8 drug calls, and this was the total amount of calls, and here's a summary of some of the drug calls, and we're making progress, right? So then when the wiretap's done, right, they have an optical disc, they hand it to, they seal the original recording, supposedly according to Title III, and they give you a copy, and now you got the wiretap, you have the 10-day reports, which are part of discovery, and you have something called line sheets, which are synopsises. And then later you get the transcripts like I was talking about that I found in that notebook. Just so happened they had all those transcripts before my first trial, so they knew that, right? So I'm telling the judge, look, Your Honor, here's what they told the judge, and here's what we have in the actual wiretap. On 8 different days, there's 21 more calls minimized than there was during the 10-day report. Title III says you can't have equipment that can add, edit, alter, delete, or erase, so what's up? Now, I couldn't identify. I knew which calls it was, but I just know on 8 days, there's 21 more calls. I can't tell you which ones they with, but there's a problem on 8 days with 21 calls, right? So that's also happening at the same time that I make this motion. Best evidence rule, da-da-da-da. So the government needs to be disqualified, special prosecutor needs to be brought in because I intend to call them to the stand under the best evidence rule. Judge says, okay, evidentiary. So we get John Radkowski and we get Bill Linehan and we have an evidentiary hearing. And we get the night before I'm in MDC. We're in MDC, me and Tamer's walking back and forth on the top tier. I'm watching the game, drinking Pruno with the black dudes, right? Because my cell was right there, got along with them good. My boy Joker from Nutty Block and Whack and Toon and all these guys, like, they were fun guys. I liked sports, right? And it wasn't like diehard racism there at that time. It was like a pretty lightweight floor compared to that. I'd heard other stories, but I was kind of, my boy Maurice Brown, dear friend of mine, he's home now. We used to play Pinochle together, win all the tournaments, all that. His black friends would get me, why are you playing with the white boy? Why you ain't winning the bag for us? And white dudes would be, why are you playing with the black guy? I'd be like, dude, we win. That's why I want the bag. You guys suck. We're trying to win. And he basically had the same attitude, right? He's home now, and great guy. Anyway, so and he was actually helpful with some other things that I did there as well. So we're in the evidentiary hearing, and we get them on the stand. And so the night before, night before we're playing ball. They're playing a game. We're drinking Pruno, and Tamer's, hey, bro. I'm like, what, T? What's up? And he's like, bro, are you going to write down some notes or questions or study or anything? Because we got our big day tomorrow. Right. And I was like, oh, I got a bottle of a cup of Pruno. I was like, T, don't worry, dog. I'm going to shoot this one from the hip. And not like everybody knows, because everybody in your unit knows when you have a big, everybody starts busting up, right? Like, and he's like storming back and forth. Anyway, next day we're in court in the morning. Now, I get unhandcuffed because I represent myself. Like, the first time that happened, they didn't unhandcuff me. The judge came out and was like, why isn't he unhandcuffed?
Right.
You got leg irons, you got waist iron, he's representing himself in the mark. Oh, he's a high security threat, kingpin, all this bullshit, right? And she leaves the bench. Her clerk comes out, and I heard this. She's like, you're going to take Mr. Ziskin's handcuffs off before the judge comes back to the bench. And every time from here on out, when the judge comes to the bench, Mr. Ziskin's handcuffs must be removed before she arrives, unless Mr. Ziskin does something to obstruct that. Right. And we're never going to have this conversation again. And I'm sitting right there while she's telling the marshal that, right? Like, so they unhandcuff me. The judge comes back, and Tamer's attorney's like, hey, do you want to go over these questions? And David Chesnoff. He was the mayor of Vegas's partner, big time dope attorney. He's all right guy. Anyway, he says, hey, questions. I go, Dave, I don't have a pad. I'm shooting this one from the hip, but I need you to ask a couple questions. He's like, oh, I don't ask questions I don't know the answer to. And I'm like, dude, you're going to ask them. They're setup questions. I'm not telling you shit. Just to do, oh, what do you mean I have to go after you to clean up whatever mess you make? I'm like, Dave, you work for Tamer. His family paid you. You're going to do what my co-defendant tells you to do. Right. You're the employee, not him. Well, Tamer's scared. This is the moment of truth. Up until this point, it was all like, oh yeah, I'm riding with you. Like, T didn't rat. He told me, hey, if there's a 1% chance that we legit, I'm going to ride with you. If not, kind of let me off the hook. All of his family and attorneys and everybody was like, dude, he's got 30 years. Right. He's finished. I'm a bad bet at that point. I totally get it, right? Like we talked about before, I'm a horrible bet. I'm never coming home. That's the smart money. And so Tamer gets in, and if Lewis is really your friend, he'll let you rat on him and you can go home. You can do more for him on the street. So anyway, Tamer one time talked to me about it, and he's like, dude, if we have a legit shot, I don't care if it's 1%. I'm going to ride with you. But if you're just banging your head in the wall because you're going out blaze of glory and making your last global statement, dude, let me off the hook. I promise I'll be here for you the rest of your life. I was like, T, we got a shot. And the thing that was really impressive about it from Tamer's perspective is Tamer didn't have the experience. Like, he'd worked with me. Like, he was actually the one who said, let's count the 10-day reports versus the minimizations. Let's see if we can nail this down a little bit. Because I'd be excited. 6 o'clock door would open. I'd been up all night studying. I'm down at his door, waking his ass up. Look what I found. And like, But that's the extent of it. He hasn't had a lot of hearings. He hasn't had anything, right? Like he doesn't know the law like I do it. He hasn't been studying it. He's been in a concentration camp, old concentration camp in Vught prison, being held there for, while he was fighting his extradition by the Dutch. And I said, dude, we got a shot. And he believed me and rode with me. And so anyway, but this is the moment where,
Right.
So, and Tamer's kind of handcuffed and he's kind of hunched down, right? He's at the legal table. He's not behind the bar. He's there, right? He's kind of hunched down, and this is the moment. And Tamer, like, kind of, yeah, Dave, just do what he says, right? Like, and so I asked Dave to ask a couple questions about firmware, software protection, shit like that, right? So anyway, we get into a little bit more. Finally, it's time. Government's up there. John Radkowski, head of wiretaps for the DEA, and hey, questions, this, that, the other thing, right? And he asked the questions I wanted him to ask, and then he really didn't get anything out of him. And I was like, okay, cross. The judge lets me up there, right? I get up there and I'm kind of just beating around the bush. I'm like, hey, software protections, like, you can't add, edit, alter, delete, or erase. He's like, yeah. I was like, Title III says you can't have equipment that can add, edit, alter, delete, or erase. Wouldn't it be more accurate to say that the hardware is capable, but the software isn't? That the software is like a firmware that protects against it being used like that, right? He's like, yeah, that would be accurate. So I'm making a note in my head, that's already a problem for Title III. You can't have it. It doesn't matter if you have a software protection. You can't have it. It's clear as day. So anyway, I say, now I'm running around MDC for the last year, and everybody that has an Arabic wiretap around the same time as this case, and I found a few people, believe it or not, I'm buying their line sheets. That's the line sheet is the summary of the call, the date and time of the call, if the call was minimized, who the monitor was, and where the time of the minimization was, plus a short synopsis. So I'm buying their line sheet. So I'm like, oh yeah, so software protection, like you can't add, edit, alter, delete, or erase. Yeah. And I was like, oh yeah, here, can I approach? And I bring him some evidence. And I was like, yeah, like, I was like, what is that? He's like, oh, this is a line sheet. I was like, oh, what's that? Oh, that's the day. Oh, what's this? Oh, that's the monitor code. Oh, does each monitor have a different code? Yeah. I was like, oh, so that's part of like your software protections. Like, monitor can only listen to one call at a time, right? He's like, yeah. And so then I said, oh, can you look at these? He says, yeah. I was like, what's the monitor code on those? Can you look at the date and time? So is that a monitor listening to more than one call at the same time? It appears so. Well, I guess your software protections ain't working, dude.
Right.
Pandemonium. It's like a scene. Government's objecting, right? My dad, I heard him, like all our friends, family, news is there, right? This is a big hearing. My dad, I hear him like about 4 sentences before. He's like, I know my son. Something's up. He's tricking him right now. Like, I can hear him, right? So I say, so I guess that software protections aren't working, Pandemonium, government's objecting, questioning whether it's real or not. Me, when all this is going on, I turn around and I went like this to the audience and stuck out my tongue. And my mom's like, turn around. Everybody's laughing. It's like going crazy, right? I do a little bow. I turn around. The government's like, Your Honor, we don't even know that this is real. I was like, Your Honor. She's like, okay, we're off the record. We're going to continue. And I'm like, Judge, I'm willing to plead guilty to the sheet if that stuff's fake. Let's just continue the hearing. And if that's fake, I'll be guilty of everything at the end of the day.
Right.
Judge is like, I already made my ruling. We're going to have we're going to give the government a continuance to validate the veracity of the evidence that you've provided, Mr. Ziskin. But they're smashed at this point. I mean, not only for my case, but potentially other cases that they use this T2S2 machine on. And we could spend 6 hours just talking about the fine mechanics of how this all came to be, but the legal stuff is probably boring. But anyway, so a bunch of different things, that's what happened, and that's what broke the case wide open. Then we go back a week later, right? And we're done with Radkowski, and we get Bill Linehan, the case agent, on the stand. And same shit. Same argument with Chesnoff, even after that. Like, he's embarrassed now that I did that and it wasn't him, right? So anyway, he's like, hey, it's Radkowski. I go, dude, you're going first. Just leave me alone. At this point, I'm just like, get away from me, right? Like, just do your job because that's all you're good at and you're not good at it, right? But that's your strong suit, so go ahead and do that. Anyway, he gets up there. He gets the guy to admit that he didn't sign the affidavit on one of the affidavits. I'm like, that doesn't mean shit.
Right.
You're allowed to telephonically authorize. Yeah, I got him to. And this is what lawyers do all the time. They act like you've got an issue when they know full well that you have no issue. This is the dump truck thing. They just keep stringing you along, even the best ones.
Right.
So anyway, I get up there, and I'm like taking I'm trying to take Bill Linehan apart as like being just unprofessional, right? I'm looking towards trial now. I'm not even thinking that I'm going to score any more points in this evidentiary hearing, right? And I'm like, you train, you this, that, you don't take it seriously. Whoa. Are you current on your training? I really had nothing for this dude. The case agent really didn't have all my meat was with the technical wiretap. And so anyway, I'm done, and the government says redirect. The judge looks at her and says, maybe you want to leave it alone.
The judge can't help. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Like, what the f***, dude? And she says, no, we want to redirect. And she gets up there, and she's like, oh, and you do this, and you listen to the calls, and you do that. I listen to all the calls, and I this, that. Dude, Chesnoff misses it. She's not even done. I'm like, recross. Just like, we'll get to you, Mr. Ziskin. Anyway, prosecutor's done. It's Chesnoff's turn. I'll recross. She's like, Mr. Ziskin, it's not your turn, Mr. Chesnoff. And he's like, no. Okay, recross. Like, I'm like welcome back, Cotta, with my hands up. Like, I got to get in there, right? So anyway, I get up there, and I'm like beating around the bush with him again. I'm like, oh yeah, so you do some training, you do target training. You're a federal officer, right? You have arrest powers. That means you're also an officer of the court by definition, right? I was like, didn't I see you somewhere before? Like, you were in my last trial. He's like, yeah. I was like, what were you doing there? He's like, well, those are my witnesses. I have to make sure that everything's good. And I was like, oh, so you were watching their testimony? He's like, yeah. I was like, did you have any training around that time? Are you current with that? I kept going back to that because that was really the only thing I had to push them to the left, right? Like, objection, badgering the witness, da-da-da. I'm like, oh, so you listen. So as part of this case, you listened to some of the calls. He's like, I listened to all the calls.
1,800 hours?
Here's where I got him. I said, so you are a currently trained and certified federal agent in good standing with employees that follow your direction underneath you. And you're the lead case agent in the largest ecstasy case in United States history. And as part of your investigation, during your investigation, you listened to all the calls. And as part of your continuing job, you were in trial you were at my last trial, where I suffered a conviction watching the witnesses on the stand. And he said, yeah, by now all these lies had come out because I've had time. I found, 53 solid lies between their trial transcript and the wiretap. So I looked at him and I said, well, I just don't understand why an officer in good standing with arrest powers didn't arrest them on the spot for lying in court if you listen to all the calls.
Right.
Well, they were hit. Objection. Judge is like, I wasn't expecting this at all. I couldn't believe the dude said he listened to all the calls. If you listen to all the calls, how did you let them testify to that? They were lying.
Right.
More than 53 times. And, he's stumbling, and the judge is like, you'll answer the question, the government's objecting, and da-da-da, and this and that. And anyway, then the judge says, well, I'm going to ask for a brief on sanctions. And I'm like, oh, I want a brief sanction. She's like, Mr. Ziskin, you can brief sanctions. Everybody gets to brief sanctions. I'm like, okay, so I get to do my own brief on sanctions. Yeah, I don't even know what. I haven't studied the sanctions part yet, but I'm like, this sounds good, So anyway, then the government comes over, and they're like, hey, let's talk. And I was like, okay, I'll tell Tamer's attorney, and the judge had appointed a friend of the court attorney who I wouldn't let anywhere near me this whole time. So he comes over, and they're like, well, we should talk about a deal, and da-da-da, we'll give you, and I was like, I ain't talking to you. And they're like,
deal? I already got 30 years, right?
Yeah, they're like, no, we can work out some global thing, da-da-da, this, that, the other thing. And anyway, so my appeal attorney, Chuck Sevilla, I had him talk to them, and they offered me 20 for everything. Remember, I already got 30. I'm facing life. And then the appeal comes back, like literally crazy. Like in the same week period, these evidentiary hearings are happening. The appeal comes back to 10E remand. Right. So I'm back in court on that. I got this going on. We're putting this smash down. And so anyway, we'll give him 20 for everything. No. 17 and a half for everything. No. 15 and a half, no further prosecutions. Didn't want to take it. Chuck sends me some case law. One of them where the misconduct's not as bad as mine, credit fraud. The guy got dismissed with prejudice, never spent a day in jail. The other two cases were big drug cases where the misconduct was worse than mine, believe it or not. And those dudes are still in. And he's like, look, you still have to win an appeal and 2 trials.
Yeah,
and no further prosecution. So I'm like, I finally take it.
How long have you been locked up at this point?
About 3 years. So I'm doing the calculation drug program, good time. I'm thinking I could go straight to a camp.
Okay. I was going to say you're under 10 years. You're about 9 years,
yeah.
Like, right?
Yeah, 8.5 is how I had it calculated, right? Like, I don't know if I was counting the 7 days that they've been giving us forever, right? Did you guys have that same shit? Like, oh, they're going to count it. The 54 days is not really, we're getting those days back retroactively. That started from my first day in jail. I heard that all the way up to my last day in jail, right? So that was happening, so I calculated at one point I came up with 8.5 years. Okay. Take the deal. I'm out on the rec court again, and Tamer comes outside, and he's got this horrible look on his face. I'm playing basketball. He's like, "Hey, bro, they're trying to take me to trial. They're not giving me the deal." And I'm thinking, okay, 15 and a half, no further prosecutions. That means Tamer's getting the same thing.
Right.
Anyway, they said, no, we're taking you to trial. We're going to give you, 20, 30, 40, 50 years, whatever we can. Right? Like, they're taking him to the box. So I get on the jail phone. I call David Chesnoff, his attorney, and I go, look, they have a 4-digit code on the phone.
Yeah.
I'm on this phone at this time so they can look it up. If they don't give Tamer the same deal, I'm not going to plead guilty next week. Now, I had moved. I had to withdraw all the pending motions that I had when I took the deal. And I read enough appeals. I was like, listen, I ain't having 2 sentencings. You're moving my CCE case to my first case judge. I'm getting 1 sentencing. That's only 1 criminal history, by the way. They can't make it 2 cases now. Right. And also, I'm not getting stuck in an appeal where some judge didn't agree with the deal. And that we're going to do this one time, right? And so we'd had to do that, right? Now, I couldn't move the first case over to Christina Snyder because she didn't have jurisdiction. That was back on appeal only to Judge Liu. So my second case went over to Judge Liu. And so I'd withdrawn all my motions. I had a motion about the Digital Millennium Copyright Act. I had a motion about, hey, the government can't use a computer if I can't, and the government equal playing field, this, that, all kinds of shit I was taking them apart on. Getting better and better. So anyway, they take my deal. I have to reinstate all my motions. And I had one motion that was a real problem for them. And it's according to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, the hard drive in their T2S2 system is the original recording. The optical discs that they make copies of all the different wiretaps on is a copy.
Right.
Title III requires them to bring the original recording of any wiretap to the judge for sealing.
They didn't do that, so
they didn't bring the hard drive. They brought an optical disc, which is actually, according to their own law in 2000, Digital Millennium Copyright Act, that is a copy.
Right.
It's not the original recording. So they got a problem, right? So anyway, after 3 weeks, they caved. They gave Samer the same deal, and but I couldn't leave my boy. He didn't rat on me. I couldn't leave him there. I couldn't.
Right.
So we kind of saved each other. We beat the prisoner's dilemma together. I mean, he's, without him, there's no me.
You know what the prisoner's dilemma is? Now, who came up with the prisoner's dilemma? It was the guy in the movie Beautiful Mind, right? Isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's where, like, if you have 2 prisoners and one of them cooperates, he goes home right away, and then but if they both go like to trial, they get this much time. But if one of them doesn't cooperate, then the other one gets. It's a whole dilemma. But the fact is look, let's face it. I have to be scared as a prisoner the whole time he's going to cooperate.
Yeah.
But I can talk right now. I go home.
He's
That's
going to
the
do
dilemma.
Right. He's going to
Whoever
do 4
rats
years.
first goes home first.
Right. And but
if you don't rat, there's no guarantee that you're ever going home.
right.
And if you don't rat, the only way that you could potentially go home is if the other guy doesn't rat also, and then you win.
Right. And that's
a lot of faith to take.
Yeah.
A lot of faith to take in someone.
And there was a movie called A Beautiful Mind, where the guy who
Russell Crowe played him.
Mathematician, super famous mathematician, the Nobel Prize or was it? And it also has schizophrenia, and it's an amazing movie. But he has all of these these different theories that they come up with, right? All these different mathematical problems, and that's the one like he wins like the I think whatever, I don't know if it's the Nobel Prize or the whatever.
Some prize.
The prize. He ends up winning it for that one. It's actually kind of comical when they come and they present him with, they explain what's happening and everything. He's like, "You like that one, huh? That's the one." But they use it for game theory too. Like that's the big thing, is that the the equation is used in all kinds of different game theory. For playing whatever, for playing video games and all kinds of stuff. Like it's super amazing. It's kind of a basic, simple thing. But anyway, so all right.
So anyway,
I would have failed the. I mean, there's just the amount of trust that you have to have in someone. Fuck, I just see too many people roll over on everybody. Of course, you're in the same prison with him. He's telling you what's going on.
Well, they kept us separated at first. Right. They tried to have a separation order. They didn't want to put us together. They were really pressing him, and they offered him to sign 20 years when they extradited him. He landed at LAX with the marshals. They offered him 20 on the spot. And then in the end, after a year and a half of contentious fighting, do you know how up it was for the government to give him 15 and a half?
Mm-hmm.
When he offered to sign 20 and they said no, when he landed, he said, "I'll sign it right now." They said, "Oh, we want this, and this." And he said no. But he offered him a flat 20.
Right. So he got the same exact thing you got?
He got the same exact thing I got. Now,
I thought last night you said he had gotten like a little bit lower, got less or something.
He did less because what happened is when they raided his house, these dumb there's a bunch of cash. And dumb A, federal dumb A, he says it was X amount of money. Then federal dumb B says it's this amount of money. So these two dumb
right?
They gave him a case. He ended up with a quorum nobis, and it was funny because Chesnoff, his lawyer, the whole time when we're telling him, hey, they tampered with a wiretap, they did this, they did that. When he's representing Tamer in court, he's always saying, "Oh, my client believes." He's distancing himself as much as he can. And when we brought this issue up to him, he said, "Oh, Tamer, I'll let you know when they decide to give Arab dope dealers back their money. Until then, this is just a waste of time." So Tamer gets this jailhouse lawyer, Pete Haller, another great guy, big dude out of Canada, nice guy. He helps him, when we're in Lompoc, and they file it, and 8 years later, he finally gets the answer, and they bring him back to court, and they had to let him go. So they dragged his court out for 2 years. He's back in MDC again, right? And so they got to let him go, because otherwise they got to cut him a check for $400,000 plus interest, tax-free, of the cleanest money in the world. That's not going to happen, right? So they got to let him go. So he got out a couple years before me because of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean.
And then you got out.
Then I got out, and I got out in 2000, and actually right out of Coleman.
Oh, yeah.
I did the drug program there.
2000. When did you get out?
2012.
2012. Okay,
Yeah.
I was going to say because we figured out that we were actually at Coleman the same time. He was in the drug program, and I had heard. We have a mutual friend, and I just remember Ziskin, right? Like the name stuck with me. So I don't know I've never met anybody else with that name. But the other thing was that when Lewis sent me an email, maybe it was Instagram. I checked his Instagram, and he has a big Jewish star right here on his chest. My buddy Shannon, they call him Turk, has the same.
Yeah. He was in my unit,
right? I was like, man, Turk's got
he's a good guy.
Same thing.
And then I went, and that, you know what? I said, Turk has told me about that. That's where I remember. That's why I remember the name. I wouldn't be shocked if I actually did meet you.
Probably.
Turk was big on, let me introduce you to my buddy so-and-so. I know one time I actually went, they snuck me in the drug program for a going away party. And I went in there, they were having pizza and everything. And these guys they're like, bro, he's not supposed to. Guys are like, he's not supposed to be in here. The guy's like, it's all right, calm down. It's fine. Like, but to me, when I was in the drug program, so many people would have snitched you out. They must have had a really good team because they didn't. Nobody got in trouble for me going in there. But anyway,
yeah.
But that's where I must have. That's where I kind of put it together. And so and then he told me, I was there at the same time. So yeah.
So then come home. I mean, you can get into all the stupid shit, parole, this, that, what, probation, whatever. Yeah. Had a couple friends of mine gave me jobs. I was able to do. I was going to Coachella. I was in the halfway house.
Oh yeah.
I was going to Europe. I was. Because it was work, I actually got a paycheck. So they had to honor they have a problem when they have a big fine on you. If you have a legitimate paying job, even if it's out of the country, if they refuse to allow you to earn, if you can prove that it's valid, they can no longer collect on a fine because they're stopping you from making money.
Yeah, I had to get special permission to go to Amsterdam because, that was their argument our argument to the judge was, look, like one, they had to let me get a passport. And 2 of my charges are passport fraud. Yeah, I've had false passports, and so my probationals officer was like, I don't think he's going to let you. Like that's a big deal, and then she's like, I'm going to make the argument for you that this is how you're paying your restitution. It's for work. It's legitimately for work. Yeah, and he let me go. He let me go to Amsterdam.
Well, because they open the fine to collateral attack if they stop you from earning.
See, I didn't know that. I didn't know all that. And in that case, I wish they'd stopped me. Yeah, she has stopped me before from going to one of my probation officers didn't allow me to go to Atlanta one time. Only time I've ever not been allowed to travel.
So the probation officer doing that is not enough to collateral attack the fine.
It would have to be
everything
to the court.
Everything the probation officer does, you can take to the court. You can go to the court yourself and say, hey, I need to go. Da, da, da. Now, if the court stops you from earning a legitimate living that gives you the ability to pay the fine, then the fine is open to now collateral attack.
Okay.
So they're just never going to with that.
Yeah. Oh, she's always told me, she's like, I'll let you go anywhere for work. Yeah. It's always like when I got married, I was like, yeah, she's you going on a honeymoon? I was like, yeah, she's let me know where. She said, because I have to, and I was like, oh, I'm thinking about going out of the country. And she's like, yeah.
So then, I'm off to prison. I think I'm going to go to camp after I finally get this deal. And, they sentenced me. I'm on the bus really quick. They wanted me out of the building. Like the whole building's going crazy at this point because I represented myself. They considered a win. Yeah. Even though I got to do 12 years, still 13 years, whatever it's going to end up being. But like the building's going crazy. There's a rash of people now representing themselves. Like it's, and they wanted me out of there. Like we'd be on the elevator, you're on the elevator and it'd open on other floors and people would see there, Ziskin, like they just, there was another story that was pretty funny. Like when I was representing myself, SIS comes around for the inspection every week, right? And they tell me, they're like, hey, we're going to open a room for everybody's legal stuff and it'll be locked in there and the cop will get it for you anytime you want. And most people just take their legal shit. They got lawyers, whatever. They don't care. Right. It's kind of like, how the government takes freedoms now. It's such a small thing each time that everybody doesn't say anything. Right. Like until one day we'll wake up and it's not America anymore. But anyway, so I'm like, no, I'm okay. I've said whatever. Right. And next week comes. I hadn't done it. He's like, no, you got to do this. We're going to write you up. They write me up still. Anyway, Woodring, this cocksucker AW, and I forgot there was the SIS dude who actually, he's an asshole, but he wasn't bad. You know what I mean? Like there's some that are just viciously, they want to with you. Right. Like this dude was just a general asshole because of his job. He was desensitized. I think it was Temez was his name, but he wasn't actually a bad dude. Even the morning I was leaving, he was down in R&D and he's like, look, man, you're going to the pen. No, that was the first time I heard I'm going to the pen, right? He's like, so, you're white, you click up with the whites, this, that, the other thing, right? Like, almost out of, like, concern. Like, it was legitimate, like, hey, because what happened was there was a few cops in MDC who were like, nice job, man.
Right.
Anyway, so they come by the third week, and it's Woodring and Temez, and they're like, if you don't put your stuff in there, then you're going to the shoe. And I got a cell right in front of the black TV. Everybody's sitting around, And I go, I don't care. But I'm notifying you now that I intend to call you witnesses to back up my opening statement, which is going to be that when I chose to represent myself, that the federal government separated me from my legal work and put me in the shoe because I wouldn't give it up.
Right.
So maybe you want to call whoever the it is you call and see if you want to do this. This is the AW in the headless IS dude in the unit, loud enough for everybody to hear. Now they push me out in the hallway. Right, I'm handcuffed. They push me out in the hallway, but I see him on the unit phone. 2 minutes later, uncuff me, put me back in the unit.
All right.
That was, so like the legend in prison started to grow from like that kind of shit, like actually the whole time I was doing that. They put me in the shoe. Oh, you can't get magazines because people put them over the lights. Oh no, actually the policy statement is that you can't put them over the lights. And if somebody does put them over the lights, you can give them an incident report and punish them, but you can't deny magazines because something might happen. You have a disciplinary protocol that you have to perform. So they had to give everybody in the shoe magazines.
Right.
I did the same thing with visits. I did the same thing with, hey, why is the commissary list so restrictive? There's no security reason for it. And actually, I'm in administrative detention, and you have to do the minimum, not the maximum. So why can I only get Snickers and Butterfinger? I should have a choice of every candy bar.
Right.
And they had to do that, right? So every time by now I'm really good at this shit. So everywhere I go, right? Like it's like that. Anyway, later on, I'm a TI, and Woodring becomes the warden there, and he threw me out of there. And they totally changed the points on my thing. They put me up. They sent me to Victorville Medium 1, which was crazy. Well, anyway, so when I first get to prison, I get to Lompoc. I'm on the bus, right? And when you get to Lompoc, the camp is right across the street. Like here on this side of the street is the camp. Looks real nice, no fence, people walking around. And on the other side is the pen. And it's like these concrete buildings with like rusted out bars over the windows. Looks like a nuclear fallout shelter. The grass isn't green in between the building and the fences. Totally different thing. Over there, nice, green, looks like a park almost. Over here, looks like nuclear fallout shelter. And the cop on the bus is like, don't look over there, Ziskin. You ain't ever going there. You're going here. So anyway, now I'm scared to death, right? Because, when you're at MDC for 3 years, you're hearing all these stories from dudes in the pen. This one, this one, that, da-da-da. Dude, I was scared fucking shitless. What did I get myself into? So I walk in, go into R&D, right away I see a Mexican kid. Now, when the Mexicans had a riot at Terminal Island with the blacks, like, I don't know, a few months before, a bunch of them ended up in MDC, and one of my ex-cellies was there. So he asked me to send him cigarettes through the toilet, so I got him a bunch of cigarettes, sent him cigarettes and a bunch of shit through the toilet. Well, I see that same kid, Prime from 38, when I get to Lompoc. He works in R&D. So he's letting everybody know that I'm there. I don't even realize how many people I know there, but 3 years of people who went locally to the pen, like I know a ton of people there. So I get in the unit. Oh, first I'm telling the counselor, I'm like, at intake, I'm like, oh, you guys have made a mistake. Are we good?
That'll be in the background a little bit.
Well, if we wait, we gotta wait for we wait 5 minutes. It'll be good. 3 minutes, it'll probably be gone.
No problem.
They drive these little models.
I didn't even notice. I was just fucking rambling.
Sorry.
No problem.
I feel like they mow every day.
That's what I was saying earlier. I was like, they're mowing something, edging something every single day.
Yeah.
And then what's even funnier is that when these kids get home, probably 3 or 4 days a week, the kids get home next door. They have a trampoline. And they're little kids, little 7, 8, 9-year-old little girls. And on the weekend, it's nonstop. It's like, oh my God, this is insane. it's just, when they got that, listen, for the first week that they got the trampoline, it was, I don't know how these kids, I don't know how they did it. It was like 15 hours a day from the early in the morning all the way till like 10:30 at night. You could walk in the back and see them, boom, boom. And their balls.
Trampolines are fun though.
Yeah, they've got, but I mean the exhaustion, like, but they're little kids. Then the balls are constantly throwing the balls over the fence. So Boziak every day is throwing at least 1 or 2 balls back over the fence. He's like, I feel like they're with me. I feel like they're doing this on purpose. You know, all right, they're not. This guy, look, he's just. No, I'm just saying.
It's like he's coming up to the window on purpose. It's purposefully directed at you.
What's funny is he'll mow, and then in 10 minutes from now, somebody's going to edge. That's why, like, I'm so ready to go get like a house on like an acre and just build a studio. It'd be nice and quiet. You know, your nearest neighbor's 500 feet away or something.
I thought a friend of mine does like this stuff for like art stuff, right? And he got a storage unit and soundproofed it, and that's where he does all his recording.
Yeah, I don't know. You need AC. You need. I mean, I could get it.
Well, in LA,
site.
it's not the same as Tampa. Like
No.
you could get by without climate control there, right? Like,
Yeah.
Except for a
you
couple
can live
months
outside.
in the summer. Yeah.
No, yeah, you couldn't possibly here. But yeah, well, it doesn't matter. We're gonna look. I mean, I'm either gonna sign another lease in 6 months from now, or I'm going to. We're gonna start looking as soon as I get probation. We've decided like we're just gonna hit it for 2, whatever. Hit it for a month or 2, and we'll know. Can we get a place or can't we? If not, I'll have to sign another lease, and in a year from now, the entire economy will have collapsed. Things will be more reasonable.
Maybe if there's no World War III.
Maybe. I mean, there's a bunch of ifs going on right now.
There is a bunch of ifs, but there always is.
Yeah, I know. That's why you notice, like, nothing's stopped. Nobody's hoarding or anything like that. It's we were closer to disaster, probably 4 years ago than we were, now when it was.
Well, now I think the big problem is everybody's in their credit cards at a record rate.
Yeah.
And the debt ratio is just worse than it's ever been.
And failures, like in the last quarter, the failure rate for, like late payments, 60, 90 days late are starting to soar.
Yeah.
And so something's coming.
Yeah, some of the banks are in trouble too. They're covering it up. It's a mess.
There's issues. What is this guy doing? He never stops. I don't. But yeah, we can do a little bit about prison. Keep in mind, you still have to go over the COVID thing.
And it's 2:00.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's just do that a little bit, and then I'll move into the COVID. I'll move into after prison drop-in houses, and then COVID.
What's the last thing that you were just talking about? In prison, that would we know where to pick up at.
Well, I told you guys the tangent story about the AW and how I got kicked out of Terminal Island, and then I pulled back to, hey, I got to the pen, and I'll tell you how we navigated through that, and then we can jump into post-prison shit, and should be able to wrap up maybe even a little bit early. What time is it?
It's 2:00, and then we'll probably need, at least probably 15 minutes of the Patreon stories with the Al coming back for his chick and the AC in Thailand. I've run down from prison to prison.
Well, and he's got a story about driving a truckload between where they pull him out, so that could be part of that story.
Okay, yeah, truckload.
There's a truckload.
A couple times it happened. It was actually a car, it's a station wagon. That was the trip without.
The
That'll be 3 stories, which will probably could be another 20 minutes or so. Yeah. Every time they mow, I'm like, okay, this is like Monday. It's like they must just mow on Mondays.
No.
But then it's like,
The problem is tomorrow they'll it'll be his yard,
Yeah.
and then the next day it'll be his
You
yard.
should it's Florida. It's tough to convince people to be green. You should tell them to get an electric mower. The biggest scam ever. The electric car scam.
Yeah.
Powered by coal plants.
Yeah.
But it's clean energy.
What do you think?
I think we'll be good.
Okay.
Hopefully, yeah.
So then, I'm in the pen. Right away when I get there, I have my first shot of white lightning. Before I even get my bunk, I'm supposed to move in with this white dude who's a junkie. And I see Big Joe from Alley Boys, who's, he's a big dude in the Mexican hierarchy thing. And he'd actually taught me how to play pinochle because we were held in Glen Helen, San Bernardino together, and we get taken to court together. And the first time we didn't say anything to each other. The second time he's like, man, you must be somebody. I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you get the same security as me.
Right.
What's up? And then we started talking, and then he taught me how to play pinochle, and so we were playing pinochle together, and
and then you have a CC, you were a CCE, right? Or
CC. But then I had both cases. Like I was going to court on the first case at that time. Anyway, I get to the unit in Lompoc, and I see my friend Little Man from Bryant Street there. He was with me at MDC. I see a bunch of other guys. Prime brings me over, Marlboro Reds.
All
right, which is like, dude, they sell them still at the store there, but people who buy Marlboros for $7 a pack versus everybody else that's buying the plain wrap shit for $2. That's like a thing in prison, right? And for them to be giving it as a gift is like, so people are looking now, like, wait, who the is this dude?
Right.
And then I know all these people, and like everybody's like cool with me, and I'm like just starting to relax, and Little Man walks over to me and goes, hey, dude, the dude they want to put you in the cell with is a dope fiend. I got a boy over here, Little Joe. It turned out to be Big Joe's brother. He's got an open cell. I think you should move in with him instead. You don't want to live with a junkie here. And I was like, okay. So I went to the white dude who had the unit, Frenchie, and I was like, hey, you cool with this, da-da-da-da? And he's like, yeah, bro, if you know what you're doing, I'm cool with it. I mean, hey, to each his own. I mean, thanks, for showing the respect and asking and da-da-da-da. So I was like, all right, cool. So I move in with Little Joe, and, over the next few weeks, I'm kind of, Little Joe really schooled me about how shit works in the penitentiary. And so I'm minding, doing all that, and I'm working out and doing my burpees and pull-ups and enjoying the yard, because after you've been in MDC for 3 years, to get out where there's actually a big yard,
right,
and softball and shit, that's like feels like your home almost, right? Crazy as it sounds, because the amount of freedom is so much higher. And I saw the economics of prison right away, and you see guys who need Western Union, you see guys who need stamps, you see guys who need dope, you see guys who steal out of the kitchen, you see guys who do haircuts, guys who have stores, guys who do gambling books, this, that, and they all have different money transfer requirements. And the tribute that's paid up by, let's say a regular Sereno Mexican, when he brings in 3 balloons of heroin, he's got to kick one upstairs to the old men, right? And so they end up with thousands and thousands of books of stamps. Stamps are the currency in prison, right? So at that time, it was $5 for a book of stamps. That means it's worth $4 on the yard and goods and services, gambling, stolen tomatoes out of the kitchen, onions, whatever. Commissaries that are in the unit that charge 150% of what the commissary charges. These are like, so that's your walking around money, right? So they get thousands of them, but they have wives and girlfriends and this and that. And so they need what's called street-to-street money, cash money on the street going to somebody else, cash money on the street. That's the most valuable commodity. So what me and Tamer were able to do is we would buy, Bob, you got 2,000 books of stamps. Black Bob and Gato were like the top Mexican dudes there. And so they had 1,000 books of stamps. Bob's, I'll take all your books of stamps. Your girl will have the money, FedEx, within 2 days, but I'll take them for $2 a piece instead of $4. Bulk discount, cash for cash.
Right.
So that margin allowed us to operate everything else. Somebody needed money on their account, we could put it. Somebody needed stamps, we could put it. I would take, here's 100 books of stamps that cost me $200. I would give it to my friends and say, here's a $300 list. And they'd go to the store and ask people, hey, are you buying stamps today? Buy these for $4 instead of pay those for $5. Get me 2 Snickers and this and that. But it's a time intensive, takes a lot of work. But when you give somebody $100 in prison, that's life-changing economy. So they were super happy to do that. So we were cycling everything through. We basically centralized the banking for Lompoc. No different. Like you got Zelle, you got Cashapp, you got all these different ways of doing money now in the world, right? You got TransferWise, you got a bank wire, you got, ATM, you got all these things, right? So we kind of brought that all under one house with the same mentality of like the more transactions there are, the better for everybody, right? So once we did that, like we became friends with them. I'd be out if Gato or Bob came out in the morning, which didn't happen all the time. I'd walk the track with him. In the afternoon, I used to play backgammon with Carmine Persico. He's like, Louis, you're so smart. If you would just stop putting hurdles in front of yourself, you could lead the race from the beginning to the end instead of having to catch up from behind. And I'm like, yeah, but it's fun catching people when they think you can't. And he's like, that's your problem. You got to stop that shit, And I used to beat that old man's ass in backgammon every day. I loved him to death. He never gave me a bad piece of advice ever. In fact, when I left Lompoc and I was going to Terminal Island, he told me, he said, hey, stay away from my people. They're no good. Mm-hmm. Right? Like, he was a great guy. Real nice to my dad in the visiting room when his family would come visit. Like, always when I was away, he made me, he made this pasta with these clams. One time it had lobster in it. I don't know how the that happened, right? Like, it would always send me a bowl, this and that. I mean, guy was a great guy. I had a great time with him. But that hanging out with those guys, like, the main Mexican dudes, the main black dudes, the main white dudes, like, that set me up for the rest of my time where I really didn't have problems with anybody else. So I get to Terminal Island, for example, and the AB is the brand's having their RICO trial, TD and Barry and all those dudes. They're holding them in the shoe in Terminal Island. So Bobby Ray, who had the I get a kite from Lompoc. Somebody comes in, and Bobby Ray, hey, my homeboys are down there, and can you make sure they get cigarettes and this and that? And I was like, sure. What I didn't realize, which I should have at that time, is that meant that I had the yard for the whites. Right. So me and this Scotty Scanlon, the skinhead dude, who me and him were actually he was very smart. I had a lot of great conversations with him. We used to walk the track together. So he explained, it was me and him. We were running the yard, making sure they get cigarettes, this and that. Anyway, Woodring, the AW from MDC, who I wouldn't put my shit away from, he becomes warden and throws us in the shoe and da-da-da. So I'm in the shoe with those guys for like 4 months, like every day. So you're like talking to them and this and that once in a while. They try to keep you separated, but every now and then one of them's still out on the yard when they take you to yard, like for the dog run yard, right? So meet them dudes. And anyway, then I go to Lompoc. I go to Victorville 1, the medium there, which was actually the most rocking spot I was ever at out of all the prisons. The most violent one was that medium 1. It was more violent than Victorville USP even. It was crazy because that was the step down yard for the West Coast. So if you're coming out of a pen, you go there. If you're on your way up to a pen because you're a headache, you go there. So it was just wild at that time. I mean, it was, but whatever, you get used to it, you deal with it. And but when I got there, it was like I was coming there with all these top dudes are like, hey, our boy's coming, da-da-da. So then those dudes, there's another couple Mexican dudes and AB dudes in the shoe in Victorville, made sure they were taken care of, smokes and whatever, right? And that kind of greased my way through the whole prison. Like I never had a problem again with anybody. Right. Like me and Tamer were kind of untouchable in that way. Actually, I give the example: nobody can swim upstream, but every now and then a few people can swim across stream. Right. And we were able to swim across stream, and a lot of it was because to them, and they used to say this all the time: guys like you rat. Right. Like they were amazed, and more than and for drug dealers, when you're really doing $1 million dope deals, all the drug dealers in prison, that's what they wanted to be. Most of them lie and said they were, but in our case, everybody knew it was there. I mean, it's all documented and everything. We really were $1 million dope dealers, and that is just not that common in federal prison, no matter what movies say. So we had our little 15 minutes from that, but the thing that really, I think, endeared us to them was the fact that we didn't rat and that I'd represented myself on the biggest case. That was something that was impressive even to these hardened, type of dudes. And it gave us just the ability to do our time in a very easy manner compared to most people. And ultimately then, and they used to tell me all the time, they used to say, hey, Louis, there's nothing wrong with going home. Don't get caught up in this shit. Like, where I see that gangs and they're always trying to entangle each other. Mm-hmm. Like, there was really guys in prison who were very high ranking that were very interested in making sure me and Tamer did our part. We didn't rat. We fought ourselves. Like, they want us to know that this wasn't our life, even that we were here. Like, we could do more than that. They didn't want us to stay in prison, right? And I really felt that from a lot of them. It was very much like they kept us out of a couple jams. They made, there was just a couple things, and in prison, one wrong word, one wrong action, and now you've got another 10 years, right? Like, and so they really, I'd love to take credit for it all myself, but I really think, like, these dudes actually liked us. They were cool with us. They didn't play the race card with us as hard as they could have. They didn't play the rule card as hard as they could have. There was, hey, these dudes are cool, right? So, even Gato told me one day, he was like, listen, man, our own people are scared of us. And you walk the track with me like it's nothing. I was like, well, should I be scared of you? I'm just keeping it real. He's like, no, that's all you're supposed to do. And he told me the monkey story. He's like, I'm going to tell you a story. This is right before I was going to Terminal Island, too. He's like, I want to tell you a story. So, he was getting ready to go to Victorville Penn. They were opening it up at the time. And he said, I want to tell you this story because it's going to apply to your life. And he says, when you get a monkey high on heroin, they'll break the cage to get more. But once you get them off of heroin, if they can smell the heroin in the water, they go crazy and they'll bite you and kick you not to let it come into them again. He's like, isn't that amazing? Humans are the exact opposite. All these people are dope fiends. It doesn't matter if they're at the microwave with their Men's Health magazine measuring their oatmeal. Their mentality's the same. Always be aware of that. And like, when I look back on these things that these guys had told me, they were absolutely right. These dudes are locked up for life. They're gang members, but anybody that says that they're not smart or intelligent is retarded. These guys are smart. They're intelligent. They understand things deeper than what's going on in the four walls. So it was really good experience for us in that sense, and that greased the wheels. And then ultimately, you come home in 2012, halfway house home confinement. And we started building houses for my brother in Encino. First two was a 7,000 square foot one story, and the other one was 6,800 two-story with a retaining wall in the back. And
these are huge houses.
Yeah, and everybody's screaming at us like, "Oh man, you haven't even done a kitchen remodel." And we're like, "So?" And bro, we made huge record sales for there, and then we bought a third one, and we're doing that, and I was just satisfied. Like, arguing with people over $1,200 invoices all day long is soul draining. One, because you don't know which dude is the one that's trying to scam you, and which dude is the one that's got 4 kids at home that really needs it, right? Because I'm inclined, dude, I'll give you a couple $100 more if you're in that situation. You're salt of the earth, you're working, you're taking care of your family, you need a few $100 more for the. But if you do that for everybody, there's no profit left at the end, and most people are trying to scam you because they think you don't know what the right? So anyway, we're doing that, and then I got the idea I was at the dentist's office, and somehow there was the FAA proposed regulations for commercial drone pilots was sitting there. Like, it's something only a convict would pick up, like this dense reading material. I read it. It said, oh, you can't, pilot has to have the drone within line of sight. You can't be more than can't go over 400 feet, et cetera, et cetera. I figure out right away. I'm like, okay, you don't need to control the drone. You just need to control the guy who's crawling drone. So I call a friend of mine over at Samsung, and I say, hey, what's up? I want to do this, that. I want to live stream from a drone. So people could see anything, anywhere, anytime. That was my initial idea for drop-in. You could order a drone pilot like Uber, wherever you are in the world, and you could see live. You want to take a tour of the Grand Canyon? Great, let's do it. Set it up for a class. You can pause, you can take pictures, you can just tell the pilot, fly right, fly left, da, da, da.
Right.
And then we realized that there was an insurance industry application and all this and that. But how we got started is I told Noor, and great guy, and he's like, okay, so what you really want is something called low latency live streaming. And he gave me all this technical stuff, and I wrote it down. I wish I would have saved it. So I went to my cousin, and he hooked me up with a company called Project 10X, and they were like basically a booking agency for talent. And he got to do he's like $60,000. I can get you a alpha product, demonstrable. You'll have a demo. It'll work. You have a low latency live streaming via app, and then you could take it from there. Well, I didn't know if this dude was going to take me for a ride. So what I did to protect myself is I got another developer, and I told him exactly the same thing. And I had Diamond Labs working on it, and I had Ahmad Al-Akush working on it, and told him exactly the same thing. And I didn't tell them about each other, so I got the demo done in half the time for twice the price. So I'm either a genius or an idiot, depending which side of the table you're on, right? And then, and then we realized, hey, there's a cell phone application here as well. It doesn't just have to be from drones. It's the same tech. We can let people open their cell phones and live stream to anybody like on demand. I thought, oh, here you're going to have 24-hour on-demand news. Why are we watching a talking head tell us what happened 3 hours ago when there's somebody there with the phone that could show us live?
Right.
Right? And so that was my initial idea. Oh, you want to see if your boyfriend's car is parked at home at 11 o'clock at night? You can use drop-in. You can order a drone or a Lyft driver with a cell phone and see if they're there. Anything. Right. For real estate, appraisals.
Yeah.
But we zeroed in on the insurance space. So I'm in the insurance space, and it was slugfest, and my background really didn't help. People were very adverse to that risk. Obviously, insurance companies are adverse to risk, and anyway, we just kept our head down, and I got kind of a little bit sick of the morality argument, so I looked at the tier 2 insurers that we were after at that time, because we weren't trying to get the state farms or anything like that at that point. I looked at the tier 2 insurers, and I sent investigators on 5 of the 7 of them, and I found that a couple of them had their own morality issues, and I brought it up to them, and I said, I don't think it's fair that you're making a morality play on me when you're compromised morally as well. And they thought about it and decided the best thing to do would be to give us a contract, and that's how we got our first contract. And, it took off from there, and then we got Lyft as a partner, then we got into Lloyd's of London, and then Forbes took notice, digital, because this Ziskin convict is in Lloyd's of London, the stuffiest institution ever, and dealing with companies like Hiscox and Beasley. Okay, it's Lloyd's Lab. We got accepted to it, right? And then we got into their network. We were approved as a utility for their whole network of insurance companies, right? And so that went really good. And then COVID's, so prison to Forbes in 5 years, got the company going, fits and starts because I wasn't the right CEO. I'm trying to find CEOs, right? And they're coming in with their performance pay packages, and I'm not even pushing back. I'm like, dude, you hit those hurdles, you can have everything you ask for.
Right.
Right? None of them hit them. Because they don't have skin in the game, dude.
Yeah.
They don't care. Anyway, I ultimately find this guy, Joseph Shemesh, through a good friend, Zohar Loshitzer. He hooks me up with Joseph Shemesh, and he says, and Joseph comes in. He's a CTO, CEO. He's like one of these magic guys with code. He's had 7 successful exits before this, but he's always the fix-it guy that comes in, fixes it, and then gets an exit. He's never had the big kill. So I make him a equity deal, same thing, package, everything, whatever. But this guy really is about it. And now, instead of celebrating a new customer every other month, which we've been doing for basically 5 years, this dude's adding them every week, and after a few months, he says to me, hey, it's better if you're just not around at all anymore. Because I understood my name was not good for that, right? And I didn't care. I did it for money. I didn't do it to be a CEO, right? And so, and things are going great. And then, COVID starts, and we start to get calls. One of them was from an attorney general. And he said, hey, and we had King and Spalding was Drop-In's lobbyist lawyer because I wanted to do a federal override on 911. So when you call 911, They use our 911 uses our technology to send you a text, and you click on it. Now your camera's open. The police presence is in the room. They can see everything that's happening. Also, when the police are on the way there, they can see what's in the room before they go in, so there's less anxiety.
Right.
I was marketing it as poor man's fiber optics.
Right.
I was also marketing it for parole and child protective services inspections. Child protective services can't go to every call.
Yeah.
This is how you have Elian Gonzalez end up dead. You know, the people had called 10 times and nobody went. You know, they're just understaffed. Parole officers also understaffed. But here's an opportunity to see every single call. Cool, I'm sending you a text. Let me see that there's no milk in the fridge. Let me see that the sheets are dirty. Let me see that that the kids have a black eye. Right? And now if there's a problem, you send actual manpower there. And the CBA ROI is immediate because my platform costs less than gas. So I'm giving you 10x visibility at 1/10 of the price, right?
Right.
Same thing with parole. Like, hey, one of the things I noticed is there was a few guys who were in the halfway house and they got jobs at Costco and they got fired. They didn't get fired because they were doing a bad job. They got fired because the halfway house was calling every 2 hours saying, hey, do you see him? Do you see him? Do you see him? Well, why not automate that? Stop being stupid. Let the convict have a smartphone. We pull the GPS and location from the stream. We know exactly where it's at. You see him, it's live,
right,
and you have a record. Cheaper than sending, the randomized deterrent, right? Like, so we were pushing that. We had King and Spalding out of DC, trying to lobby those initiatives for us. And then, COVID comes, and one of the Republican attorney generals that I'd met calls and he says, hey, listen, I know, this is a little bit out of the box, but you were moving shit around the world when we were trying to stop you. Do you think you can help us now? And I was like, well, what's the problem? He's like, well, we're backed up 5-6 weeks to get out of China. I don't know if you remember, right?
Yeah.
And everybody thought that was China them over, right? It wasn't, bro. Like, because I knew about shipping and logistics a little bit from the dope, actually more than a little bit by the time the dope shit was over, right? And I understood exactly what the problem was. There's a door from FedEx or DHL or any of these other companies, a door that goes into customs. Mm-hmm. You can only physically fit so much through that door in a 24-hour period. That was the holdup. That's how much stuff it was. The Chinese wanted it out of there as fast as they could. They want to make more money. The faster it gets there, the faster people buy more. So I called a friend of mine, and I found out where, which FedEx location, central hub that their stuff was at. And, little red envelope, baksheesh, consideration, whatever you want to call it, couple grand. And I got their stuff moved from the back of the line right up to the front of the door.
Right.
So saved them a few weeks. The other thing I said is, listen, everybody's trying to get fast boat from China to LA. You're going to wait forever. Your container price is going to be insane. But you know what nobody's doing right now? Nobody's moving it to Korea and then taking the fast boat from Korea, because none of these idiots who act like specialists in procuring shit know anything about logistics.
Right.
So we moved the stuff from China to Korea overnight, and then you had a 10-day fast boat from Korea, because nobody knew about Korean product at that time. Right. Everybody was this was in the very beginning. So logistics is going great. Now, the Korean thing, that's our old partner who used to strip the documents. He did 10 years also. He got out, he's back, right? I can get into his story, but it's going to take us, I'd love to tell the whole thing one day, but we got time consideration. I have to get back to my wife because she's really the boss. I act like a tough guy, but she's in charge. She has 95% control.
Right.
So anyway, so he sends me these Air Queen masks. He's like, what the you guys doing? He didn't believe we were doing some shit like COVID stuff. He's like, bro, what's in the things? I'm like, bro, it's really shit, like medical shit. He's like, so anyway, he's handling all that for us to switch, because you got to switch boats. So it makes it a little complicated if you don't know what you're doing. You got to get the container off in Korea and then get it on another boat. Most people just want to fire and forget if they don't understand anything about logistics and brokers and how shit works on docks, because they don't understand it. So they just want to know, I dropped it and it's going to arrive here. Right. So anyway, he's handling that for us. And then he sends us these Air Queen masks. They have, and the unique thing about them, I don't know if you remember, but remember everything was EUA, emergency use authorization?
I guess, yeah.
Okay, well, these had an N95K number, substantially equivalent to N95, and they were nanofiber. So you got 90% more airflow, so super easy to breathe. I could do burpees in them.
Right.
In fact, I did at Equinox for a while when you had to wear a mask there. You could do burpees in them. You could walk around with them. You wouldn't notice them at all. You'd forget it was on your face, and it had better protection than any of the KN95, this, that, the other thing. But the technicality of it was funny because as we got into the business, we brought 1 million masks in. We set up a website. We decided we weren't going to go after these million this, million that phone calls because that's got to be all bullshit because at the end of the day, somebody's got to cut a check for that. And if all the people have only met each other over the phone and on Zoom, ain't nobody cutting a multi-million-dollar check to someone whose hand they didn't shake or doesn't have some kind of security guarantee, right? Like, so I was like, dude, these are all bullshit. Like, we don't need to waste any time on that. What we concentrated on was selling 10 packs, 30 packs, and 100 packs. Well, everybody who's buying them, they buy them. 2 days later, they get their shit. Oh my God, I didn't get ripped off. They tell their friends. They bought 10, now they buy 30. They buy 30, now they buy 100. Now we're starting to get calls from like Augusta Medical, Cedars, all these places because somebody's relative had bought them, showed them, and said, hey, these guys really have the stock because everybody's getting ripped off at this point. So that's how we got our bulk sales was from not trying to do bulk at all. We just tried to handle the guy on the street and make sure he had his masks, right? Well, that leads us into respirator hoses, leads us into all syringes, gowns, everything else. And we're delivering everything. This is a bunch of ex-drug traffickers who are buying this shit wherever it is, Korea, China, whatever, same process we used to use for drugs. Make sure it's cool, quality test it, look in everything, And our logistics is far better than anybody else's at that time. So we're actually delivering. And as we're delivering more and more, we're getting more and more customers until the nitrile gloves thing comes up. And we ignored it for 6 months because we knew there was everybody we talked to told us fraud, fraud, fraud. When the guys we're working with are scared of the deal, it's probably a good thing to stay away from it, right? Because these guys they would have done dope just as easy as they did masks. So anyway.
Well, what is that?
Nitrile gloves.
Okay, so
that was these blue gloves that they use not only for COVID, but when you go in the doctor's office, they put the blue gloves on. They use it for everything. Yeah. There was another glove boom. There was a historical precedent for this, and it was during AIDS. Before AIDS, the doctor didn't wear gloves. The nurse didn't wear gloves.
Okay.
After AIDS, every doctor visit, every nurse visit, there was always gloves. So that was the first boom. And if you look back, and I wasn't smart enough to do this then, but if you look back at how the business changed after AIDS, you would have seen what was happening here in COVID. It was a carbon copy of the next explosion. Same amount of fraud, because once AIDS came and they decided everybody has to wear gloves, there wasn't enough glove production to cover that. So COVID comes, there's not enough gloves. Right, so tons of fraud. We stay out of it. After like 6 months, we got a Asian friend who's a pretty big deal, celebrity. He's going over to Taiwan to do a show. He's doing the quarantine, and he's going to do the show over there. And I said, dude, if you have a connect, let us know. So he hooks us up with the Emily HSU and this dude Ted and David and they're like, oh, yeah, we got this general in Thailand and da-da-da. But I got to tell you, the story because if somebody would have told me, hey, I'm going to get you gloves out of the factory, I would have known that's bullshit. Hey, we got a general out of Thailand who has a deal with Sri Trang, da-da-da-da. He's got a thing. They sent us all the documents, everything. And I did the due diligence, and I failed. I looked at all the documents. I checked the addresses, the phone numbers, everything lined up. I called. I didn't call to ask about any specific transaction, but I called, oh, this is Sri Trang. Oh, this is Thailand. I looked up. I asked our customers, are these gloves good for you? Da-da-da. They're like, yeah, great. So we're like, all right, cool. We send them 2.7 million. Archie's like, I know this dude from, long time, good guy, da-da-da-da. Like, send him 2.7. Couple months go by, stories start, right? We know we're at this point, but we're in already. Like, what are we going to do? So the stories start, the delays start,
What are the stories?
Oh, there was a fire at the factory. Well, dude, I get on Google Earth. There's no fire. I look up, there's no this. Oh, there's this happened. Oh, the factory's closed because I called the factory. They're not closed. Just stuff that, third parties they're talking about, all this nonsense. And then finally, there's containers on the way. 3, not 14. So, we got people who've paid money for this, right? Mm-hmm. And I got my brother who's escrowing their money and fronted us the cash that we were short. While Air Queen was $1 million business, it still needed to buy its own inventory to keep selling, right? So while we're doing great, we didn't have 2.7 liquid to just dump in this. So we did a little creative financing, a little bit of escrow, a little bit of guarantee, a little bit of this. Plus we had some money, about half of it. So we sent it anyway. In the first container lands, and we know it's, but we look inside and it's latex used, washed, and dyed blue to look like nitrile. So it's medical waste. So me and Tamer are sitting there. It's a Friday. I'm not going to tell the customers on the weekend. I'm going to tell them Monday morning. It's their last weekend before they hear about this, and I got to figure. I'm just like. I needed a break. So we get slammed, drunk. And on Monday morning rolls around and we go, okay, we have to, we told the customers. Then we get notice of there's 3 more containers coming in. So that Friday, it was a Friday, 7 days after the first one came in, we're like, okay, we got to go down to customs and we got to retract our importer security filing because we know that these aren't nitrile gloves and this is bullshit, it's medical waste. And we're taking a sample of this down there. Then this is a medical device, right? So we're driving down there and we get there in front and Tamer's like, dude, we better smoke a joint before we go in. I'm like, what's up? He's like, bro, we're going to get locked up for this. These are medical devices. They're going to see who we are. They're going to lock our ass up until they get this figured out. They're never going to believe that we're innocent victims. So we're sitting there smoking a joint in Long Beach 3 in the afternoon on a Friday. I'm like, maybe we should come back Monday so we don't have to spend the weekend in. I'm literally thinking, anyway, we get upstairs. We go to their office, customs. We tell them. And they go, so? Wait, here's more bills of lading. More stuff's coming in. They're like, okay, well, there's an email address over there on the wall. You can report it. So I take my ID out, and I said, run that, and get me a supervisor. They run it. All of a sudden, they see it was a customs case, right? All right. Supervisor comes down. Hey, I tell him. He's like, yeah, listen, we got this email thing, this, that, the other thing. Just do that. So me and Tamer are kind of like shocked. They don't even want to take the sample, right? Right. So we go back to the office. We have a hangar at Van Nuys Airport where we keep everything because LAPD's got their helicopter station there. So it's secure and we're not worried about anybody coming to look at our stuff and then robbing the place because you just can't. It's a secured airport hangar, right? With LAPD right next door. So it worked perfect for us. So a lot of people would want to see it and then they'd pay and leave, right? And without that ability to show people PPE product at that time, you just weren't going to, all you're going to do is jerk yourself off on the phone. So we go back, we send an email, and there's no return receipt that we've sent like an email. So now I call King and Spalding. They reach out to the FBI. They reach out to the FDA, Criminal Investigation Division, and me and Tamer write to Customs open email because it was a form fill. So we don't even have a receipt that we sent them this, right? Right. So now we write to their open email and tell them everything and attach the bills of lading and everything. And 2 weeks later, when these containers land, what do you think they did?
What they do? Just accept them and
they let them in and delivered them to our hangar.
Okay.
So now we're like, okay, like what the? Call King. Oh, we reached out to the FBI, we reached out to FDA, this, that, these ones are interested. But then ultimately they did nothing, right? Now I'm screaming and yelling with these Chinese over there on the phone in Thailand, and they're, oh, you ain't going to do nothing. You're burnt, this, that, the other thing, right? I'm like, and at that time you couldn't even travel. Right. So what me and Tamer do is we realize, okay, this is an airport security. There's cameras everywhere. The chain of evidence hasn't been broken, technically, because it's been on camera since it's been delivered. So we're going to rent another hangar where we put 4 containers worth of gloves in there and just locked it, right? And kept it there. We were paying $5,000 a month for that. for months. Keep that in the back of your head. The rest of the containers don't come. They know they know that we know now, everything, right? So we're, and I'd done this under drop-in to give our company validity because that people should see, hey, here's an 8-figure tech company that does legitimate business that people have known about for years, that has big clients, partners with Lyft, part of Lloyd's, and they're backing this.
Right.
So that's how we kind of got over the hump that we weren't fraud, because everybody was fraud in the beginning of PPE, right? So anyway, a couple weeks later, they set up a quarantine program for Thailand where you can go. So I start sending all my ex-drug friends in there. Boom, 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 right? They're doing the quarantine. I got 2 teams there. One team is for, hey, we really have glove customers, and we got nurses and doctors crying on the phone, for real, and like, they need this shit. And it doesn't matter what side of COVID you're on. If your mom has cancer, they use these gloves.
Yeah.
If your kid goes in for a checkup, they use these gloves. You can't be putting medical waste into our system, right? Like whatever side you're on, that's just bullshit. So anyway, once they're in, I go, spend 2 weeks in quarantine, get out. I make the report to the police there, Economic Crimes Division, as the CEO of Drop-In. Hey, we've had this loss. This is our thing. And they're like, well, you made the deal with someone in Taiwan. And I'm like, well, it got shipped out of Thailand, and it's fake Thai goods, and it's a fake Thai company that's been counterfeited and all these things. I already checked. You guys have jurisdiction. But I didn't realize how corrupt Thailand was. Thailand cops will not do their job unless you pay them.
Right.
They're actually part of the criminal world. They're used as criminal assets for pay. That if you're playing the game there, you're playing with the cops. It's a totally different than the ratting mentality here, right? Everyone, if somebody steals your car, the cop is not going to take a police report unless you pay him.
Right.
It's like, that's how corrupt it is, right? So we get over there, we find that out, right? And then we run into this guy. I have other guys over there, mercenary dudes, another team. Some of them I'd met once I'm there because they'd been busy collecting for other people that have been frauded. Right. So I got all these mercenaries now. I got a bunch of ex-drug traffickers. I got a dear friend of mine, King, who I know from back in the day, right? And he's been there for the last 20 years. And he's like, oh, yeah, this, that, the other thing, right? And so really right now, what I'm really doing, what my prime focus is getting gloves for customers so that we can keep our 100% delivery thing intact, because from a business point of view, customer service. And anyway, we run into the dude, Vincent Wen, Emily HSU's buddy, Dave and Ted's buddy, and he's in Thailand, and he's trying to give fake shit to other people. So this guy, Mike Green, sets up a meeting with him, like acting like he has a legitimate buyer. He's going to get it all on camera and and basically extort him. And then what happens is they made a fake case against me. They said that I was in a restaurant where this guy got abducted from. They did this whole filming thing and security camera and CCTV, and I'm not in the video. Right. I'm not in the video. It's not me. I'm not there. I'm not anywhere near that at that point in time. And whatever, if something did happen, it didn't happen on that day, right? Because actually, I had a picture of that dude from another place that he was at, right, with the metadata on it, that showed him drinking and whiskey and eating at 8 o'clock at night in a restaurant when he was supposedly abducted, beaten to within an inch of his life, had a cattle prod stuck up his ass, and a gun pointed at his head, and attempted murder on this date that they're saying. But I had this picture of him because we had investigators, right? I had this picture of him that's showing none of that could be true either for that particular day. And so King comes over, and me and Tamer in the condo that we rented there. And he's like, look, man, they got a warrant for your arrest. It's a bullshit case. It's murder, attempted murder, kidnap, extortion, and rape.
In Thailand.
Yeah. And they're going to arrest you. Their passport's blocked, but I can get you out. So like the inertia for me is like getting up off the couch, right? Like to start packing and fucking hiking through the swamps or whatever the idea this dude has, right? And he says, or you can get arrested, I'll get you bail, and we'll turn this thing around. Now, for the 3 months that we've been there already, the feds taught me how to build a case. So I'm buying pen registers. I find a dude in the phone company. I'm buying the pen registers of all the people associated with this scam. There's Thai generals involved. There's a military base that they're keeping this fake shit at once they have it packed up until it goes on containers. Container companies are supposed to bring the container and say, hey, this container was loaded at this place, and that's part of their security protocol. These guys are picking up containers from the container company, which is a no-no, taking them to wherever, which is a no-no, and then bringing them back, and then the container company is acting like it was all good and kosher, right? I mean, everybody's in on it.
Right.
Everybody. And the SkyMed, I don't know if you heard of SkyMed gloves during PPE, but it was the biggest scam. The whole company was a fraud. There was this Air Force Captain Compy. Anyway, I built the whole case. I know where everybody is. I got everything, like tons of information. I got shipping records. I've talked to shipping companies. I know how bad this is, me and Tamer do. And it's what Thailand was doing during this time is they were shipping more than their annual global glove production to the U.S. every month, more than their annual production capacity. So they're bringing all these used medical waste gloves from China into Thailand, into the Bangkok port, which is a free port. And if you don't bring it into Bangkok from there and you stay in the port and you rebox it there, it can be a product of Thailand now by law. Right? So that's how people were getting around tariffs. What I didn't realize when we got in this is, the gloves was one thing, but they were circumventing terrorists on this same line. They're using, these are the same people that were sending fake EpiPens to kids in Africa, right? I mean, just human trafficking, drugs, just total, these guys were the scum of the earth, right? So I don't have a problem with the drugs, just to be clear, but fake EpiPens to kids is beyond my pale. To me, that's somebody that just needs to die. So anyway, we didn't realize that it's like you kind of walked into something much bigger than you, right? So Tamer jumps up when King says that off the couch, that he can get us bail and this and that. He jumps up, how can you say that? That's my boy, This place is so corrupt, you can't do that. And King pulls out a picture of his grandkids. And he says, you guys didn't rat on me 25 years ago. I got you the same way you had me. King leaves. Me and Tamer get drunk. We're talking. I'm going to get out of here. The next night, we're drunk again. And we had this conversation. And it was, what we did with drugs was at a huge scale. I can't count that. I can't balance the score. But here was a situation where we were a small fish. This stuff was getting sent to our country. Whatever disagreements I have with the FBI or DEA, I'm a American. My family's American. My whole family lives there. My friends live there. We're in the middle of a pandemic, and I've never operated against American interests. I don't sell guns to foreign countries that aren't allowed to have them because America's that's not my thing. Okay, we were drug traffickers. We did credit fraud. We did credit cards and traveler's checks and shit like that. But when it comes to America, I'm American, dude.
Right.
I've traveled all over the world. I could tell anybody that's listening, if you guys think America sucks, you need to travel more. Yeah. I mean, America is the best thing going, period. There's not even anything close to it. And if you're going to talk to me about socialized medicine in Europe and how that's better, let me explain to you the reason why they have socialized medicine is because we have the biggest army. Because if we didn't, the USSR would have never fallen apart and there would be no more Europe. So while they're sitting over there in Spain and all these places talking shit about us and Ireland, they shut their mouth because what they have is directly because we don't. Right. That's the bottom line, right? So anyway, we're like, okay, we built all this. And so me and Tamer are talking scale. Hey, maybe we can make a difference here. This is really a bad problem. Right? Two drunk guys, oh, bro. Yeah. But we decided that night, hey, you're going to go home. If they can do this to me, they can do this to you also. You're going to go home. If you're home and I'm arrested, I don't have to worry. Right. Because I know that there's someone who knows everything and is doing everything Just like if it was me for him. I mean, that's how close we are. After beating the prisoner's dilemma, he's my brother. I would rip anybody's heart out that did. And he would do the same. Like anybody that did anything to him or his family is the same as doing it to me or my family. And same for him. I love Tamer to death. Like I say all the time, I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. Right? Like, and I never, ever, ever forget that. And so we're like, okay, we're not counting on King. What we're saying is if an American gets arrested in Thailand, the embassy has to come.
Right.
And I've got all this evidence. I'll hand it to them. And, you know, they'll whisk me out of here on a black plane with no tail number or some shit, right? Like, that's what I'm thinking. Again, you know, when you don't know, the problem when you're smart sometimes is you think you're smart in every subject. Yeah. And until you learn that there's a baseline knowledge in every subject, it doesn't matter how smart you are, you're an idiot, right? If you think you know when you don't know. Well, this has been a common theme throughout the course of my life. This has come up more than once. So I'm a double idiot because I've made the same mistake more than once. But anyway, I'm thinking, U.S. Embassy is going to come, and that's going to be that. This day, the embassy still hasn't come.
Right.
And the cops, when we're locked up, you know, me and the mercenary dudes and my boy Jay and everybody and a couple Thais when we're locked up, because they scooped us all up using a riot team. I was like, I'll surrender. You know, like, oh, we don't want, you know, they had the press already set. They had everything already set. They wanted to make a big thing out of this, right? So anyway, we're in jail, and the cops are like, it's Saturday, and it's Sunday, Monday morning, you know, waiting for the embassy to come. We're supposed to be in court Monday. Sunday, the cops come, and they're already being cool with us. They're already buying us cigarettes. They know you got money. They go buy cigarettes, buy sodas. You know, when you're locked up in a Thai jail, it was crazy. Like we were 4 cells, and they put us in our own cell, and they were coming to take pictures of us every hour. And I think this is because we had a big friend somewhere, and I realized this as this was going on. Well, we didn't have anybody who was putting their hand out for us. We had a big friend somewhere because the reason why they were taking pictures of us every hour is to make sure nobody was beating the shit out of us. Right. So taking pictures of us every hour. It's sweltering hot. And, you know, there's no beds, there's no bunks, there's no bedroll, there's no pillow, there's no toilet paper, dude. What there is a hole in the ground and a faucet and a bucket, and you're using your hand every time you take a shit to wash your ass out. And that's also where you're supposed to wash yourself and take a piss and take a shit and everything else, right? So we're in there. I start doing burpees.
Right.
I'm like, these dudes, I'm not going to let them know that they're bothering me at all. I'm doing burpees. Now, but when you're tired, this is the crazy thing. There's one fan, and it turns like this. So for about 15 seconds out of every minute, you get a relief. So everybody's like in the corner of their cell, and you can see us all, right? Because it's just bars. In the corner of their cell like this, trying to catch as much of that fan as you can. Right? And the cops come in, they're like, oh, you guys are very bad. If you little boys, embassy come immediately, but embassy no come for you. You must be very bad. That's what they were saying to us.
Right.
Yeah. And, you know, then the main cop, the Super Chai, Tong Lor, he's the dirty cop that this lawyer, Sir Shai Paul, put together to put all this together for the Chinese dudes. What I didn't realize is this was the dude who was the front man for all the human trafficking, EpiPens, all the dudes that got Chinese, that got busted in Thailand, used this cocksucker, right? So he sets up, he's got the dirty cop, they make this whole case against me, and then the cop comes, and he says, you know, I can help you, but $450,000. And it needs to be before your court tomorrow, otherwise I won't be able to help you. And I was like, dude, you don't know anything about me. I'd rather do 20 years in a Thai prison than give you $20. And by the way, when this is over, you're going to be the one in jail, not me.
All right.
Oh, shit, right?
Hey, sorry to interrupt the video. Just want to let you guys know that we're going to have an extra 15 or 20 minutes of content on my Patreon. It's $10 a month for about an hour's worth of extra content every single week. Back to the podcast.
Anyway, I'm like, you and your corrupt buddies, trust me. Now, don't know anything that's going on the outside. I haven't told my wife. I'm figuring, okay, I'll get bail and then tell her, right? I'm expecting the embassy to come. Like, they never show up. Monday rolls around. It's court. They're not taking us to court. And my boy Peter Loprimo, who was with me the whole time, he was my sounding board, my ace. I'd sit there with him for hours at night, and talking to him about, hey, what do you think about this? Sometimes you need a sounding board, right? And it helps if somebody you're talking to is intelligent because they can bounce the shit back to you. So anyway, he comes in, sees me in the jail. He told them that he was this is how crazy. He said, oh, I'm an assistant to his lawyer. They don't ask him if he speaks Thai or anything. He gives them $20 and they let him into the jail to where he could talk to me through the bars. And I was like, dude, what's up? Are we getting bail? He's like, yeah, King's got it, dude. Don't worry about it. Just don't say nothing to nobody. Like, you guys are going to be out of here late. I was like, what? Late? He's like, I got it, bro. I was like, okay. So anyway, they finally take us to court at like 5 o'clock. Now, dude, I'm from America. 5 o'clock, there's no more court. You're getting on a bus. You're going to a Thai prison. Right. Dude. Or the county version over here, right? So anyway, they do take us to court. We get to court. We're sitting down in the tanks. After about 2 hours, 6:30 at night, turns out, oh, we got bail. They put bracelets on us. And we all have $10,000 bond, which is the lowest bond for attempted murder you could get, right? And the ankle monitors. And, dude, we're out. We're out. All of us are out. And it was King. Not the embassy. The embassy still doesn't know anything about the evidence I have. I even write the head FBI dude there. And I say, hey, listen, I don't know what you guys think, but you need to see this shit because this shit's got to stop, right? Like, forget about me. Like, do you even want to look at this evidence? And now I'm the #1 trending thing in Thailand. They released this all over the press. Drug kingpin turned tech mogul arrested for attempted murder, kidnap, extortion. It's all a lie. They've got press releases everywhere, news everywhere. My wife's, my friends are like telling my wife, oh, have you seen the news? Like, I made the front page of Apple News, right? Like, dude, it was crazy. I don't know any of this is going on yet, right? Until we get out, then I find out right away. My wife is obviously like beside herself. She's like, hey, what the dude? We're married and you're playing games with our future. Like, what the She's like, I married a dude who got out of prison and reformed his life and runs a tech company. And this was your past. And what the are you doing in Thailand with mercenaries and dope dealers and kidnappings and attempted murders and extortions? What the is that? Like, she was like, I was like, babe, none of it's true. And that even made her more mad, right? Like, I don't know, something happened, right? Like, what? This press, this is what the And I'm not, the press is the last thing I'm worried about. I'm worried about my, my freedom, my livelihood at this point. And, so anyway, we're into fighting a case. So I move us all into a Waldorf. It's 1 block away from that U.S. embassy. And the reason why I picked the Waldorf is because it's the highest security hotel there. Politicians from foreign countries stay there. Now it's Thailand. Everything's corrupt. But if you're going to with the tapes at a hotel, the Waldorf is going to be the one that's going to be the most expensive, costs the most favors, and has the greatest chance of saying no. Right. So I move everybody into the Waldorf, and also it's during COVID. So, dude, we have like an Astoria suite with a golf course view for $140 a night,
right?
Including 6 pieces of laundry, free breakfast, and a $25 a day credit on food. Now we're eating all room service, and even room service in Thailand at the Waldorf, steaks and lobsters and everything else is cheaper, super cheap, the food, than here at a regular place. Right. Even it's room service at the Waldorf. So it doesn't sound as bad financially as it might have been. And we're fighting the case. Now I'm like, I got investigators, I got a lawyer, I got this, I got that. They call my lawyer, say, oh, the king's involved. You shouldn't take this case. And P, one of the greatest people I've ever met in my life, said, that dude, I'm taking the case. We started taking it apart. Like, hey, I wasn't in the restaurant. I was not. None of these things are true. This and that and the other thing. And Grant Peck from the AP. I forgot this. AP, LA Times, Daily Mail, all these things wrote me on Instagram, Facebook, email, whatever they could find, asking for comment. I responded to all of them immediately. This is the day I got out. I responded to all of them immediately. Yeah, I have comment, and I have evidence. I had that picture of the dude, this, that, the other thing, right? And to show that his story was not true. And they say they ran with hit pieces anyway.
Right.
They never asked me for my comments. CNN was the only one that was like interested in what I had to say and aggregated the evidence, and I was sending them WeTransfers and tons of shit. Like, they couldn't believe it. But now the problem was it's not going to be an immediate story. It's become an investigative report, which is going to take several months. So they come, they interview me in Thailand, everything, right? But I'm still there fighting the case. Anyway, King brought the Supreme Court Justice of Thailand to my hotel room at the Waldorf after about 2 weeks out on bail. And he says, you're going to be fine. So now I know this already. Like, I know, like, I'm cool, right? Like, have every reason to believe this. King has come through on everything so far. Like, I got this in the back of my head. I'm trying to tell my wife, family, everything. Like, my brother's like, what do you need? I'm like, I don't need anything. I got this. Like, it's cool. We're fine. Everything's fine, right? And 84 days comes and goes. So anyway, we prove it's a bunch of bullshit. After 84 days comes and goes, they had no evidence for the court. The judge releases me from the case. Gives me back my passport. I'm allowed to leave. Done. Me, Jeremy. And so we leave. After we leave, CNN comes out. After CNN comes out, all hell breaks loose, right? Like, DHS is involved now. All these people. Remember I told you we put the stuff in the hangar? So when Tamer goes back to America, when I'm still in Thailand, I get arrested. Through another one of our ex-drug convicts, he finds friends, co-conspirators. He finds a campaign finance dude who is friends with a dude in DHS, HSI, Homeland Security Investigations, and he is interested in the Chinese angle because he's in counterproliferation.
Okay.
So their first thing is well, we want to see the gloves. So they come down and they're look at the hangar. Tamer's showing them. That was the same day that CNN came down to the hangar. So those two things happen at the same time, right? So now DHS is fully involved. The DHS dude from Bangkok reaches out to me. We talk. I give him everything, And I'm telling him, I'm like, listen, I don't need your help on my criminal case. I don't want any of your help. In fact, what you're going to do, since you didn't listen to me the first 5 times I told you this, and since I've had to be personally jeopardized to get this information to help you, you're going to treat me as a asset, and you're going to wipe off my fine for this assistance.
Okay.
And they're like, okay. And they got an AUSA, and they had a case number, and and they picked up the gloves and put them in a storage, and then all of a sudden, after I'm back, and CNN comes out, right? Which just destroyed FDA and customs, because it showed all the letters from my lawyers that they'd just ignored. It showed, 300 glove cases, 300 fraud cases are referred from local FBI offices to FBI in Thailand. You know how many cases they opened?
None.
Zero. Why? Right? So now FBI's mad that DHS opens a case, this, that. Anyway, I get back, the CNN thing comes out. The FDA immediately starts seizing all of our incoming products, our whole medical supply business, right? Over total bullshit. No reason. They said, oh, that's a nano mask. Nano means antibacterial. You're not cleared for antibacterial. I'm like, dude, Nano does not mean antibacterial. Here's the definition, medical definition, Webster's definition, Oxford definition. And while Congress grants you wide latitude in interpreting federal statutes, it specifically prohibits you from changing the definition of words to suit your purposes. And that's what you're doing. So a big, huge fight with them, but they've got all our inventory. People are ordering masks. We got no masks. People are ordering this. They're holding everything. And then, because they know it was bullshit, after the business is dead, now, and a week before the expiration date, they release everything to us. So they killed that business over it, and they no longer pursued the criminal case against these people. Vincent, all these people who made these complaints about me, by the way, have Interpol warrants now. Right? They're looking for them. They're hiding in China. Hong Kong actually is where they're at right now. And when have you ever heard of the Fed stopping a case? once they start.
Right. Never.
Never. In fact, that's one of the things. Once the feds are coming for you, they're coming. There's nothing you can do about it. They stopped. Now, why did they stop? I can't tell you for sure, but I guarantee you there was a dirty cop in that FBI office in Bangkok. And if this thing came out, that would have come out because they could never explain why 300 referrals from the US FBI field offices that went to Bangkok never got followed up on. And why, when we tell them, hey, this is happening, they let 82 more containers from the same company in after we notified them. And, wow, are you really telling me that the FDA and Customs didn't do their job, allowed this poison into our thing, even when they were told, and it's a bunch of drug traffickers and mercenaries who actually stopped it?
Right.
That's a tough one for them to swallow, appearance-wise, right? So they just, they did nothing, and it just ended. It just died, and that was that. And, I mean, it is what it is.
At least you didn't have to rot in a Thai jail.
No, didn't have to rot in a Thai jail, and but they didn't do anything to help me come home.
Right.
And so anyway, get home. We're home, and then kind of just chill for a little bit. We had a vacation booked before I left. Me and the wife went on vacation for a couple weeks just to get away from everybody, and then we came back, and it was like, bro, I just laid down for about 8 months. I just did nothing.
Right.
I was just going to the gym, having a smoothie, smoking a joint. Just, I was so beat down from, I'd lost my company. Everybody talks crazy tech valuations. We had an offer for $22 million. That's the valuation I go with. Now, that was before COVID and the spike in usage. My CEO gets hit by a car taking his Saturday morning walk, right?
Did it kill him?
Well, it made him brain dead, and then he died a few months later in his bathtub. He never logged in again, right? So that happened. So I offshore everything to our Ukrainian dev team, but I have no U.S. asset to manage them. But I'm like, okay, whatever. I got to go to Thailand. So I do that, right? And they're doing it. Everything's going, okay. But then the press comes out when I'm in Thailand. We lose 60% of our customers overnight, and the rest of them pretty quickly after that as word spread. And, when I talked to them when I got back, they're like, Lewis, listen, man, hey, first of all, I hope you did what they said you did, because you did the right thing. Those kind of people are scum of the earth. But our company avoids that publicity, whether you're right or wrong. It doesn't matter to us whether you're right or wrong here, right? Like, bottom line. And, that was a tough one to swallow. And then we had different people reach out, Fox, this one, that one, wanting to do an expose on this. And they'd talk to me, and they'd get a bunch of info. And then all of a sudden they'd just ghost. Like, somewhere along the way, they were making sure that story didn't come out
right
in that way. I had to just be a criminal who escaped, a trial in Thailand, not somebody that had stopped this. And they arrested the dude from SkyMed, Captain Compi. All of that was from as an extension of what they did to me. And then Somchat Lumsiri, the head general that is keeping this dude Luk Fei Yang, also known as Patty the Room, in his house, in his military compound, with his fake gloves, in a military, base. They killed him. The day after I left, he was dead.
Jeez. Okay. It's not good. Well,
it means there was a lot of bigger. It's like I mentioned to you before, like when I was selling the dope, I realized there's much bigger mechanics going on behind that's eating off that. And
right.
In Thailand, I understood that because right away there was a huge apparatus behind this. This was state-sponsored medical terrorism. Them were in on it. The cops were in on it. The military was in on it. And the U.S. was doing nothing. Then when I get home, come to find out, we're putting a military base in Thailand. And that's why Biden didn't do a thing.
Right.
Right? Like, okay, I get it. That might be more important than me. But is that more important than the whole American public where they're sending this poison and everybody else who had the gloves? And CNN, even when they did their article, they clipped it. There was lines in there like, hey, you're the only one that still has the gloves. Everybody else sold them. So are you telling me that the only thing stopping this stuff from entering our medical system was the integrity of 2 convicts? They cut that out.
Right.
They didn't want to like really co-sign to me.
Yeah.
And then all the other news agencies disappeared. And then their very next article, when they talk about how their miraculous investigative reporting led to the arrest of Coptic Compy and the exposure of SkyMed,
right,
they jumped on this other dude who I introduced them to because I told them, look, these are all the victims. Here's the shipping documents. Here's import genius. Here's this. Here's that. Here's the codes. Gave them everything, right? You could talk to these other victims to verify this and that. They might not even know they're victims, or they might have sold the gloves. Anyway, this guy said he disposed of the gloves. I don't know him. Can't comment one way or the other. But CNN gave this dude all the credit in the next article. They didn't even mention my name. Okay, fine, whatever. But the other interesting thing is I'm the #1 trending thing in Thailand. They didn't tag my name in the metadata. Aren't you after readers?
right.
How can you not tag my name in the metadata? Maybe it's an oversight. I don't know. Just seems there was like a lot of that, right? And it was a disaster. It was a horrible disaster for me. So I lay down for 8 months, and then I get back up, and the mercenary dudes who I got out call me, and they're like, now, I'm trying to nurse drop-in still, and I have the offshore tech team in Ukraine, and the Russia war starts. They disappeared. They went after all the computer programmers in the beginning. I don't know if you remember that, but that was like in the press. So now we got no dev team, and now I'm trying to find other developers, right? And they're like, bro, it's going to take us 6 months to understand the information and the paperwork and the shit here. You're going to need updates before then. This platform's going to die. It's going to be offline for 3 months. Couldn't afford to like put it back together, and we'd lost all our customers and everything. And we had this thing, Supercall and Drop-In Auto. And Supercall now, there's a company called Intro, paid FaceTime. Celebrities, whatever. Also, we did gift calls where you could send a text to a kid in the hospital, and you can do a Make-A-Wish for nothing, for 5 minutes, and they can have a recording of their FaceTime with you, right?
Right.
All those companies, video collaboration for cars. The #1 question people have when they're looking for cars is the car I see in the ad on the lot?
Right.
There's companies that transcribe these calls into car lots so GMs can read them. So, okay, let's answer that question. Here, click right here. You can see the car yourself. You can start to develop trust. The person, you cut them out of line. The salesperson that has this has a competitive advantage. Standard now. Drop-In, LiveGenic, my other competitors, multi-$100 million companies, still don't do what we did 3 years ago. Still don't do drones. Still didn't have the feature set we had. Still more expensive than we were. It's tough watching all your ideas become somebody else's $100 million baby.
Right.
And so, that was really what happened. And, Drop-In just couldn't survive. And I didn't have the money to back it up again because we just had a ridiculous amount of expenses. I got, still owe some money from what Thailand cost me, and overall lost everything. Basically had to start from zero again. And I just didn't have the will for it at first. I needed some downtime. And then the mercenary dudes who I was with in Ukraine, in Thailand, I got them out, right? Like I didn't leave them like any other person would have left them, as they said. And so they, I didn't realize this, but like it's a small community. And so they were super, everybody knew about it in that community, the former military community. And, there was a couple of active duty dudes there that were on leave that, they were worried they were going to get ratted on. And I was like, dude, ain't nobody ratting. Don't worry about it. And they, they're fine. So, good vibes with those kind of people, and, not leaving people behind is a big thing for them. So then they called when Ukraine started, right? On one hand, the last breath of Drop-In just died, right? Because, we don't have developers there anymore that we can reach. And then on the other hand, Jeremy Manchester's calling me, former Marsart Marine who got arrested with me in Thailand. He's like, dude, listen, man, we know where all this shit is, right? All these countries play all these games, this, that, the other thing. Put on your suit, come with us to Ukraine, be our face guy, and and let's make some money. So I looked it up and I realized I couldn't have a license because I'm a convict. I couldn't control transport because I'm a convict. That would be constructive possession. I couldn't negotiate price, couldn't be in a control position. But I could certainly make introductions. So we go to Ukraine with Veronica Mudra. She's a very big anti-domestic violence Ukrainian girl, really, good head on her shoulders, good human being, right? And so she agrees, we're going to do a humanitarian mission, which is lead gen for profit business, right? And so it was her thing, and then we led that, for her, and she took us there and introduced us, and we got right to the top. And they offered us internal monopoly on air cargo if we'd move their dope and drugs around. And learned a lot about Ukraine, and the thing that people don't understand about Ukraine is a third of the population is pro-Ukraine. Nationalists. A third of the population is pro-Russia. And a third of the population doesn't care. And the thing that binds them all together is money. And it is like the corruption is insane. And the real reason why we're there, it's got nothing to do with Russia in the sense that we're fighting Russia. It's got to do with the fact that Democrats and Republicans have been laundering campaign finance money through Ukraine for the last 25 years, and they got a gun to our head. Trump tried to play that. Giuliani wasn't the right dude to play it, and he got burnt. Right? They weren't ever going to give that info up. That info is there, but it's not just Democrats. It's Republicans and Democrats. Trump didn't have to launder campaign finance money through there, obviously, but that's the reason why we're there. Then the multiple layers of lies that come. I saw this in prison too. The reason why one dude gets hit in the top, when the top dudes are deciding is what it is. But then there's layers of stories that go out to the public, and the regular person in prison doesn't know why that hit really happened. And it's the same thing in real life. Like the American public or all these people on the internet, it's like they're arguing over the news, and I'm like, dude, they're all lying to you, bro. And they're, oh no, I'm CNN, I'm Fox. Dude, they're all lying to you. Let me explain something to you. The news is free everywhere all over the world, right? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, it's in every language, right? I'm like, that's not cheap to do, is it? I mean, water's not free everywhere, but news is. You can get it 24/7 in any language you want. I'm like, do you think that's because there's some cabal of people that have decided that it's important that normal people like us know what's really going on? Or are they all part of another crowd control mechanism and layer of lies in order to manage the public? Which one makes more sense to you? Right? That's, to me, it's very clear. It's a crowd control mechanism. They're all full of shit.
Right.
And you see these people arguing on the internet over this, and I'm like, God, you guys are arguing about lies, and none of you have any clue of what the is really going on, because none of you have ever been to these places.
Right.
And the ones of you that have, like when we were in Kiev, for example, dude, there's a little booth right there. And it looks like a little blown out thing. And there's press lined up, right? And they put the helmet on and do the report standing in front of this set. And then they hand the helmet to the next guy. And he stands in front, and they look like it's like a combat area.
Right.
It's not, dude. It's not. In fact, catch is open right around the corner, half a block away. Right? But the press knows they're full shit. So Jay knows a bunch of the, Jay and our guys knew a bunch of the former military dudes that were running security for NBC, ABC, all these channels all over, BBC. And Jay says, and we've been to the front, right? We've been to Kharkiv. We've been to the Donbass. We went, saw with Polish intel, saw the whole thing, what their actual needs were, what, thousands and thousands of letters from on scene lieutenants, writing thousands and thousands of letters to aid organizations, not NGOs, for stuff like socks and underwear and shit like that. And we're like, dude, with all the shit we send over here, they have to ask nonprofits for socks and underwear? And they're running out of weapons every day. And then you realize as you start getting close to doing a transaction with them, that they're stealing 30 to 50% of every transaction. Now, I'm not saying that we should cut Ukraine loose, but I am saying that there's 600,000 homeless Americans, half of them are probably veterans, and it would only be $45 billion to build 600,000 apartments at $75,000 a key, but we're going to send another $60 billion over there when the government is going to steal half of it and has stolen half of it?
I understand. I hear you.
I mean, what the dude, there's no way Ukraine's going to win. There's just no way. They're going to give up the territory they lost. That's how this ends. And if they keep fighting, they're going to lose more. Russia hasn't even sent its regular troops in there yet. They're using the jails.
Right.
And it's funny. You watch people arguing about this shit. And I'm like, dude, you guys are arguing over shit you don't, like, none of you know. You're arguing over what liars are telling you. It's crazy. So the Ukraine thing was really, I mean, we didn't end up doing anything because I didn't want to go back to jail. But it would have been very, very, very easy. And I told a bunch of people when I came back, I was like, listen, man, I don't know what we're doing over there, but you're running military contracts through Ukrainian nonprofits to get to the Ukrainian government. Are you stupid, or are you just trying to give it away?
Right.
How is our shit, and then when we hand them hardware, how does that end up in Africa?
Right.
Which is where Wagner and Russia and China are running the show, because we decided to tell people that we wouldn't get them aid unless they accepted gay marriage. And while I don't give a shit about gay marriage, that's where America's at. You can't go tell an African country that. You can't dictate terms to them.
Right.
They're not evolved to that point yet. And so that's why we have no foothold in Africa. And we're trying to hold on to stupid ass shit like Congo and Sudan right now, which is out of Africa's probably not the most valuable place to have influence. Same shit, layers and layers and layers of lies. And I tell people, I was talking to YPO, and I said, I spoke for YPO in Hawaii Young Presidents Organization. And I said, it's funny. The people, civilians claim moral high ground over convicts, right? But when the head dudes in a joint sit down because they have to talk, they don't start by saying, oh, we love you. They start by, hey, kill you if I had a chance. That honesty is what breeds respect, which is why when they make a deal, it sticks. And it's exactly the same reason why when our politicians go to do it, they can't make any deal, because they can't reconcile the layer of lies from the deal to the news disseminated to the public. There's too many layers many times. That's why they can't do shit. It's that simple.
I hear you. You ready to wrap it up? What are we doing?
Whatever else we got. What else do we got?
No, I don't think we have anything else, do we?
Yeah, I would just say wrap it up, and then if we have time, we'll hit a Patreon story. But
yeah, so I'll just wrap up with what I'm doing now.
Okay, yeah.
I got so now I've had a little break. I'm like chilling. I got a new startup going. It's called Oculi. We put cameras on cars and feed the live video feeds into an AI to tell you if you're being followed, to tell you if multiple cars are following you, personal security, anti-kidnap type of stuff.
Okay.
And then we added a thermal camera to the array. Not anything to do with AI, but so that you could see if there's people hiding in your bushes before you pull up. And then when the car is like, say your wife takes the kids to the park, the car moves into Sentry mode, very much like a Tesla. I don't think we can call it Sentry mode because that's Tesla's thing, but something similar, where the cameras stay active and now it starts feeding an app instead of your in-car screen through the auxiliary, and we run it through all the faces through public databases like offenders, child molesters, shit like that. So if you're at the park with your kids and there's one of those people near you, you'll get a notification and know that.
Okay.
So that's what we're working on now.
Nice.
And I'm pretty excited about that. I think that's, personal security space is very, 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 it's a big growth industry right now. And I think there is, in a lot of countries, a lot of wealthy people are worried, kidnaps in South America and Asia are huge problems. And also I think a lot of people would like to know better who is around them.
Right.
Especially when your kids are around. Right? Do you cut them loose in the park? Is everybody safe? Is this or that, the other thing? So that's what we're working on now, and we got that in development, and doing a little raise, and And this time I kept my name off the front page. And that's it. That's what we got going. And doing Inside Troop Crime podcast with Matthew Cox.
Yeah, that's the big one.
All right, we're gonna do a few of these.
All right. All right. Well, listen, I appreciate you coming out,
bro. Thanks for having me, man.
Yeah.
This was fun. You don't get to. Smart people are hard to find, so when you find them, it's always entertaining.
I appreciate that.
No, rarest commodity.
It's
not big tits. It's not a model-looking chick. It's not a muscle builder. It's not. If you think of the rarest quality for humans, it's intelligence.
I mean,
can't buy them like you can boobs.
It's certainly rare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boobs are for sale. Brains are not.
I'm wrapping this up.
Go
Okay.
ahead.
You're a talker.
You can edit
You're a talker like me, bro. Like, yeah, you'll go forever.
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate you coming. This was fun. It was a great story. And hey, I appreciate you guys watching. Do me a favor, hit the subscribe button, hit the bell, share the video. Also, we're gonna put some stories that didn't make the interview on Patreon. So please go to Patreon. Please join for $10 a month. We have exclusive content on Patreon. It's $10. It's not a lot of money. I really appreciate it. It helps us produce a podcast. Thank you very much for watching. See ya.